right, everybody. I say we live, so I guess that means we live. And I am still alive. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I know I've been missing. And the word on the streets is some little ghetto bitch said that, she lit a dollar store candle. And that's why I've been quiet, because she did away with me. Somebody gonna tell that bitch, I'm still alive. And we live. Y'all do me a favor. Like the video, share the video, subscribe, all that good stuff. And y'all know I gotta get my MX Network folks on over here. And then we'll get into this conversation. I know I wasn't here last Saturday. I missed y'all. Hopefully y'all missed me too, Hopefully it's mutual. All right, let me see. Let me get my folks on MX Network on. And we get started. I missed y'all. It's been like 2 weeks. Has it been longer than 2 weeks? I've been missing y'all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've been missing. Somebody said we did good. I missed y'all too. I don't know. I had a lot going on. We were sick over here. And then I just had some mama stuff to do. You know what I'm saying? I got babies that's grown now. They moving into places. They need help with all kind of stuff. I got kids going to college. There's all kind of stuff to do. So I took some time, Y'all know I'm not a really social person anyway, but I've been gone so long. I actually missed y'all. I wanted to talk to y'all. I missed y'all. So y'all, we're gonna have a good conversation tonight. Let me see. Okay, we do got the brother back. Okay. So if you guys are on MX Network, first and foremost, shout out to my moderators. We cannot forget about these illegals. Let's help them get home, everybody. Make sure you put this number in your contact. Sometimes they be busy, but it's all right. Call them back again and again and again and again. Do your part to make these streets better. Okay. Save us some goddamn money in America. Do your part. So y'all, tonight, if you're on MX Network, you guys in your email, y'all got the link already for the call-in. So you can come on up here and share your piece if you're new to tonight. But I'm sure a lot of you guys are not. So of course you could come up here. We already got a brother in the back. Make sure that when you guys come up, though, that you go through the process that StreamYard has you do. So make sure, check it, and make sure your mic is working, that your camera's working and everything, because if the mic is not working, the camera's not working, it won't let me even let you up, right? And if I could let you up, we can't see you, we can't hear you. So, it kind of messes up the whole purpose. So make sure y'all do that right. I will share the link in the chat, you guys, for everybody that is watching that wasn't on MX Network. But if you got your email for MX Network, the link to come up here, you guys, of course, get first dibs to come up here on the panel to have this conversation with me. Shout out to everybody over on MX Network in the house. Hey, Denise, look, people always already in there. The same folks, always showing love, Lady Elect. Urana. Did I say that right? Did I say your name right? But shout out to y'all. So anyway, you guys, we have a lot to talk about. I think tonight will be an interesting conversation. Let me see. Somebody said, hold on, okay, wait a minute. I'm gonna answer that question in 1 minute, but let me say it. So tonight we have an interesting conversation, you guys. So I'm gonna let you guys decide which one we go into first. Of course, I'll answer. I see a question in the chat that I will answer about somebody's courses. I got some announcements to make, so we'll give y'all a minute. But I'm gonna let y'all decide tonight if we're gonna go into the conversation of Mississippi doing away with taxes, right? Income taxes for individuals, or if we're going to go into the church conversation, okay? So we're going to talk about Bishop Jakes. I don't know if y'all know he has a second accuser that has come forward about his grooming, okay? So I think this is a bigger conversation. We, of course, have Marvin Sapp, who is holding his, people in church hostage to get money out of them. He is strong-arming them. I think a lot of us are sick of the church, which of course will open the door, I'm sure, to a lot of other conversations. But I'm sure a lot of y'all got a lot of church hurt and a lot of church stories, and we sick of y'all shit. In Jesus' name, amen. And so I'm gonna let y'all decide which conversation that we get into first, okay? But before we go there, let me again let everybody know that if you are watching over here on YouTube and you do not want to watch the commercials that they put in the show, you can go over to MX Network and you can watch from there. In the description of the YouTube video, there is a link for a free subscription or a paid subscription. With the free one, you can watch this live while it's live, and you can watch it without the commercials or any of that. We do have a chat over there, so y'all can come over there and have your conversations. We got all the same stuff over there, all right? Just so that y'all know. And let me see. Let me go back so I can answer this question. and give y'all some information about the course. So shout out to Lady Shay. Hey, Lady Shay. She says you sent the email about not having access to one of your courses. Should you keep sending them? So I have had a couple of emails about that. So let me address that for everybody. If you guys have had courses that you had on the old website or you bought them from me a couple years ago, you probably do not have access to those classes anymore because probably about 2 years ago, we actually, when you purchased them, based on when you got them, it says that they are only valid for a year. Okay. So if that year has expired, those classes are no longer available. Okay. And so if you email me and you want access to them again, I could give you access. That's fine. I really don't care. But eventually, I want everybody to know that had courses from me and you bought courses years ago, that I've been holding on to that site to wait for everybody's subscription to expire so that you have access until your stuff has expired. But then I will be doing away with that website. We actually have a new website, and the information and the courses that I taught were so long ago, you guys, that a lot of information is valid, but so much stuff has changed that I'm trying to move away from that and get into the new classes that we have. Okay. So and let me be clear on what I mean about that. For example, if you guys were doing CBD and you took that course, some of those companies that we talked about 2-3 years ago, well, they are no longer doing business, some of them, or they've shifted the way that they do stuff, right? Business is always changing, especially with, with online businesses. Also on the older classes, we did not have the advantages of AI. So many new things have come about that you can use. There are so many new companies. So I will tell you that some of that information is outdated. Now, you can still use it like print on demand, all of that other stuff that we went through, but it's a much easier way to do things, if that makes sense. We didn't have these same systems. So when we're learning resale, print on demand, drop shipping is actually a different way of doing things today versus if you got the course 2 or 3 years ago. Okay. So I want to say that to everybody, that if you go and you still have access to your class, you can still watch it. If the access has expired, but you really want to look at it, I'll give you the access. But remember, I'm offering you a benefit, because what people will do is I'll offer you something and you'll cuss me out like I wasn't doing something nice for y'all. Because if I don't hold on to it for the rest of y'all lives, then y'all be like, 17 years ago, I bought a course from you and I can't watch it. Well, the information old as hell. So if you really want to watch it, I will give you access, but I will be honest with you. The way we did things several years ago in those courses, I think the oldest course over there is probably 2 years old. Just 2 years ago, a lot of stuff has changed. So the way it was taught, you're going to be working a lot harder and not smarter, because with systems and AI and the different way that we do things today, is a much easier way to do that stuff. So I would much rather have you have current information. So let me say this to everybody. If you took courses 2, 3, even 4, some of y'all from 5 years ago, y'all like, Michi, I took your class 5 years ago. And let me say this, I love y'all. But why the hell do y'all be taking classes and then wait forever to implement your shit? If you all just damn do it, like Nike, goddamn it. Well, let me say this. If you have taken a course with me and you would like to take the new updated information, okay, even in the 6-week boot camp we have, it's different than those classes. They are live. I have check-in classes. We didn't do that back in the day, right? So you can watch them videos, but with the boot camp, you get to check in on Wednesdays with me. You get to ask all your questions. You get to pull up your screen. You get to say, am I doing this right? Or I'm having a problem with this. And I'm going to walk you through it. People will tell you on Wednesdays, I am there as long as you are there. I answer everybody's question. I will walk you through the steps personally, have you pull up your screen and get you through the process, right? So that is a different thing. And there's a lot more that we learn. In the boot camp, there are even ways of making money that I teach now that I did not teach you guys back then, okay? So if you have taken my courses before, years ago, you didn't use the information. If you want to email me and you would like access to them old courses, I will give it to you. But I believe it is June 1st. The site will be going away. So you need to watch it now. But if you would like to come into the next boot camp because you have already taken courses with me, email me. I'm not sending out an email for it because y'all going to be lying and everybody going to be using the code. But I will give you 50% off to come into the boot camp. But you need to email me, okay? Boot camp starts next Sunday, you guys. And for those of you that have taken the prior courses, you didn't use them when you were supposed to, you want the new updated information because you have already been a customer, I will give you 50% off. That will make my $300 boot camp $150 for you. But you got to email me, okay? At therealminchiex@gmail. That's if that's the case, okay? Email me at that email because I will answer. And I'm going to go look at my system and make sure that you are a prior customer. So don't be lying to me, okay? And if you are, I will give you a special code for you to get a discount if that's what you want to do. Now, if you just would like to email me and ask me for access to the old classes, I will give them to you. But you're going to be working hard and not smart, okay? So that's what I want to say about that. As far as speaking of courses and classes as well, you guys, I want everybody to know as well that tomorrow on MX Network, if you are a subscriber, let me see. Somebody said they can't hear. All right, MX Network, you guys can hear me, right? Kathy says they can't hear me. Is that just Kathy? I want to make sure it's Kathy and it's not my system. Now, I ain't seen that over on YouTube, so you guys can hear me. Okay, you hear me just fine on YouTube. Okay. So, and I think I should be okay over on MX Network because nobody else said nothing. If Kathy can't hear me, you guys, will you guys let her know in the chat to go out and come back in, and that will probably fix it because it seems like it's probably on her end. But you guys, thank you, Gail. And thank you. Let me put this up. So this is the email for y'all if y'all need to email me about the class. Okay, you can't hear me. Okay, good. So if Kathy can't hear, because somebody tell her in the chat that the sound is fine. And if she could go out and come back in, it's probably on her end. But tomorrow, you guys, if you are a paid subscriber to MX Network, we do have a marketing class. It will be at 7:00, and it's going to be just like this live is, okay? And so you can ask me questions in the chat, all of that good stuff. I'm going to be sharing my screen and everything. But we're going to go over marketing, you guys, okay? So if you have a paid subscription, go to the Money Talk section and go ahead and click your reminder. If you don't make the class tomorrow, know that because you're a paid subscriber, you always have access to go back and watch the class, okay? We're going to go over marketing, you guys. Some of you guys have YouTube channels. You have services. You have products, you have websites, but this is where I found a lot of y'all fall short. You don't go market your shit, and everybody think they got to have a social media following. You do not. You can actually promote your business without an Instagram, a Facebook. You don't need none of that shit. You can promote it without a TikTok shop. You do not have to be a social media influencer to promote your stuff, okay? So we're going to go over all of the free ways that you can market and get attention to your services, your products, your YouTube channel to get more views. We're going to go into all the paid ways. We're going to talk about how you can put your stuff on the radio, right? XM radio. If you would like your stuff to be on Tubi, if you want it to be on any of these streaming platforms, Roku, they got live TV, HBO, BET. You can have your stuff play on there, and it's not as expensive as you think, okay? We're talking about a couple $100s. We're not talking about thousands and thousands of dollars, right? The new way of doing business is online, and it has made things much more affordable than it's ever been. If you wanted to do a commercial back in the day, you know, on a live sports game that was on, you probably did need like, you know, $500,000. You might need like $500 today, okay? And they're gonna play it more than one time. They're gonna play that shit all week, okay? So anyway, we're gonna go over all of that, okay? If you would like to watch that class, you have two options. If you're a paid subscriber, you go over and get a paid subscription. It's $12.99. You can watch the class, right? If you don't have one. But know that as a paid subscriber, you will have access to the class for as long as you have your subscription to MX Network. If your subscription expires or you no longer have it, you won't have access to it. Now, if you are like, I just want to watch the class as much as I want to, have access to it for forever, as long as MX Network exists, okay, or information is updated, you do not have to get a subscription if you don't want to do a monthly reoccurring thing. You can just go over and purchase the class for $29.99. That will give you access to watch it, and you can watch it as much as you want, whether you have a subscription or not, okay? So I hope that makes sense because I have people ask me questions about it, but I hope that makes sense, okay? So anyway, I think that's it as far as announcements, you guys. I will drop the link for you guys to come up and have this conversation. I'm excited to have this conversation with y'all because I think church be having folks in their feelings. Now, I want to say this. If you're a Christian, feel free to come up. I will try in the name of your Lord Jesus Christ. I'm not trying to be offensive, but I do not rock with Jesus, okay? But I'm gonna try to have this conversation as respectably. But see, sometimes this is the problem. Y'all feel like if we don't accept your Lord and Savior as the only Lord and Savior and the way to get to God, you feel like we the devil. Okay. So we gotta have some give and take in this conversation. I won't be disrespectful, but again, I used to be a pastor. If you're new to me, not only was I a Christian, I used to be a pastor. If you're my day ones, my day twos, or maybe even my day threes, you know that I used to be a pastor. So not only was I in the church, I preached that word. I brought many people to the Lord, Jesus Christ, our Savior. Okay. So I understand Christianity. I understand the church. I understand all of this stuff. I know what the fuck Marvin Sapp is doing. He's full of shit. I know what the other pastor we about to watch is doing. I've been in the church long enough to know that T.D. Jakes is not the only one grooming people in his church and committing the sin that he preaches against. A lot of us are sick of it. It is just a game to pimp, right? We talk about Pharisees and Sadducees. You know who are the Pharisees and the Sadducees today? The motherfuckers in the pulpit with them dumbass robes on, dressed in all of this attire. They're the Pharisees and the Sadducees. That's who they are. Okay. So why they preaching about their damn selves. And a lot of us are just sick of it. Church is a social group where everybody goes that talks about everybody. They judgmental. Y'all cover up all y'all bullshit in the name of Jesus. You blame everything you do on the devil. Why I left that life a long time ago, right? So there's a lot that can be said about that. I'm sure there are folks in here with church hurt, and we want to be respectful of what people have done to them, because people have done shit to people in church, a whole lot, right? And at the same time, we want to be respectful if that's your belief. You know what I'm saying? But allow us to believe what we want to believe too, because so many people, I think the problem in the church is that y'all so judgmental. It's like there's only one way to get to God. That's ridiculous for as big as our God is. There's only one way to get to God. And if you don't go to God through Jesus, right, you the devil, and everything else you believe is damn to hell. So I'm going to need y'all to leave that in your little Bible cover by your nightstand tonight when you come up here on this thing. Don't judge us, and we won't judge you. Okay. Or otherwise, it might get heated in this motherfucker in the name of Jesus. But y'all know y'all church folks be cussing everybody out any goddamn way. Y'all be trying to act all civilized. Y'all some trifling motherfuckers. Y'all the biggest hypocrites I ever met in my life. Okay. So just want to say that. But everybody is welcome to come on the panel, including the Christians. We welcome you. We welcome you. We welcome you and your Lord and Savior. We do. Shout out to D Major for the first super chat of the night. Thank you for that. Can you purchase the class after the fact? Absolutely, D Major, you can. So yes, it'll be over there, and you still have the two options. So even if you can't make it on Sunday, you can just go over to MX Network, and you could get a subscription and you'll have access to watch it, or you can purchase separately. So yes, after the fact, it will still be available for you to do that. So yes, it does. Okay, so let me ask y'all now. I don't know if y'all don't be handling these panels, because I don't got nobody up here. Now, when I first started this thing, before I could even play the clips, it was like 50 people back here waiting to get up here. So I don't know. We'll see what happens tonight. I have not dropped it in the chat, the link yet. I'm going to wait and play the clip. But again, if you are over on MX Network, whether you're a free or a paid subscriber, y'all got an email about this. And in your email is the link. I try and give you guys the first chance to come up here for those of you that are MX Network, because once people start coming up, you can fight for a spot. And sometimes there's a lot of people up here and you guys cannot, cannot get in. So I've given the MX Network people the opportunity to come in here first. Okay. So y'all have the link in your email, but ain't nobody up here. Y'all scared. Y'all want to touch this church topic tonight? Because I could do it all by my damn self. I promise you. So let me ask y'all in the chat. Over MX Network and over here on YouTube. What y'all want to touch on first? Because we're going to talk about one topic. We're going to drop the link, and then you know how these topics can get. So to break them up and get things changed again, we brought up Umar. Oh my God, we stayed on that for like 5 hours. So we're going to talk about one thing first, and then we are going to use the next topic to kind of break up the conversation when we feel we've had it long enough. So far we got a church. So y'all want to go to church first, and y'all want to talk about how Mississippi has the governor signed a bill to remove income taxes from individuals. So we've talked about that a lot, right? Trump says it a lot. We act like, it's not, Oh, he just talking, but he said he was going to remove taxes for anybody making $150,000 or less. That's what Trump said as well. But there's a state that's doing that, and they've actually been trying to implement this before Trump got into the White House. This has been since last year. Second time Mississippi has brought this up. So I think it's interesting. We're not going to talk about nothing that we don't have a rabbit hole to go down, because again, there's a reason we're not going to be paying taxes. You can't pay taxes on a universal income. I keep telling y'all. Okay, so we got church. I think y'all want to go to church first. All right, hold on. We got church. We got a couple Mississippis, but we got a lot of church up here. All right, let's go to church, y'all. Look at your neighbor and say, neighbor, shut your ass up. That's you go to church. The pastor's supposed to tell y'all to say some crazy shit to your neighbor. I even hate that part. Look at your neighbor and say, neighbor. Especially when you don't like your neighbor. The bitch that don't like you always want to sit by you. It's like she want to act like she like you, like she do better than you. But you don't like me. Why you over here with all that devil energy? Go on, get your ass over there. The mother of the church, y'all the meanest motherfucking mothers around. Y'all need to be nobody mama. Your mean ass. Okay, somebody said it's technically the Sabbath. Okay, we're going to church first then. So we're going to play, you guys. I'm going to play this clip of Marvin Sapp. So we're going to play that, okay? And we'll drop the link. I got a couple of clips we're going to play because it's not just him. This shit is happening in church all the time, okay? So we're going to go there first. Let's play that. Let me go find the right clip. Hold on. Calm down, homie. We got to get you on the screen before you get to preaching. Okay, let me see. Y'all can see that. All right, so let's play this. So this is what Marvin. I'm just playing this. This is what Marvin Sapp had to say to everybody. He was threatening to. He should go to jail. This is called kidnapping, not letting niggas leave till they give you their money. That's like, don't nobody go nowhere. Close them doors, get out on the ground, and empty your pockets. Like, this is against the law. Did anybody tell Marvin this? Here y'all go. Hold on, let me make sure it's turned up so y'all can hear the man of the Lord real good.
The cost that is involved. There's 1,000 of you. I said close them doors. Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors. Close the doors. We all gonna leave together. Y'all ain't going no place but to the restaurant. There's 1,000 of you tonight, and those that are watching, it's 1,000 that's watching online. This is a small seed. If I get 1,000 online to give this, if I get 1,000 in the sanctuary to give this, that's $40,000 tonight. I'm challenging each of you all down here to give a $20 seed. I just think $20 is a lot of money. $20, believe it or not, when my late wife, Melinda P. Sapp, was alive, was a good date. I could take her to the movies, buy a box of popcorn, get 1 soda, 2 straws. I wasn't cheap. That's swag. I was looking in her eyes. She's looking in mine. Can't do that no more. Now, everyone up here, we've all sold and seeded, but I need everyone standing up here with us, with me, to plant a seed of $100. Because again, it costs to sit up here. I got you. Let's see. So put your 20 away, preachers. That 20 wasn't for you. And this is what I need you to do. If you're giving electronically, or even if you're giving tangibly, I'm gonna have y'all come to the altar and give it, because I need to see 1,000 people move.
I'm gonna break down what he's doing psychologically.
Bring them baskets. I want the baskets up here. I want to see the folk.
I bet you do, nigga.
Y'all start moving. Y'all can bring it right now. Come. Even if you're giving tangibly, just put your hand on take your phone and stick it on the bucket.
He sweat like that because he full of shit.
Giving is worship. Giving is worship. Giving is worship. Giving is worship. This ain't the time to talk. 1,000 people need to give $20. 1,000 people need to give $20. 1,000 people online need to give $20. This is easy, saints. This is an easy miracle. We should be able to raise $40,000 tonight just from y'all giving. That's
okay. So I'm gonna try. First of all, I want to say shout out to Mr. Nisasa. I know I done fucked that up, and for that nice donation, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I know I said that right, but hotep to you, brother. We're gonna call you Mr. and not like the one on the color purple, but Mr. Shout out to you for the $50 donation over on MX Network. Somebody made a comment here, and I will go back to the super chat that just came, but I want to leave this comment up for a second. So I do want to go over first of all, the bullshit that he's on. Okay, so let's go back to the psychology of this. First of all, he tells them to close the door. The reason he is telling them to close the door is so that you will feel intimidated to get up out of your seat and go to the door and leave. Because the fact that the door is closed means in order for you to leave, now you are causing a disturbance, okay? All eyes are going to be on you. So for that reason, you are going to stay in your seat. This is a psychology game that he is playing on everybody on this damn pulpit, okay? There's several things that he did. So he asked them to close the door because he doesn't want people to get up and leave without the conviction of being seen or causing a disturbance. The next thing he does is tell you that $20 is not a lot. Okay. He don't know what the fuck $20 is for somebody, because I remember the days when I was broke and I was poor and $20 was all I had to put in my gas tank to get to work before we could get our next check 2 days away. So to tell people what is not a lot, you got some nerve, nigga. Okay. But then he goes into talking about his wife. And when she was alive, that is to get sympathy from people. Oh, when his wife was alive, he brought up a memory of his wife that is no longer here so that he could also get sympathy from people in the audience. That's what this is doing. This is all psychology and how you play on people's emotions. Church is a very big psychological game all the way around, okay? The next thing he does is he tells the people in the audience and online, but he says the ones in the audience, even if you are given electronically, because now churches apparently have cash apps and electronic ways for your ass to give to them, not just through, giving regular money in the basket. So he says you need to come up and you need to put your phone on the basket. So the reason he's doing that is that once again, he's shaming you, because he says, I need to see it. So he needs you to get up. He needs you to not be seen sitting down, because if you sit your ass down, that means you're not giving. Now, you can't leave, or it's going to know that you're going to cause a disturbance and everybody's going to be looking at you. And then, oh, the devil is in her. Did you see May get up? You see May? Why she have to get up in service like that? You heard what Pastor said, and she got her ass up and causing that disturbance all at your door. That ain't nothing but the devil trying to mess up in the middle of worship, because he told you that giving is worship, did he not? Because we're worshiping. So when you worship, if you haven't been in church, there are certain times where you cannot come into the sanctuary because something is going on, and then they'll reopen the doors after they're done doing what they're doing, right? So now he's turned this into a sacred moment. You cannot leave, or you are disregarding this sacred moment that we are having, because we are worshiping God. First of all, nigga, what is we giving you $40,000 for? First of all, what do you need 40 G's for? I don't know. We might have missed that part because we don't go to his church. But what are we raising $40,000 for? Then he tells him to come and put it on the basket. That is a way that you can't stay in your seat and act like you gave on your phone. See, some people, if they gave on their phone, they could just sit there and you wouldn't know if they gave or they didn't give. So he doesn't want to give you the ability to hide. He wants to shame you, because in every facet of the way, you have to show that you're giving. So he wants you to come up and touch your phone, your phone on the basket. And any Christian with a little bit of a conscience, because you niggas don't have no consciences really, right? With a little bit of a conscience, doesn't want to go up and does not want to touch the basket, lying like they gave and they didn't give. So he is basically shaming you into giving $20. Then he tells everybody to shush. Shh. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Because right now we're worshiping. Don't talk during worship. No, that conversation this is a psychological tactic. When you have a group of people and you are asking people to do something, this works in cults, okay? Now, y'all can say what you want to say. I'm not saying he a cult, but I'm telling you this works in cults. The reason when you tell a bunch of people in a room to do something and you spring it on them and they're not expecting it, you close the doors on them. Obviously, church was over. They was ready to leave, but he stopped them and said, wait a minute, close the door because you ain't going nowhere but to the restaurant. So then he tried to make you feel bad that if you got money to go spend to go eat, then you got $20 to fucking give me. Okay, so he used that too. You just going to the restaurant. So anybody who felt like going to spend their hard-earned money on them after church service is over, you should feel bad if you can't at least give $20 here. Okay? But he told everybody to be quiet. You know why? Because in the midst of that crowd, most people are going to follow the energy that's in the room. He is setting the energy to psychologically get you in your emotions to be a part of what is going on. And all it takes is for one motherfucker to open their mouths and look at their friend and be like, I ain't giving this nigga my $20. And why he closed the doors? I'm ready to leave. All it takes is for somebody in that crowd to begin to talk about what the fuck is he doing? Why is he asking for all of our money? All it takes is for somebody to speak against it or to say, I don't got $20. I don't care. I ain't going up there. Even if they didn't leave, it takes one person to mumble under their breath loud enough for all the people in the row in front of them, next to them, and the row behind them, for a good 10 people to hear them say, well, I don't got no money. I don't care. I'm not going up there. The confidence in saying I'm not going will give other people the confidence that says I don't really have it to give. So I'm going to sit here too, because now I'm not going to be the only one sitting here. So now I won't be singled out. I'm going to sit here with the rest of us that's going to sit it out. But if you can't talk, nobody knows who's the person that's going to step up and say, I ain't got no money to give. I'm going to sit right here. I ain't doing shit. So he tells you to be quiet. Then he tells you that we can create a miracle today. So you're a Christian, you want to be a part of a miracle? That's not a motherfucking miracle. That's not a miracle. Now I'm offended because miracles are things that have to be created miraculously. If everybody comes together and gives up their money and you raise $40,000, nigga, they do that for all kind of shit. We got scammers online who do that shit. But shit, we got Jay Morrison. That nigga collected what, $14 million for some buildings he didn't never build, some real estate he didn't never buy. Nigga, we got Umar Johnson talking about hit the cash app, hit the cash. So raising money now is a miracle. Raising money is a fucking miracle. But he wants you to believe that you're part of a miracle. So you need to do this because the word miracle says to Christians, and remember, you're talking to an ex-pastor. A miracle, when you're in the church and you're a Christian and you think that you're a part of a miracle, you know what miracle says to a Christian? Miracle says to a Christian that I can miraculously give. That means even if I don't have $20 to give, even if this was my gas money, even if this was part of my light bill, what this means is that if I give, because it's associated with the word miracle, we're miraculously doing something, that means that I will be taken care of in the long run, right? So if I do what I'm supposed to do, then the Lord will miraculously take care of me. Because this is part of a miracle. And in a miracle, we all win. So see, coming up with this 20 bucks is not a miracle. But if I give you my last 20, bitch, it's going to take a miracle for me to get my ass to work tomorrow because I ain't got no gas in my car, bitch. Now, that's what's the miracle. For me to get to work and back on fumes for the next 3 days and my car don't break down. So this is why he used all the tactics that he used. Now, I do got a couple of people up here, right? But I want to address this comment. I'm going to let the two people come up, and then we're going to play a couple more clips. We got some more clips, but I will let some folks speak on what Marvin had to say. I will drop the link for you guys over here on YouTube. We can start the conversation, and we're going to play a couple more clips of some other pastors, okay, with this same bullshit playing on people when it comes to their money. Now, somebody said in here, Lady D, shout out to Lady D. Hey, how you doing? Lady D says, you go to church to educate your family and serve the Lord. If you don't like the pastor, find another church. Okay, so I would have a question for Lady D, and I don't know if she wants to come up. And some people don't, so that's fine. If you don't, you don't want to come up. Now, if a person start talking shit in the chat, I'm gonna say, if you don't bring your shit talking ass up here. But if a person asks a question, everybody might not want to click that link. That is understandable. But if you would like to come up and expound more on that, but what I will tell you is that the percentage of churches of pastors who hustle, who molest, who groom, who are gay, who commit adultery, the treasurers who are stealing money, all of the bullshit that goes on in the church is rampant. It's at all churches. It's at every church. I've never been to a church yet that's clean from the front to the back, sweetie. If it ain't the pastors doing some bullshit, it's the treasurers that are stealing. If it ain't the treasurers, it's the bitch ass mothers of the churches who are the meanest motherfuckers there. It's the ushers on some bullshit, okay? It's the deacon sleeping with somebody else's wife. Let's stop the games. Every church you go to is some bullshit because Christianity equates to not taking accountability for any damn thing that you do. Anytime something good happens, you give the praises to the Lord. And anytime some bad shit happens, you blame it on the devil. Y'all don't understand the word accountability. Y'all the first motherfuckers to judge somebody. You say, come as you are. Let a chick who just got fresh out of the goddamn strip club, let her come and all she got is hoe dresses. That's all she do is strip. So guess what? I'm trying to change my life, but all I got is these fuck me dresses that I'm going to come to church in. You'll be the first motherfucker to talk about her. You'll be the first one to talk about her. Instead of being the mother of the church like you really should, give her a lap scarf and ask her, if you could get her some new stuff. Put together an offering and go buy the girl some new clothes, and instead you'll talk about the girl. So again, I just want to say, first of all, if you don't like the pastor, any church you go to is going to be some bullshit. And all the years I've been in churches, there's always some bullshit in every church. And so I dare y'all to come up here and tell me how clean your church is. I'll tell you you're lying and I never have to visit, okay? I promise you, I don't. That would be a lie. The next thing is, I would like somebody who thinks this comment that you go to church to educate your family and serve the Lord. Why do you have to go to church to have a relationship with God? Like, is not walking with God, even if you want to be a Christian and you read your Bible, is that not something that you should be doing on your own? Like, can your pastor get you into heaven? Does your tithes and offers get you into heaven? Now, believing in heaven and hell is a whole other situation. I'm just talking to you on your level because I believe in no heaven or no hell. Okay. But if you believe it's going to get you into heaven and your walk with God is supposed to be what it is not each person's walk unique to them in their life and what's going on with them? So should you not study to show thyself approved? Should you not eventually go from the milk of the word to the meat of the word? And so that means there's some onus on you to do that. So my question would be, without a church house, without a preacher, could you have a relationship with God? Could you serve the Lord? Because I think it absolutely matters as a Christian what you do when you're not in church. It's easy to do the right thing and say the right thing in church. What do you do when you're not with the pastor? What do you do when you're not in the church? So without the church, you cannot serve the Lord or educate yourself on your own with that Bible. Something's wrong with your walk if you can't do that without a pastor. I just want to throw that out there. Nowhere in the Bible is there a scripture that says you need your pastor to get you into heaven. It's already bad enough they try and tell you got to talk to a nigga named Jesus. See, because last time I checked, I wish I would go to my mom and my dad's house and knock on the door, and there was some nigga standing in between them, even if it was my sibling, and he told me, you got to go through me. You must worship me. You must do for me first before I can let you speak to mother and father. You know what I'm doing? I'm going to kick him in his back and say, bitch, if you don't move out of my goddamn way, that's my mom and my dad too. Boy, bye. That's what I'm going to tell him. So I don't even understand that concept, because if I am a child of God, I'm just going to go talk to my father. So I don't understand that concept. But with that said, I'm going to read these super chats real quick, and I'm going to let these people that are up, and I'm going to drop this link for y'all. We're going to take our time with this conversation tonight. Let me go back. Shout out to, of course, D Major gave the first one of the night. Jay says, in the name of Michi, hallelujah, offering time. That's right. That's right. Don't leave. Moderators, don't let nobody leave this live tonight. Don't you go nowhere. Stay in this chat. I need everybody to give $20 in the super chat right now. Right now. When I was with my husband, he not dead, but $20 ain't nothing. Shoot, we used to get away from all our kids and go down the street, and buy some food for $20, and he could even give me flowers with that, and we would sit in the car and have a little car lunch. You know what I'm saying? He ain't dead, but he not with me no more. And I want everybody to shut the fuck up. Shh, don't say nothing in the chat. Don't have an opinion right now. And for those of you that are moderators, you should know better. You are on another level. I expect more than $20 out of you. You put them $20 away and you get out $100, okay? $100 super chats coming through. Please give everybody my cash app. If you are giving through Cash App, I need you to still give through the super chat, at least $1 to let me know you gave in the Cash App, okay? Do you see how that sounds? Do you see how that fucking sounds? That's what I thought. Shout out to you, Essential Oil Queen. Much love to you back. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, shout out to you again. Thank you for the super chat over here as well. He on MX Network and over here. Okay, I did say it right. And thank you for being a follower and supporting me for a long time. Shout out to Chris. Whatever happened to Obama pastor? You trying to say Obama was a pastor? I don't know. I'm lost on that one. I don't know. You got to click the link and let me know. I don't know. Okay, so we had two people up here, but one of them left. So we got Cynthia. I'm going to bring Cynthia up here because Cynthia is still here. And I'm going to drop this link for the rest of y'all. Let me see. All right, Cynthia, you are on the show. Welcome to the show. I'm going to drop this link for you guys in the chat over on YouTube. So they're going to link for everybody else. For the sister that was up here, or it might have been a brother, if you want to come back, you can. I noticed you dropped off. I don't know. Maybe you thought I was taking too long, but, it's all right. We taking our time tonight. Shout out to Gail. Thank you, Gail. Shout out to the dopest moderator in all of the YouTube. I know that's why she said she don't like the chat. You cannot leave. If you're here now, you ain't going nowhere but to get you a midnight snack. Just calm down. Stay right here. It's Saturday. Don't be trying to go to the club. Absolutely not. Y'all need to see the $20 right now and buy to double it up. Okay, let me see. I dropped the link, you guys. Shout out to Cynthia. Cynthia, go ahead. You on what you want to say about this? You have got to take off your microphone though. I can't do anything about the mic. You have to unmute it yourself. Let's see. Cynthia, is you there? Maybe she walked away. Cynthia is not answering us. And here go the link, y'all, to the stream, y'all. Y'all got nothing to say tonight? Oh, this is gonna be a short live. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna say, if I say that now, I'm gonna be done looked up, and then everybody gonna be on here. We're gonna be until 6 in the morning, like we always is. So maybe I should be quiet for everybody and their mama up in here. But I dropped the link. Cynthia does not seem to be there. Cynthia, you there? Again, you have got to let me see. It won't let me unmute you. You got to unmute yourself. Yes, no, maybe so. That's what I'm talking about, Deborah. That's what I'm talking about, Deborah. It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. Thank you for the $20. Thank you. Thank you for the $20 and for the humor. Humor me. Thank you. Shout out to Angela. Thank you for that. Let me see. Okay, Cynthia is no longer here. All right, we got somebody else up here. How you doing, brother?
Pretty good. How you doing today?
I'm good. I'm good. What you got to say? What's your take on this?
Well, a long time ago when I was raised in the church, it was so long ago that the preachers that preached, they had full-time jobs. They couldn't, just preach. They preached out of just helping the community and mentoring people, that type of thing. They did have their issues there, just like any other preachers today. But I really have an issue with these prosperity preachers pressuring people that are really suffering to give more money. I live in the Atlanta area, so I just see too much of that. It's very disconcerting to see people struggling, giving up this money because they're up under so much pressure. They feel they have to do it because they think this person is speaking for God, and he's not speaking for God. He or she is just speaking for themselves. So I really have an issue with that. One of my main issues is somebody, for instance, like the so-called Reverend Raphael Warnock, making all of this money. uh, in the pulpit, dipping on the political side and dipping on the preacher side, getting both salaries. And we've got homeless people right outside Dr. King's church. And I think just thinks that's just horrendous.
Now, I do understand that to run the church, it takes funds, right? So I will say that. Do you think it gets to a point though where it is ridiculous? I get tithes and offerings, and my question would be, I guess, in the tithes and the offering, like people should give what they have. And do you believe that for those that are giving, it will be sufficient for what's needed for the house of the Lord, right? And first, versus people being browbeat over what they're supposed to give. And where do we look at tithes and offerings where it's a fine line between, okay, we're taking care of the church and the pastor too. It's too much, because it's one thing to help take care of the pastor if the doors of the church are open every day. Let's go there, right? A lot of these pastors have money and they say, well, I have to be able to stay in the word of the Lord and walk with God. I can't be at a job if I got to be here for you. But if a pastor tells me that and the church is paying to take care of him and his household, I feel like he should be at the church 5 days a week and then Sunday. Do you agree? Like, that's your job then. So I should be able to come to the doors of these churches and they should always be open. You should be here to counsel or to talk to us when we have issues and problems, and we should be able to come to you. But that's a problem when pastors, I think, say that, but then we only see you on Sunday and there's an armor bearer at your office and we can't even get to you because the armor bearer talking about Pastor busy right now. So, I mean, what do you think as far as that fine line? I agree, and I understand what tithes and offerings is supposed to be, but I think that it gets ridiculous and it goes too far, and it's more about the pastor being taken care of and living this high life when he's better off than most of his members, but he's steady telling them to give.
Yes, I think there just needs to be more structure and accountability. For example, there isn't enough of open books in these churches to say, okay, where is this money going? Don't tell me about any building fund, because building funds were around when I was a little person, and I'm 68 right now. Don't tell me a bill fund. You have to tell me something specific. And I found that just ridiculous that this so-called preacher Sapp there was talking about gaining this money, and he wasn't telling exactly where this money was going to go to. Was it going to go to the poor? Was it going to house somebody that really needed some help? I think there just needs to be more structure and accountability, and hopefully people will be more confrontational with their pastors and not just let them get away with things. Myself, 68 years old, I haven't been to church in years. It doesn't do anything for me. For example, if I wouldn't give a tithe to church. I recently gave, I consider my tithe for this young woman in Yazoo, Mississippi. She had opened up a school on her own, and this woman wasn't taking any money, and these children were thriving in a storefront church. I gave her $100, and I called her and told her to keep up the good work. I think that's my type of tithe that I'm going to do.
Now, I'm glad that you said that, because I want to play another clip. I want to see what this other, I want to say brother, but it's just a W in the last name, so I'm not sure if it's a sister. I want to see what they want to say, but if you mind to stick around for a moment, sure. I dropped the link if anybody else wants to come up, because I want to play a clip from another pastor who not too long ago said that giving to the poor and giving your tithes in other places is not what the Lord wants you to do, and that you don't get to give to people in need. You're supposed to make sure your tithes is your tithes. So I want to play that from a pastor who is a very popular pastor. I don't know his name, but I've seen his face everywhere. Let me see. And then I want to come back to also to what Chris said. So first I want to say, shout out to Jay. Thank you for that super chat. And then Chris, thank you for the super chat. Chris says, you can't put a price on someone that's delivering the word. So I want to address that a little bit and say, I want to say that I think that you can put a price on a person who's delivering the word, because I think too often, like this brother that's up here now says that, pastors are human beings and they have their issues and all of these things. And so my question being is that if they are such a man or a woman of God, why is it that the life they have is not being blessed in so many other ways other than the church just giving to them? And to say you can't put a price on it, yes, you can put a price on it. People in the congregation should not go bankrupt to let the pastor live in riches. And then the church preaches so much, spends so much time telling its members that the money is the root to all evil. But at the same time, your pastor should live this luxurious life. So is that evil or if it's not? Now, I don't agree with that sentiment, but is it evil or is it not? And like, if you are a man of the Lord and you should walk Christ like, Jesus had on a sheet and some sandals. And I mean, that might not be true, but I'm just saying, Jesus was walking, he was sitting with the prostitutes, was he not? He was sitting with all of the other different people, and he didn't care about having all of these things. So if you really gonna be the man of God, I think that you're supposed to have, according to the Bible, you're supposed to have enough money to live with a roof over your head and eat and take care of your family and not have to worry about your needs. But you should never be caught up in material things. You should only be worried about the bare necessities, and you should walk like Jesus. You should be a broke ass. Stop that. And you should only bring up whatever you need when you need it. So I disagree that you can't put a price on someone that's delivering the word. You can. And if you are going to give all that you give to a person preaching the word, I think we at least need to hold them to a standard, because too many of these preachers are homosexuals. While they are preaching to you that being a homosexual is a sin, according to the Bible, a lot of them are grooming children in their church, okay? And that is also a sin. They are also taking money that they're not supposed to be taking, okay? They are doing drugs when they're not supposed to be doing drugs. Many pastors commit adultery like it's nothing, like a motherfucker eat a taco at Taco Bell, okay? And so all of these things are sins, and you cannot come up and say that as a man or someone delivering the word of God, there is no price that you can put on what we should receive. But yet and still, you are a hypocrite as you stand in that pulpit. If you want to be given the utmost money, then I guess you should walk in the utmost regard. And the way you do that is to not get caught up in material things. Do not get caught up in money. Do not get caught up in the lust of the eye, of the things that people want, because that drives you down the wrong path. And according to your Bible, that's what caused these pastors to do all of the things that they're doing. So they should be a meager man of mild needs, right? And have all of their needs met. Wants are something that the Lord will give you your heart's desire. So if they desire something, then why wouldn't God miraculously, there go that word miracle, God should miraculously give it to them. But the church should take care of their bare necessities, because he should be walking Christ-like, not in a material. Jesus wasn't in a private jet, baby. He wasn't walking around with gators on all day long. And just as a side note for Black pastors, like, they used to feed our babies to alligators, right? They used to take Black babies, tie them to trees, and allow the gators to come out as gator bait and bite these babies up. And then they would go get the gator and leave the still alive, half-eaten baby right there for more gators to come out and eat these kids up. So as a Black pastor, if you got any sense, I'm gonna need you to take them gators off in the name of you Black. Okay, so no, they don't. Y'all need to go buy your pastor some of them Jesus sandals, okay, that they sell down at the beauty supply, because that's what Jesus was wearing. Okay, now that's just my 2 cents, and I'm gonna let, we got Renee, come on up. We got the other brother fellow, he's back now. You got a lot of reverb in the back. McCauley's, if you can, if you have the show going in the back, if you don't mind to mute it. If you're listening to the show on another device, I need you to mute it first, okay? And if you clicked to come into the studio and it's on the same device you're watching on, it will open another tab. So you have to go to the tab the show is on and either turn it down or click out of it, okay? Go ahead, Renee, you up here. What do you got to say, Renee? The floor is yours. You got to unmute your mic, though.
Okay, thank you for having us on the show, for bringing up this subject, because I did see that video earlier this week. And when I saw the video, I was like, my first thing was, oh God, he's holding these people hostage. Wow. And my other thing was, I didn't realize the psychological things that he was actually doing until you actually brought him up. But my whole thing was, okay, what do you need the $40,000 for? Right. Even with all the things that has happened, because this, from what I hear, this happened in like the summer of last year in 2024, and it's just now, I guess, coming back up or whatever. But
is that what he said about it? Oh, this is old.
Yeah, well, that's what some of the people had said, but now I guess it's resurfacing, okay, because it was a lot. it was a live thing and somebody brought it back out or something like that. But my thing is that he said that it was only a clip that was showed. Well, you still haven't said what you wanted to use the $40,000 for. And from what I know, from being a person in that used to be in the church real heavily, they would take up money, and then after, even if the pastors was putting in $100, when they get to the back, oh, they was getting it back. So it's not like they were um they were giving it and then they would never get it back. Oh, they get it back, and then some of the stuff that was taken in, because I've seen it. I've been a part of the administrative staff that counted the money. And then when it was time to distribute the money, we're distributing it to the pastors that just gave, like, whatever they put in, they're getting back double of what they put in. And that's how it's done sometimes. And then the other thing is that a lot of people that put in this money, you never help them. You never, when they need help, if it's a, like, being in the church, I feel like it should be, if it's a business, you should get some type of rate of return. You should help the community. And they never help the community. And the other thing that I wanted to bring up is a lot of churches, I don't understand, like, when I was in the church, it could be 3 churches on the same street. And y'all are so separate. Y'all never affiliate with each other. Y'all never come together and, come and do anything for the community. You're just there, just taking up money all the time, and you're never giving back. So that's the thing that I had to come on and say.
Well, thank you for coming up and sharing that. And I agree. I think one thing about all of the churches that I see, being from Detroit or going to any hood, you will look and there's a church on every other corner, but it's drug addicts all over the community. People are in poverty. Children are hungry. I don't understand, if they serve such a powerful God and they're raising all this money, why is it never to change the circumstances of your community? If what you do and the God you serve is so powerful and you are able to do so much, I just don't understand why these churches are not ever making a difference in the communities that they're in. How is there as many churches on the corner as it is liquor stores, but the liquor stores are making the biggest difference in the community than the churches? It's a whole lot of people dealing with their depression that way, dealing with their mental illness, dealing with their addiction, dealing with their pain and their sorrow. They go into the other spirits, right? Not going to the church house. And even if they do, it's like nothing seems to change. The only thing that's changing is the pastor's life. And the congregation is taught to live in the midst of this, because what the meek will inherit the earth. So it's okay. Go ahead and be poor. That's what we need you to do. It's a shame to me to make people who say that they are children of the Most High, that they got to walk around being meek, lowly, and poor. That's some bullshit, because I'm not meek, lowly, and poor. And my children that came from me, they're going to walk around like they're Michi X's children. They're not going to walk around like they're not my children, right? To me, I think that does a disservice to the Lord that we serve. If this is our Father and this is our God, why would I walk around in this state? To me, it does him no justice as our Father. So, I think that's one of the biggest issues I've always had with the church. These motherfuckers don't do nothing to make no difference in the damn community.
And I wanted to say one more thing. I stopped going to church, and it wasn't that I was church hurt or anything, but I felt like every time when you go there, it's always sadness. But when you're in the world, even a Christian has said this. He was like, why do people even come to church sometimes? Because when you come to church, the only thing you sing about is, oh, got a light bill due, even got a gas bill too. But when you out here in the world, honey, you hear about popping bottles and we getting this money and we got money. So why would you even go there? Broke people cannot help broke people. That's how I feel. And I do believe in God, and I know that there is a higher power, but I feel like everybody is following Christianity, and I'm not saying that Christianity is wrong. Don't get what I'm not saying. But I feel like if Christianity is the only thing and we're supposed to love everybody, the only reason why you're a Christian is because most of the time you're just born in it. But if you were in any other part of the world, you might be Hindu, or you might be another religion, you might and so do you say that they're wrong and the only people that's the Christian is gonna, go to heaven? I don't feel that way. I feel like as long as you believe in God and you
I
do
think
the
you make
right.
a good point. I think you make a good point. I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna shut up because I want the other people up here. I want Deja to be able to say something but no, you fine, Renee. But I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna be quiet and let y'all say a little more because I know I got some other people up here. But I agree with you with that. I think that that's something that we have to get away from. I think we all as people, we need to understand that the creator, God, the universe, the higher power that placed us all here, whatever it is that we want to call that, I think that people need to stop trying to tell other people how it is that they walk or find their way with that higher power. The truth is, if you're a mere human being, how do you know, or any individual can tell you that this is the right way? And I think that people should not be condemned for the way that they decide to get to that God or that higher power that is their creator. So we have to stop telling people that their way is wrong when you can't prove that your way is necessarily right? So what I mean by that is Christians will tell you that Jesus Christ is the only way to get to God. He is the only way. There is no other way but through him, okay? And this is the thing. When they pray for stuff, it happens. I watch Christians pray for things all day long and it will show up. But I also watch people that are Muslim believe that Jesus was a prophet, but he is not the son of God. I watch them pray and watch stuff show up. I watch people who believe in Buddhism and Hinduism and all of these different things, people who practice voodoo, people who practice hoodoo, people who practice Ifa, Santeria, all of these different beliefs. If you guys don't know it, there are thousands of religions. We can maybe name 5. If we all shout something out, maybe we can get to 10 tonight in the chat. There are thousands of religions. And the crazy thing is that all of them get their prayers answered. So I will leave you this food for thought before I shut up in this moment. It seems to me that the common denominator in all of these religions would be you. It would be you. It would be you. And to be more specific about it being you, it's your belief system. I believe that if a person believes anything wholeheartedly enough, if we're made in the image of God, what is God ultimately? How can you describe God? God is not a man, not a human being with some flesh, but God is the creator of all things. So if you are made in any image, you are made as a creator. So the reason why it works for the Christian, it works for the Buddhist, it works for the Muslim, the reason why these things work for all of them is because they believe without a doubt within their whole being that this is true. They have created this reality for themselves. And so it shows up because it is real for them. You are a creator within yourself. That's how you're made in the image of God, because there's not one person that can step up and say that these other religions do not see miracles. These other religions do not get their prayers answered, because they do. So then how can we say that it's one way? We got to stop telling people which way to get to something. But one thing I think is crazy too is when people are brought up in a religion, it's one thing when it's part of your culture, right? And it's been embedded in the people that you are. I think it is a different thing for Black people I'm speaking to now, as far as, Black people in America that were here in part of slavery, or even in Jamaica and other places that Black folks are dropped off. When the religion that you have right now is actually it is an offshoot of your actual African spirituality that they have whitewashed and they fed it to you as a way to keep you oppressed. That's a different religion, if you ask me. That's not the same as coming up in a culture somewhere where this is what your people practice and they have their rituals and they bring you up and this is our religion because this is who we are. This is who we've been founded to be. It's much different when somebody hands you a religion as a way of oppression and then tells you this is what the fuck you should believe. And that's what Christianity is. And so I'm willing to have that debate with anybody else to hear tonight too. So I think that it's a difference in that, but we got to stop telling people how to get to God. You don't get to tell me how to commune with my creator. That's none of your business, right? So people need to learn to do that, y'all. With that said, I do want to go back over some of these super chats because we got a couple more super chats. Let me see. Let me see. Let me go back. You can't put a price. Did we put Jade on here? Did I miss that one? I don't know if I did. Shout out to Jade. Let me go back. Okay, shout out. I think we did because we got Gail on there. And okay, and shout out to Dr. Tracy in the house tonight with a $300 super chat. Dr. Tracy, I thank you for that. Thank you for that beautiful super chat. Dr. Tracy is always in here showing love. Whenever she show up, she put that red on the screen. That is a beautiful super chat. I want to say thank you so much for that. Dr. Tracy says, sadly, most pimp pastors are full of shit. As they literally pray upon the weak, elderly, lonely, weak, sick, vulnerable, and confused, as the emotional scams for which they are famous for are used to control congregations. She's absolutely right. I agree with it. It ain't because she put that super chat in there either. I agree. I agree. I have found over my years waking up and thinking for myself and getting away from everything I've ever known, not just in the church. There was a point in my life where I was like, life is not the life I want to live. I don't like this life. And either I have a choice, I could be weak and I can kill myself and then life is over, or I can decide to change the life I have and turn it into a life that I want. And with that, I threw away everything I had ever been taught, everything I knew. And I started over fresh and started to decide what I wanted to embrace, from religion to traditions to everything in my life. And it was hell of a time. It's what we call, sitting with yourself, right? It was when I had epiphanies. It was when me and God really sat down and had conversations between me and God and nobody else. And it was really when I began to take accountability for my life and understood what that was about. And I turned to spirituality, which gives me a lot more accountability in who I am. And that's what I became to discover, is that church is a very controlling thing. It's very emotional. And I can break down a whole sermon to you and tell you why you give, why they play giving music, because music hits you in your emotions. They talk about music being controlled by the devil and Lucifer. Well, they use music, right? They use music. You could be happy as fuck and have no problems in your life. As soon as they do altar call, they play the sad music. Never would have made it. Go ahead. Without you, I would have lost it all. But now I see that you was there for me, right? Go ahead and sing the man's song while he out here trying to get everybody for the money. And they start singing that. And you know what happens? Your life is fine right now. But psychologically, you know what begins to happen? You start thinking about all the sad shit in your life. And even though you was fine before this altar call, now you find yourself at the altar every fucking Sunday, because emotionally, the music, the energy, the atmosphere, the words, it draws you to that altar even when ain't shit fucking wrong with you. It is a controlling game. And most of y'all don't want to see it. That's fine. I'm not here to make you see it. I'm just telling y'all the goddamn truth. But shout out to Dr. Tracy for that beautiful super chat. Shout out to Chris again. Chris come back with the big $20 holla. He said, while we complain and deal, we give Creflo Dollar airplane. So should America have poor people? If America is so great, we got NFL players, Beyonce, everybody else, they're not doing nothing. So let the pastor let the pastor get his due. Okay, I'm sorry. So let him get his due. But Chris, I don't think that you can compare those, because let's be real. Like Beyonce, Creflo Dollar is full of shit too. It's in his name, nigga named Dollar. He should have did something else and I've been no pastor. But Beyonce actually sells a service. People buy her music. She does entertainment, things like that. So I don't think you can compare a pastor. An NFL player, that's his job. He goes out and entertains, and people buy tickets to go to an event because that's what they want to do. I do not think that preaching the word and coming into a church is the same thing, right? It's not the same thing. It's not. I just want anybody to tell me who has that mindset, Chris. Like, do you think that Jesus would have watched all of his people who followed him be poor and broke and have struggles in their life financially while he's living it up, popping bottles with Peter, James, and Paul, and they riding around in BMWs while everybody else is on the back of camels? I'm sorry. The Jesus the Bible says they serve, he would not have lived that way. So are they walking in the spirit of Christ, or are they not? So now I have questions. That's all I'm saying. So I'm gonna shut up for a moment. I done read off them super chats. I do want to say Quinteria, I believe I said that right. Shout out to you. Thank you for the donation over on MX Network. And shout out to Walter in here. He always showing love. Walter is here showing love once again, like on every live. And I did see some cash apps come in. I will read them in a minute, but I am going to shut up and turn the mic over. We got Deja up here. I know Macaulay was trying to say some things. So y'all go ahead, take your mic off and speak your mind. The floor is yours. I'm going to shut up for a minute.
First and foremost, shout out to my auntie Michi. Everybody already know she's the realest in these YouTube streets. She got her own Michi X. I love her. All due respect. I am a moderator, so get crazy if you want to. I'm in the comment section. I'm in the chat. Hey, also, Yeah, Pisces, she had her thing, but it's Aries season now. My birthday's next Saturday. So
Happy birthday,
shout out to the
Aries.
Aries, you know? But I gotta say this, y'all. I have a lot to say. Like with the Christianity, I'm not gonna lie. Like my auntie, everybody, if you were day one, you know she was the first lady of the church, like running and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I always dreamed of being a first lady. My family on my mom's side own churches. My family on my dad's side, they own churches. So we're not just in the pews. We own it. And I'm not gonna lie, and I feel like, with all due respect, Auntie, us going through Christianity as ADOS, African American descendants of slaves, um, I feel like that is kind of somewhat like the root to us believing in our Orishas, the Greater Lofi, and our higher self, our higher being. I am a follower of Reverend Ike as well. If anybody is familiar, I'm not gonna get into it right now. Y'all can go look him up for yourself, Reverend Ike. And like I said, like Auntie, she's in tune with her ancestors and her higher self. And I in beliefs with all of that. Especially, I like how the Muslims wash themselves and wash their hands and wash their mouths. I've been to mosques, I've been to Catholic churches, and like I said, my family's own churches on both my mom and dad's side. So I would never just completely 100% turn my back on Christianity, because I do feel like that was my pathway and gateway, and that was my roots to finding myself and my higher self and my spirituality. And I just wanted to say 8 topics real fast. I'm not even gonna go into them. I'm gonna just throw them out there. The 8 topics on Christianity that I had put together was that corrupted the Black community. Because again, like I said, without Christianity, I'm not gonna hold you like my auntie. She was the first lady. She had to find herself. I found myself through Christianity. And we were given that. And like I said, at the end of the day, our God and our true power knows that we were bamboozled, knows that we were tricked, that we were, taken advantage of. They try to make it seem like the Native Americans is the only ones that was ah wah wah with their, no disrespect, they're, smoking their sage and Palo Santo and all of that. It's so many tribes like that in this world that lives like that are indigenous to this land, not even in this land, over the world, all over the world, that believes in, their power within. And like I said, these little topics real fast, I'm gonna just throw these out here. It's 8. Supporting slavery and oppression. That's how the Black church fucked us. Financial exploitation. Mental health neglect and stigma. Gender oppression. LGBTQ plus rejection and harm. And all of that in its whole. And this one is my favorite. I am going to give y'all a little insert on this one. Number 6, political positivity and respectability politics.
Oh, I think that was her phone ringing. She'll be back in a minute.
Am
Oh,
I
there you
back?
go.
I'm
Okay,
about to
that's what I
call.
said. I said, go ahead. You got a phone call?
Yeah, I'm about to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, somebody called me. Okay. With the number 6 was, how some churches have preached positivity and telling Black people to wait on the Lord instead of actively fighting for systematic change and giving us actual real plans like the Black Panthers. This is why this one is my favorite, the political side. Because one, if y'all a day one again, like my auntie, y'all gonna know my auntie. My auntie is very political, and she knows it. She was in school for criminal justice, all of that. She graduated, got degrees, all of that, went to college for that. So the political aspect of it, why is that not being pushed in the churches? That's why this one is my favorite, because, like I said, they should incorporate Black Panthers in the Black churches. I live in LA. LA, stand up. Ain't no churches in Beverly Hills, baby. Ain't no churches in the suburbs. Ain't no churches. We got churches in the hoods.
She must.
I'm
Oh,
back. I put my
okay.
phone on Do Not Disturb, and they still being weird. So let me just get to the last 2. Judgment. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, honey.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can hear you.
Auntie, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Oh, she can't hear
I can
us.
hear myself. If y'all can hear me, I'm just gonna say
Yeah,
the last 2,
we can
and
hear
then
you.
Auntie, you can mute me if y'all can hear me. Put it up. Thumbs up if you hear me. Okay, I
Yep.
can hear y'all. All right, judgment and hypocrisy. And then the last one is the business of the church. Those are 8 topics that corrupted the Black community from the Black churches. And y'all can give y'all feedback. I'm going to mute up.
Let me read this super chat. Shout out to Darius. Darius says 26 and played keys in church since 11. I've seen people get away with murder and give insurance money to pastors. Wow. Got threatened to be sued for slander, calling out homosexuality in leadership. Well, you know, again, I think all the things that she touched on, thank you for the super chat, Darius. And I do think that all the things that she touched on, like there are a lot of things in the church that we have to, but I think, again, Christianity has been projected to us in a way that it has kept us oppressed. It's been given to us as in a way, right, to where it has been used against us versus helping us to actually elevate the way that we are. Now, don't get me wrong. A lot of people go to God through their own conviction and turn into Christianity. It may have changed their lives. Absolutely, right? But there are a lot of people that have gone and walked with Christianity as well, you guys, and it has destroyed their lives. A lot of people have a lot of church hurt, right? And a lot of things have happened to them within the church. And so I got some new people up here. Let me bring some folks up here. I'm going to mute some of these mics real quick, though. I do have somebody over on MX Network that made a good point. They said that, let me see. Let me go to where it is real quick, though. I do have somebody over on MX Network that made a good point. Mr. T, you got to mute the show in the back because I can hear myself. You got to turn. Okay, you got to turn off the show. Let me see. Somebody said, where did it go? Mute the show in the back because I can hear myself. Let me see. So over here on MX Network, Quinteria says, let's be clear, most pastors are not balling. Okay. So I do want to bring that point up that she said, because I do agree that every pastor is not out here balling. We got a lot of ghetto pastors who are in the hood. They work regular jobs. They come to church. They have the tithes and offerings. It's just enough to make the church house go. And there might be a little extra for them. They have a pastor's appreciation. They give them some gifts. I agree with that. So every pastor is not a Marvin Sapp. Every pastor is not a Creflo Dollar. Every pastor is not a T.D. Jakes. That is very true. So I think that is a good point. But then I think that comes into play what Deja said, because even if these pastors are not all balling when it comes to money, I still find that even in those churches, there is so much corruption, because even in the churches where the pastors are not balling, they're not getting all this money. You know what they're doing? They're grooming people. They're committing adultery. They are messing with children. They're doing drugs. The treasurers are stealing in the back and nobody is stopping them, because even the small churches have theft, right? There's a lot of things that go on in the church. You're a pastor and you married to a woman, but you're a homosexual, okay? And you out here messing with men at hotel rooms when you think nobody is looking. So does anybody want to talk to the aspect of that? It's like, how, even when we talk about the small churches, and it's not about the money, because that's part of our conversation tonight. And at somewhere, again, we're going to take our time with this conversation. I do have some more clips to play, but one of them is about T.D. Jakes and about these young men who were groomed by him. They are adults now. And you see the one man that came forward, they have been very hush-hush, but about 30 days ago, maybe 60 at the most, a second accuser has come forward to accuse him of grooming them when they were younger. So again, this happens even in the smaller churches. I find that just like you find people who are controlling, who are narcissistic, who are maybe racist, they go to jobs like being police officers because they want that control over people. So they on purpose pick these kinds of jobs and careers to go to. I do believe that there are people who look to be pastors knowing that they have predatory ways, whether it's against a bunch of women. How many of y'all know a church and the pastor in there sleeping with all the women in the church? Come on. Like, tell the truth and shame the devil tonight, for real. Or he in there committing adultery with everybody, or they're in there on some homosexual stuff, or they're doing a lot of things they should not be doing. And I think some of them actually go to become a pastor because they know, even if it don't make me no bunch of money, all the women gonna be looking at me. Even if I go up here, I'm gonna have all of the attention. I will have people who believe in every word that I say because I am the pastor. pastor. So once I get that type of admiration, whether it's for the women, for the children, for their money, for whatever, like you said, it could be a poor church. I've seen a person in a poor church put their life insurance right before they got sick and died and took it out of their family name, talking about the Lord told them to do this, and then put it in the pastor name. They die, and the money goes to the pastor, and the family look at that pastor like, nigga, that was my mama, and that's what they in your church for 5 years. But the Lord told her to do it. Sometimes that shit is delusion, and the Lord didn't tell you to do none of that. So some of these people, even the small churches, they go and be a pastor on purpose because they know it puts them in a position to be able to manipulate people with the word of God. Okay? So people idolize their pastor, even if you're in a little storefront church. The people will idolize the fuck out of their pastor. Like everything that they say is true. They hang on to every word that they have. They have no judgment for them. Pastors can get caught in adultery, get caught in all kind of stuff that they're doing. And guess what the church will say? Well, he just needs to sit down for a moment and walk with the Lord. And when he's ready, he'll come back up. What? He's a fucking hypocrite. He's a hypocrite. This man is in charge of leading you in the most powerful thing in your life, which is walking to your creator and walking with God. And he is up here being a hypocrite based off what he preached. Any leader in any position, from a pastor to a politician to anything else, it should always be a disgrace when they stand and preach to you one thing and do the opposite of what they say. That tells you that they're hypocritical leaders, and they should never be honored, trusted, or put in a position of power. Once you realize they are abusing that power, they should be removed. Period, and not given another chance. But because Christianity says, we'll forgive you in the name of Jesus, y'all do this fucking forgiving shit, and you let somebody back up on a pulpit that don't deserve to be there. So if we want to move away from the money, let's talk about the power and the mind control of these pastors who be fucking over their members left and right. Let's be real about that, y'all. Let me see. And we got, I know M. Macaulay, if you want to go ahead. I know you've been up here for a while. We got Miss Janet up here. Oh, the other brother just dropped down. So they might have, but go ahead, W. Macaulay. You've been up here for a minute. What you want to say? And M. Janet, go ahead. Y'all have to take off your mics. I can't unmute you for you. You got to do that. Also, while I'm waiting on them to do that, if somebody could do me a favor, for anybody who's over on MX Network and also over on YouTube, or you're on MX Network, could you come over to YouTube and get the link in the description box and go ahead and post it over there on MX Network for everybody, please?
Yo, Michi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say I grew up Catholic, and it is not just in a back spot. I think it's a geographic thing, like when they rip off the black folks. And I think part of it goes back to like what you were saying is like a mind fuck, because we've been taught when we were younger, don't question certain things, just do as we say and stuff like that. So when you think of that pastor Michael Saps or whatever his name is, people just going along with, okay, my parents told me don't question pastors, just go ahead and do what they say. And I think that's a hurtful thing for us, because it goes in every aspect of life, even with our politics. Don't question, just do. And I think we need to get away from that.
Yes, that's true. Have you ever, I mean, I'm sure everybody agrees this, you know how like in the church, every time you ask the pastor something that don't make no sense, or you have a problem with something that they said, or you're just trying to find an answer, and you ask the pastor, he don't have the answer, what he always tell you, don't question the Lord. I didn't know you was the Lord, nigga. I'm just trying to get some clarification. But they hit you with that, do they not? They hit you with that, well, don't question the word of God, even if it don't make no sense.
Right.
Yeah.
But
and
how
you
do you get clarity with anything if you don't ask questions? That's how scammers scam people, because people don't ask enough questions.
That is
Maybe
true.
I should go be a pastor. I'm about to be a pastor. Y'all gonna come to my church?
I'm gonna come with you. You gonna play? You gonna play Lil Jon before we have service?
I'm gonna have Megan Thee Stallion up there, okay?
Hey, they probably got a church like that. They probably do. Look, this day and age. Thank you, Gail, for posting the link over there on MX Network for everybody over there. In the beginning, you said, did you say, if I heard you right, that you grew up in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
Yes, and you are right that there is a lot of that in the Catholic Church as well. I think that in religion, period, I find that when we look at religious cults or when we look at the Catholic Church, we look at a lot of these churches, there is a lot of that going on. I'm sure you go to the mosque and you go look at the Muslims hard enough, they got some of the same stuff going on. I mean, when we talk about not Farrakhan, but Elijah Muhammad, did they not talk about him and how he had all of these young girls and was messing with the girls in the church? I think that religion, period, opens the door for a lot of corruption because people are too trusting in the person that's in front of them that is considered the leader of your spiritual walk. And so that can always be corrupted. And I think that it is all across the board.
So when you was a first lady, did you see anything like that at your church?
Absolutely. You know, the funny thing is that when I was a pastor, I will tell you that I think my purpose in life has always remained the same, no matter what lane I go into. Because when I was a pastor, I was the pastor other pastors never wanted to see coming. And the reason being is because if you invited me to preach at your church, I always gave what the Spirit gave me to say. And most of the times, my sermon was stepping on the pastor or the people in the churches on their toes, right? And not that I did it on purpose, I was just saying what the Spirit gave me to say. And so a lot of people did not like to see me coming when I was in the church. I still have that ability, but I'm what they called a prophet, right? And so a lot of times when I delivered messages or I could interpret people speaking in tongues, it was always something that was a message to warn the church. I will never forget the day that I was in a church full of people that I loved. I loved all of those people. I had nothing against them personally. I actually was sad to have to deliver the message, but there was a lady who was speaking in tongues. She was in the choir, and whenever she would get in front of the microphone, right after the song was over, she would begin to speak in tongues. She did it like 4 Sundays in a row, and I remember saying, "Well, shit, the words say if somebody's speaking in tongues, there's always somebody here to interpret. So where the interpreter at?" And I got tired of her doing this every Sunday. Like, when are y'all gonna deliver her message so she can quit doing this, right? Because that's the purpose of why she's jumping up there. There's a word that's supposed to be being delivered. Ain't that what y'all told us? So I say, if ain't nobody gonna interpret what she's saying, let me know what she's saying. I'll interpret the shit. This is what I tell the Lord, right? While I'm in the church that day. So anyway, she starts speaking in tongues and I can hear what she's saying. So I say what the lady's saying. And the message was, everybody in this, that it said that this church, not everybody, I remember this message to this day. It said, this church is corrupt from the front to the back. God said that he is sending a consuming fire. And for those that are for him, will be purified. But for those that are not his, they will be consumed. And so they looked at me like, you trifling bitch. No, you didn't just come here and say that. The Lord didn't tell you that. They didn't want to receive that. So they told me, oh, the Lord did not tell you that. Okay. And I had people that I loved looking at me like they were upset with me. They wouldn't even talk to me. And when I left the church that day, in my spirit, I was like, you don't even need to go back, because I was visiting person. I would visit from the church we were at all the time. And I was told I had done my job. I didn't even need to go back there anymore. And it was a sad thing for me because I loved all of them people. Do you know that anywhere from 30 to 60 days later, they were preaching in the pulpit, and a man found out that a deacon was sleeping with his wife, and they had a fist fight in the middle of the church. And so when they had a fist fight in the middle of the church, the police got called, and the police came in there and told everybody to shut the fuck up and don't say nothing, told the pastor to be quiet. They would not let anybody leave because they came there because of the fight. They arrested the men that were fighting. And then a week after that, we found out that the treasurers had been stealing all of the money in the back, okay? Because they had a big church. It was like a Catholic building, but it was a Baptist church. And they had been renting out a portion of the church to a Black charter school. And so they were getting like $250,000 every 60 days. And none of the money was nowhere to be found. The treasurers was stealing everything. The pastor was a part of it. Like, everything I said came to pass. And it hurt my feelings because nobody ever came back to me and was like, Michi, you was right. And I wasn't Michi to them. I was Michelle. But they never came back to me and said, Pastor Giles, you was right. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to admit that I was right, but they say you test the prophet by what? By their word. If what they say come to pass, it is true. I had no idea those things were going to happen. And I wasn't happy that my word came to pass, but everything I said did happen. That church got destroyed. Now that church is still there, but none of them are the original pastor, the original trustees, or none of that. They are all gone because they were doing bullshit from the front to the back. The deacons were sleeping with people's wives. The pastor was stealing. The treasurers were stealing. People was in there doing all kind of corrupt shit, and nobody thought they were, and it all got exposed. So again, in saying that, like when I went to church, absolutely, I always saw the bullshit because part of my calling was to call out the bullshit. I was the pastor that preached to a lot at our church. A lot of the times we had a lot of the college students that would come there, and I would preach on Friday. We had Fire Night Fridays, and I would wear my Nikes in the pulpit, and I would wear my regular clothes so they would feel comfortable coming in their jeans and they sneakers to church too. So I preached a lot to the much younger group in the college and stuff like that. And so I was always seen as a radical preacher and a person that they didn't want to see coming. And then when they didn't want to tell me they were scared to see me coming, they just started using that shit and saying stuff like, you a woman and the Bible say women can't preach. I was like, we don't get out of here with that bullshit. So yes, I had a lot of controversy. That was my thing. I went around calling out pastors on purpose, not all the time. It was not always on purpose. I was just doing, I would go give a sermon and sometimes it would step on them niggas' toes. That wasn't my job. I was just delivering what the word was, and they would never invite me back for another sermon. We would leave and I would laugh and be like, well, honey, I don't think they're ever going to invite me back because I could tell by the looks on their faces that shit was for them. I had preachers who would call me and invite me to events because they knew I was going to say something. And I would go home and be like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause conflict. And they was like, no, Pastor Michelle, we actually called you because I knew you were going to do exactly what you did. And I know that I couldn't do that. And I needed you to do that. So it's kind of like the circle I find myself in now. I deal with a lot of activists, and a lot of them are full of shit, and they're playing the people, and they're playing the community. And where am I at now? I find myself, even though I don't try to be, in a bunch of controversy, calling out a bunch of fake ass activists. It's like no matter where I go, that's my calling, to call out hypocritical leaders. So that was even my calling within the church. So absolutely, I have seen some of the most diabolical shit within the church. That's why I say that in the church, they're the biggest goddamn hypocrites. I've seen it for so many years. I really did. I'll never forget when my son got arrested, when my marriage was falling apart, not one motherfucker came and saw me. Not one. Not one. I remember being so distraught. I hadn't said a cuss word in 10 years. I hadn't smoked no weed or nothing. I went and got me a joint. It was high as hell. One of the pastors from another church saw me at the store. I had walked down to the store and I was high. This nigga act like he didn't even see me because he didn't want to come talk to me. And I thought it was the most trifling thing ever. I even had some church people from other churches leave me messages and cuss me out because I wasn't where I was supposed to be to come to their service or to do certain things. And I said to myself, y'all all know that my son just got arrested. Y'all all know that he's in jail. You know that my marriage is falling apart and I'm getting divorced, and none of you niggas have come to see about me. But y'all used to call me at 2 a.m. when you and your husbands and your baby daddies was arguing, and I would get up and me and my husband would come to your house and we would make a pot of coffee. And when people died, I was the one there that took care of the kids. I would change the sheets in the room, the bed that they died on. And when older people, when folks die, they expel their bodily fluids. And I cleaned that shit up. I'm the one that was there for people like that. And none of them gave a fuck about me. They all ran the other direction and they talked about me. They said, you know, I seen Pastor Michelle. She smelled like she been smoking weed. And bitch, I had been. Why you ain't come pray for me? Why you ain't come see about me? So yeah, I've seen all that bullshit in the church. All of it. I absolutely have.
And Auntie, I just want to chime in and piggyback on that real fast too before we go on. I just want to say, like, first of all, that's another reason why, again, I said, like I stated before, I didn't completely turn my back 100% on Christianity, because when you tell me that story, it reminds me the story of Jesus. We all heard how Jesus did. He was a martyr. This is just a story. Even if it's the story of the Jack and the Beanstalk, even if it's the story of a fairy tale, this was the story that was told. The story that was told was similar to you, a person that was a good guy, taken care of, Robin Hood, Gladiator, whatever story you like. And this was a story, of Jesus Christ. But outside of that, like I said, being a good guy, being taken advantage of, all of that. I wanted to ask you a question. I wanted to ask you, what is the difference between church, the Black church, and the Black community?
I don't think that there's any difference. I think that the church is the Black community putting a cover on their bullshit instead of cleaning it up. if that makes sense. I think the Black community just runs to the church. They're not really changed like they say they're changed or empowered. They just use it as a way to kind of cover up the bullshit and make it okay to do it. Okay. You know, I feel like the pastors are the pimps that used to be in the community. They're the people who were in prison. They're the pimps that used to pimp people. You know, they were the players, and now they're a pastor. You know, for the people who are in the community who are the broken ones, instead of taking accountability and facing their bullshit, they go to a place called the church where they can cloak themselves in I'm worthy. We say that a lot in the church. I'm worthy. I'm worthy. Why are you worthy? Because Christ says you're worthy, not because of your actions, not because you took accountability, because Christ says so. You know, and you're forgiven. You were forgiven before you even sinned, because they convince us that we're born in sin. And so even though I did all of this horrific shit, guess what? I'm forgiven in the name of Christ. Like, who gives a fuck if the child that you molested forgave you? Who cares if when you were a crackhead and you stole all of your children's Christmas presents, whether they forgave you? Who gives a fuck if the people that you hurt in the Black community, that are your family, your friends, your loved ones, your community, who gives a fuck if they forgive you? Because my God, Jesus has died for my sins. He forgave me. So the weak people who can't take accountability for their bullshit run the church. The Black community does that. And they take this cloak of Christianity and put it over them instead of dealing with their mess. And then the people who are the so-called pimps and players, and those that like to manipulate and use people, they take the position as the pastor in the church. So all it is just the Black community covering up their bullshit instead of taking accountability. And what I mean by that too is, even if you look at us being Black people and being oppressed and subjected to the things that we're dealing with, I think that before we start talking about anybody else fixing our bullshit in the community, like, why haven't the churches done that? If the Jesus you serve is so powerful, why 5 churches within one community can't get together and save them young boys and girls who out there running in the streets? Why can't they make a difference in their community? Why can't they lay their hands on people and heal them from their mental illness or for their drug addictions? Why are they not able to then rise up the very communities that they live in? I don't understand it. I watch New Era Detroit go out there and do that shit every day. Protect the community, clean up the community, see about the people's needs, do all the things. They don't do it in the name of Christ, but that's what Jesus did. Jesus said, we're protectors, we feed, we take care of, we look after the poor, we do all of these things, you know, and we do this for the people that are around us. And we watch people do that, like New Era Detroit, and the church doesn't even do that. So for me, the church is just a place where Black people go cover up their bullshit with the name of Jesus and not take accountability for anything. And that's why, even though they feel good for the moment, it ultimately does not change the lives of the people they've hurt. It doesn't change their lives, and it doesn't change their community, because if it did, it would be visible. It would be visible. Why are so many families divided that are Christians? Why hasn't Jesus allowed them to face their bullshit? Why is the whole family full of Christians sitting around a Thanksgiving dinner year after year, knowing this nigga Sam, that's the uncle, done touched 4 of the fucking girls in 3 generations in this family, but everybody still sits around a Thanksgiving table and says grace on Thanksgiving Day with this fucking
Auntie, I think, Auntie, with all due respect, Auntie, I honestly feel like the real question is, why is there a divide between the Black Panthers or the Michi X and the Black churches? Why is it a hidden beef between? Why are we not joined together? Why is the people in the grassroots and the front line and the field and the Black, like I said, Black Panthers, the Malcolm X, the people that actually are fighting for the Black community? Why are we not in a collaboration with the Black churches? Why is it separate? That's my question.
But for me, I feel like I would spend too much time trying to clean up the church before I could ever get to the community work. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, when we look at New Era Detroit, they just get into the work. If they had to go in the church, they would have to deal with all the bullshit that the church had. And then, I mean, if you've ever been in a capacity to try and go into a church, know that pastors are territorial too. So they don't want nobody to come to their church and run nothing or help people or be seen doing more than them, because now it's the ego thing, especially if it's other men and the pastor is a man. Even with women pastors, it's the same thing. And so And then you have to understand that as activists, I'm going to deal with all kind of people in my community. I'm not going to shun them. I'm not mad at them for the space that they're in. But then you got the churches who act like, you know, you can't be around certain people or you can't do certain things. Even if we're building a community together, they're going to come on my live and be like, she was cussing way too much for me. So as soon as I get into church, it's going to be some mother that's going to pat me on the back and say, girl, you should watch your mouth. And
The
now I'm offended.
judgment.
I'm a
So
grown
the
up. Leave me the
judgment.
fuck alone. Yeah, the judgment.
Judgment. The judgment answered my question. Thank you. The
Yeah.
judgment.
Yeah, they want to judge everybody. And so it's like, if we can put that aside, then I'm going to do the work and y'all do the work too. How about us activists hit the streets and y'all pray to that powerful God you have, so that, let me tell you something, because even at the end of the day, whether we believe in the prayer they have or not, there is a certain thing called energy, right? I told you earlier that those prayers get answered for Christians. So if a bunch of people come together with the same energy and are really focusing on the same thing, guess what? That energy can multiply, and you can be sending that energy out there so that those that are willing to do the work in the streets, that they have that covering, and that energy is working with them to help things manifest even quicker, right? This is what we understand in spirituality, that there is a power in that a unity of a group of people on the same mind and the same accord. It creates a much more powerful energy source that can be used, right? But again, they have too much judgment. I'm not finna do the work I do in the community, walking to somebody's church and have them tell me to watch my mouth. What? Bitch, I will never come back in here again. I'm gonna be offended.
Exactly, and you're investing and all that. So thank you. Yeah, you answered my question. Thank you. Yeah, because I that makes sense. Because how you gonna be telling me how to love, how to support, how to do this or that? Because you following King James.
Yeah.
Michi, can I hop in?
Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Hi,
please.
I'm Quintaria. I did not
Hey.
want to get on. I was about to jump in the shower and y'all just rapid fire. But I want to say I love you so much. I met you
Thank
years ago.
you. I
I'm
love
from
you.
Detroit like you. So
What up, though?
what up, though? What up, though? But I need people to really understand, if your church is a 501c3, you already in trouble. They could position themselves as 501c1As or just be just a regular organization, but you are muzzled by money when you are a 501c3. So you're already, so for me, I grew up as a Christian. I grew up, like steeped and stoked in all of this Black church tradition, where if you ask, like, well, why y'all wear white gloves? Like, don't go against God. Even as 4, 5, 6 years old, I would always think like, dang, God, I can't ask any questions of God. But I feel like the number one problem is people don't understand that you are entering entities that have already signed an ulterior commitment with the government. They've already signed a commit. If your church is a 501c3, it's been hacked, baby. They scamming. I don't care how much they truly believe that they're doing good things, because I love the Lord too, but you've already signed a financial contract. You've already signed a financial agreement to say that you won't speak against political authorities. You won't position yourself against certain things. So how can you speak from the word of God and you've already aligned yourself saying what like what you will and won't do? I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna fall back. Not to make this political, but one thing that blows my mind about the Black church and what allowed me to fall back and find God on my own. And the crazy thing is, when I stepped out of the church and started to search God in my own ways, money blew up. Opportunities blew up, mental health got better, all types of things. And I'm like, yo, like you said, that the altar calls where I'm just laid out, single mama, crying my eyes out. Somebody might come pat you on the shoulder. But once I, stepped away from the church like my financial strategies, my connection with God blew up. But my main issue that I think, going back to kind of like the agreement that the church made, though, is everything you taught me in Sunday school, all the things you had me coloring, when it's election time, these people can come and wave, and now it's cool for me to go against everything that you've taught me. Y'all some weak, y'all weak. If you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. And maybe that's the Detroiter in me or what, but you're not going to teach me one thing and then we wave and move and do all of that. And I'm not saying that you can't be introduced or open-minded to a new idea, but it was straight hypocrisy. Yeah. I remember being a young girl in the church, and I paid my way through college teaching dance. I was not, I was kind of, I was unaware of it, but my pastor at the time, well, so I'm like between 19 and 21. And I was teaching the liturgical, like the young girls in the church. And he would call me into the back and say, come show me show me the dances you're doing so I can make sure that they're of God. And I would do the little dance, I'm really not, because you brought up in the church and died. Now it never went beyond that, but within, like, by the time I was 22, 23-ish, he was sleeping with 9 or 10 girls my age. And I was like, ding, ding, ding. That's why he wanted me back there but I'm so, willing and eager to do something for God. I was so excited to share, my gifts and talents. I was a major at Redford. So if I could keep dancing at church too, like, I was just so excited. But I realized, like you said, he was grooming me. And I didn't even, and I believe God kept me and protected me from that. But I could go on and on. But the number one thing I want people to understand, because I have pity for a lot of people in church, because I see people who are where I was 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and they're still struggling. And I know how my life was blessed when I was able to lift myself out of the fog and realize my oppressor gave my ancestors this through and embezzlement and all that, and they gave us this to pacify us. How can I think my life will truly be elevated by using all of this and not questioning and looking for more? And especially, I believe in agreements and what you bind and you reap what you sow. So if your church is a 501c3, they've already binded themselves to say what they won't say. That's not a church to me. So,
you know what? And I'm glad you said that. And for Deja, I think that's part of the answer to your question too, when you said, like, why the activists can't get with the church. Oftentimes we're speaking against systems, which are political systems, right? And she's right, something that, in her bringing that up, that a church that's a 501c3, the fact that they don't pay taxes on any of their donations. So Marvin Sapp asking for $40,000, he does not have to pay 1 ounce of tax.
Free and clear.
And he don't pay nothing. He gets to keep the whole 40,000. So because they make this agreement with the government, they understand that religion is very powerful and you can use it to sway the masses. So because of that, a church, a 501c3, automatically, by getting that ability to not pay taxes, it also states that they cannot take political stances and try and move people towards certain political avenues. So they really can't get involved with activism work if it holds political.
They can't.
Michi, can I say something?
Oh, wow.
Yes, please, brother, go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Flint, Michigan, in the house.
Michigan in the house.
Okay, Michigan.
Yeah. Now, you know what? And so I've been waiting to get on your show for a long time. But anyway, people, the pastors, y'all know what? I finally realized this in 12 Years a Slave, the movie. Do y'all remember that? When your first pastors was the slave owners. They could beat you, rape you, and then teach you what to say according to the Bible. It's still the same nowadays. The people, the high dollar people, you know what they are? They are computer programmers. From Beyonce, Jay-Z, P. Diddy, anybody that can influence the masses and can tell you how to think, what to think, how to dress, how to eat, what to wear, all of this. They're computer programmers. So I'm like, y'all, listen, pay attention. And you know what? We as Black people have been so deep and engulfed in religion, because you know what? Who taught us that? the people we trusted, our mamas, our grandmothers, because I was raised holy rollers, Pentecostal. If you ain't rolling around on the floor speaking in tongues, that ain't the right way. So about, I don't know, since 2012, it was like, well, so I thought we was all God's children. So the Jehovah Witnesses, the Catholics, the Buddhists, they're all going to hell in our way as the only right
Yeah,
way.
you don't believe in
And
Jesus.
what? You going to
That's
hell?
what it say. You all going
And
to
then,
hell.
and Michi, look, and so I'm like, when I started waking up, I'm like, how do you burn a spirit? How do you burn a breath? So y'all Christians and everybody tell me, how do you burn breath? How do
Look,
you
I
burn
want to
air?
know. I want to know how you gonna send me to hell when, baby, hell is where I came up out of.
What?
I've been
Hell?
through hell in this life. What the fuck
And
you
look,
talking
that's why
about?
we ain't afraid of Trump and Elon, because guess what? We done already been through hell.
I done been through
What
hell.
else can you do to us?
I done sat with the devil and looked that nigga in the face and said, "Nigga, I'm leaving now, and I ain't asking
You can't do nothing else
out
to
here."
us. Look, what you done, and that's why, Michi, you got your survival stuff and everything. Hey, Black people, we are survivors. We can turn, you talking about $20. I'm a chef by trade. I can turn $10 into a meal that'll feed the masses. Yeah, and I've been waiting to get on your show because you know what? When I first started following you, I'm like, oh, nah. But I believe in having an
I put a
open
bit
mind.
of taste in your mouth at first.
Hell yeah, you did.
That's
But
all
you
right.
know what?
It's okay.
I believe in an open mind. Listen, keep your mouth shut and listen to what she has to say. Because I was like Wig as Queen Amadon. Look, so I'm listening to Wig and Boyce Watkins, but then you
Wig
from
is
where I'm
Doodoo
from,
Dillard, everybody. Okay, that's who
yeah.
Wig is.
But not for the last 3 years. Don't do people, don't do us wrong. You know, and I was brought up and raised in the church, going to purity class, the whole nine. But it's because the people that introduced you to religion is your mothers, your grandmothers, and everything. That's what they knew. The slave masters introduced them to it. You know, and so I'm just like, wow. So Michi, you've been speaking the truth, and I've been following you ever since. Probably because you from Michigan.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Can we speak truth though? Even though our people are survivors and all of that, many of us are sellouts too. Like, because churches didn't have to opt into having to shut their political voice down. There are other ways in the tax code that they could have set their entity up. There are tribal organizations, family foundations. There are other ways that you can get the word of God out without they. Oftentimes we blame our oppressor too much, and I'm not saying that those factors aren't there, but quite frankly, for me, my leaders, I want them to be bold and courageous and to say what needs to be said, which is one of the main reasons why I love you, Michi. Like, but they didn't have to choose to be a 501c3. They didn't have to choose to give up their voice.
You know why I think that they do? Because, okay, follow me for 1 second. I think that most of the racism that we see, right, in our oppression is systematic, right? And so when we look at like that ghettos are created and the way schools and things like that are and jobs and stuff, I think that when we look at the scriptures and the interpretations of them within the church, they keep us in these ramifications of oppression. So what I mean by that is we are taught within the church, when we see the pastor, he's the man of God. So it's okay if he's blessed financially because he does this certain kind of job. But the truth is that unless you have a prosperity preacher who always preaching to everybody, you got a new car coming. For the most part, we have churches, and the Bible always wants us to believe what? That money is the root to all evil, that being lowly and long-suffering, right? So long-suffering means, why would you get up and argue with the government, first of all, about a ghetto? Why would I give up the ability to have tax-free money and all of these other benefits?
Michi, don't question God.
No, but see,
Don't.
listen, the 501c3 not only gives them the ability to not have to pay taxes, so they get to keep all of their money. They also can sign up for all of these programs where they can get free food, free supplies, free things. They can get free toys for Christmas to hand out to the kids at the church, things of that nature, right? So they get a bunch of free stuff. They get to keep it all tax free. But the thing is, why would the church want to give all of that away to line up with fighting politics when the Bible clearly tells you things that say it's okay to be oppressed? It tells us that we should be long suffering. If you are a good soldier of the Lord, you are one that long suffers and you don't complain. For I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. I know that thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, thy comforted me, right? 10,000 shall fall at my left, and so many shall fall at my right, but nothing shall not come near thou. Well, if you're not walking in the ghetto, then what's your valley of shadow of death? If you don't have any of these stories, are you really a soldier for the Lord? If you are not long suffering, if you are not always having something to fight
Psalms 91.
So again, the Christian Bible, the way that it has been presented to us from slavery, because there are a lot of scriptures here that are worth something. They are, but they have been misinterpreted and given back to us the wrong way. But if you really look at that Bible, it tells us everything about being meek. The meek shall inherit the earth. No, they won't. You know who inherits the earth? The strong, diabolical motherfuckers right now that run this country that's finna switch up and bring us into the new world order. There ain't nothing meek about any of them, okay? So you got to be meek. You have to be long suffering because that is your job to suffer. Did Christ not suffer on the cross? But they tell you that he suffered for your sins. But if you're going to be Christ-like, that means you got to suffer too, right? So it's okay to take 2 fish and 5 loaves. Keep eating them food stamps in that corner store bullshit ass food, because the whole Bible and the whole concept of Christianity is okay with oppression, because that oppression is actually what they claim the soldiers of God are supposed to live in if you are a true Christian.
Don't forget the widow. Don't forget the widow that gave the 2 whatever to, and me and my kid about to starve. And so they use all of this to play on your emotions. So me, yes. And they've been doing it, and it's a game. That's why you have to have God.
So the church is not going to, in order for the church to say, we're not going to give up, we're going to give up the 501c3. We will preach our word and we will pay taxes, and that's fine, because we're going to fight against the system, means that they first have to understand that we do not have to be long suffering. We have suffered long enough, baby, and it's time to get what our just due. They will first have to understand that we don't have to be meek. They need to understand that thy slave shall not be good to thy slave master. They need to understand all these things that they are preaching to us about how we need to be, which is the crux of that remixed Bible, right, by the white man, our oppressor. They would need to first understand that that's not the crux of Christianity in order to want to fight against it. They don't want to fight against that very word. So it doesn't make any sense for them to want to have a political fight in them, because
they don't even follow the 10
They will be
commandments.
fighting against everything the word tells them is a true good Christian soldier. If that
Those
makes
councils,
definitely.
Michi, those councils, like the Council of Nicaea, everybody that has something to do with the Bible, the rewriting of the Bible, it's like, do you know how many Christians that they killed because they was not celebrating Christianity the way they thought? So, but thou shalt not kill. Y'all can miss me with all of that. So this is why having
if they tell you thou shalt not kill, then why?
But they killing everybody.
But why would we ever get up and cause a revolution? Because thou shalt not kill. And what there is no revolution without bloodshed. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. So if thou shalt not kill, why would we ever politically go and start a revolution if we were the church, right?
That's proud of that's the captivity. That's the captivity that they keep our minds in.
But
now, like I said again,
at some point, like I thank you for that perspective, because I'm a financial strategist, so I'm like, boom. Well, look, you can use this tax code and still get tax. You could use, so there's still other ways that they can do it. And for me, I believe that the brilliant, the brightest should be more towards the top. But my thing is this: even if the church leaders are not bright enough to see that there are 3 other tax codes that they could use, now they won't get donations, but it could be totally tax free, and you don't even.
But we need your channel.
But let me say this: white people introduced the Christianity. They took it across the whole globe. We see how they're moving, holding the Bible. We see how they're moving, using the Bible. When are we going to say enough? Like, how long do we have to take on this long suffering? And like, to me, it's just insanity.
Until Jesus come back on the back of that white horse. What are you talking about? God damn it.
But you know what, young lady, where's your channel? Because
hey, look. Without that long suffering, you will not get that mansion in heaven. But I would like any Christian here tonight to volunteer and explain to me, why the fuck will my spiritual body need a mansion? Because I watch white people and other folks get mansions here all damn day when my body actually needs a house to be in. If I'm in heaven and I am a spirit, I don't need a damn mansion. But I guess we all fighting to get that mansion in heaven. That's why we stick to this, right? Christianity tells you to pray for your enemy. But if oppression in the system is our enemy, then why the fuck would we fight them? Because it teaches you to be weak. And they want you to pray for them. So they're very religious, keeps you from fighting.
Other cultures read the same Bible and they're thriving.
They don't read the same Bible though. No, but you say other groups read the same Bible and they're thriving. That is because when we talk about systematic racism, they are not caught up in that. So they're thriving because when you talk about the society of classes here, when it comes versus on race, we're on the bottom of the totem pole. So we won't get up and fight things a certain way because of that. So I think that is a big reason why they're not suffering from those same oppressions, and so they don't have an oppressor to fight. All they have
to do is said 2 or 3. So if it's 2 or 3 of y'all that want to do something different, like that, yeah, like I get it. I know that systematic, like I've sat on all types of boards and committees to fight, systematic racism, and I understand that it's there. However, how we are brilliant, charismatic, it's 2025. How long are we going to just sit and deal with certain things when we could do better and we see other people winning? Some of the ways that I've been able to scale my life, expand certain resources for myself and my family, was being in places where I was the only Black person there. And it didn't take long for me to see my family has never mentioned a legacy plan, or my family has never, but I learned what I needed to learn, and I took it back to my community. I applied it to myself. I didn't just keep, I get that maybe at our family reunions, we weren't talking about, building family foundations, and at my boss's family reunions, they were talking about it, but it didn't take me long to see that, hold on, this is a system that I want to implement. It's 2025. We're brilliant. We're going back to, I can't think of your moderator's name, but when she asked why doesn't the church work with the activists? How long is it going to take for us to keep bumping our heads with only, a few people winning or a few people progressing? We see that we see the manipulation, or enough of us see.
I think that a group of us see it. We do not all see it. And again, you cannot begin to get up and fight against something that you're not willing to fully see with your eyes open or willing to fully acknowledge. If I sit here right now, and I'm not going to go all the way into this conversation. I am going to come to a couple other people that are up here too, because I know y'all been waiting.
I'm sorry.
And Auntie, I'm about to jump down real fast, Auntie, and I'm going to let some other people up, and then I'm going to come back, Auntie. In the comment section, I got your back.
Okay, all right.
All right, y'all, be back.
Okay.
But you know what? Sherry Peel Jackson, former IRS Black lady that was arrested, jailed, did prison time for speaking the truth about the IRS codes. Those people. So she's got a channel. Does anyone on here?
But you know what? There are a lot of people that are awake. But when we talk about us in the masses of people understanding, again, if I begin to go into right now, okay, in order for us to understand, we have to be willing to receive things and not suffer from cognitive dissonance. Religion is one of the biggest things that will cause people to suffer from cognitive dissonance. And if people don't know what that is, let me just give folks a brief description of cognitive dissonance, y'all. And cognitive dissonance is when A person has a belief in something. Now, understand, a belief is not a fact, okay? You believe something to be true. And in that belief that you have always held tight to, you've been a Christian ever since you was a baby, right? You didn't even, nobody even asked you if you wanted to be one. You were just born into it. And next thing you know, you was baptized when you was 5. You don't even remember this shit. And now you in Sunday school, you don't even remember where it started. It's just always been this way. So you have a belief about something, and you believe it so wholeheartedly that when a person presents you with facts that go against your belief, they give you
fight
proof.
it tooth and
They
nail.
show you that what you believe is not true. A person cannot deal with the fact that what they've always believed is not true. So what they will do is they will dismiss the facts in order to hold on to that belief, even if the facts show that they're wrong. And cognitive dissonance can even cause a type of anxiety in a person, because once you take away something that they have believed so wholeheartedly, they just don't know how to receive it. And it doesn't matter
And
how
they
real it
question
is in their
everything
face,
after that.
they're going to have to refute it. That is called cognitive dissonance. And so many people are not going to do that with their religion. Just for a quick example, if I was to sit here right now and I was to tell all of y'all, once again, now we got to get up, we got to be awake, we got to fight. Let's just come back to the simple understanding of Martin Luther King was not the man y'all thought he was. The civil rights movement was not necessary, that we were segregated, but we were in a good way. Black people on buses, movie theaters, and cab companies. I'm talking about companies that had 500 buses. What if I told you there was no need for the bus boycott, and what him and Rosa Parks did actually put us out of business? And that the very thing that activists we are today, we fight to try and build our own shit. We already had all of that shit. And Martin Luther King came in working with the government and used that movement to actually destroy all of the individual segregated power that we had, that we watch the Jews, the Asians, the Hispanics, and everybody else hold to this very day. They build in their communities. They have what they want. You know how many people are going to be like, all my life I've been told that Martin Luther King was a good man. He was a pastor. He was a Christian. How fucking dare you? And I can show you all the receipts. I already did this a couple of months ago. And it's a motherfucker who keep coming on my post asking me every time he come, no matter what I say, ever since that, he asked me, how does it feel to sell my soul for a few shekels? Because I fucking told you the truth. I sold my soul. Everything I told you about Martin Luther King, I spent, matter of fact, several shows trying to show people the proof. I proved that we had these communities. I proved that we had our own police departments. We had our own municipalities. I proved that we had our own schools. And not only did we have our own schools, our children were more educated than the white kids in their schools. So why the fuck would you send that little girl into the white schools and have her be harassed every day to let the oppressor teach your kid again? But no matter how much I show people the proof, they don't want to receive it. That's called cognitive dissonance. So again, when we say people are awake, going back to the church thing, there's the people who ain't never waking up from that shit. And no matter how much we tell them, no matter how much we put in front of them, they are not going to receive any fucking fact. You could have Jesus come down himself and say, thy child, white and all, shining and glowing with the hose in his hand. They still not going to believe this shit. They're going to say, Jesus, well, you wouldn't lie to me. And all this time, you've been telling me all my life one thing. They'll refute family shit. Like that. They're going to refute that shit too. So we just got to understand, it's not that easy for people to wake up. Religion is one of the most powerful controlling tactics. I want y'all to understand this, and then I'm going to go to Kath. We got Kathy up here. We got Miss Janet, and we got Check with the emoji with the dollar sign hanging out their mouth. We're gonna see what they got to say. But this is the thing that we have to understand in our communities. People are not going to let go of their religion. Religion is the most powerful thing that any person holds dear to them. If you believe in a religion, a ritual, whatever you believe the higher power to be, that higher power is the very reason for your existence. It is the thing that moves you when you don't know what to do. It is the thing that makes a way for you when you don't know how to make a way for yourself. It is the very crux of everything you move and you believe in. When you're sad, it's what picks you up. When you don't know where to go, it gives you direction, right? This is the thing that gets in touch with what's inside of you, because your flesh is something that doesn't always know what to do. This is the most powerful thing that anyone can have. If a person can control your God, they can control everything about you. And so understand how powerful of a weapon religion is. And most people are not walking away from their religion. I don't care what I say. I could talk to them blue in the face. I could sit here and have a 5-day marathon and straight go and show all kind of receipts, bring the Bible to the table, show scriptures and everything else. And there are people here, their mind is so made up, they don't give a fuck what I say. They believe what they believe. And they have already decided that before I even open my mouth. They don't care what I show them. They are not changing their mind because that is their God. And you don't get to change people's gods very easily. When I decided to change my outlook on God, that was my decision, mine, right? And it was a very difficult decision, not because I wasn't ready to let it go. But when I let go of everything that I had always known, I jumped into this thing that I called the abyss. I didn't know what was on the other side of this. I didn't know. If I didn't believe in God this way, I didn't know what the fuck was on the other side of this. If I let this thing go in my life and that thing go, and I just let go of everything I've always known to relearn, I'm jumping into somewhere that I've never even been. I don't know what's on the other side of this. That's scary for a lot of people. All I know is that I told myself, I don't give a fuck what's on the other side of this. What I know is that I can't stay where I am right now. So I'm a fucking jump without a parachute. I'm a jump into this darkness. I'm a jump into the abyss. I'm a jump and I don't know what the fuck is on the other end of this. But you know what is? It's not where I am. And what I'm not going to do is stay where the fuck I am. When I decided I was tired of my life, I had two choices. I told you. I did not like the life I lived. There was one point y'all see Michi. Michi is strong. Michi is determined. I'm sure that I inspire a lot of y'all. Y'all have told me that, and I am glad that I do. But let me tell y'all something to inspire you some more. There was a day that I wanted to die. I sat around depressed in my room for 2 years and I wanted to die. And some days I thought about jumping off the roof, but I said, that shit hurting and my kids will find me splattered in the yard. I said, damn, well, if I slit my wrist and my kids find me like that, what is it going to do to fuck up my kids? There were times that I wanted to not live, but I remember telling myself every time I thought about leaving, I really don't want to die. I just don't want to live this life anymore. The life that I live right now, I don't want it anymore. I don't want the pain. I don't want the problems. I don't want the confusion. I don't want the hurt. I don't want this, but I don't want to die. I just want something different. And that was the moment I said, I'm letting all of this shit the fuck go. And I let everything go because I was in such a dark place. Guess what? It was easy to jump into the abyss of not knowing because the abyss is dark. You don't know what's on the other end. It's like walking through a dark tunnel. I'll find my way as I go. But I was already in so much darkness. I wasn't scared of more darkness. So I walked right into that shit. And I let everything go because I decided it wasn't that I didn't want to live. I just didn't want to live the life that I had. And it was at that moment that I decided to walk into that darkness. I realized that my life was my accountability. I realized that if I was a fucking child of God, that God was a creator and I disappointed my creator every fucking day, that I walked around as this weak being, acting like every time I had a problem, I had to call him and say, could you fix it for me? Are you a fucking child of God or are you not? God damn it. Get your ass up and go create the life that you want. Take accountability. Ask yourself why you're not happy here. What part do you play? Because the only thing you can control is your goddamn self. And so I had to take a long, hard look at me. And yes, people did me wrong. And yes, they had me in situations, but I also decided to stay far too long. I accepted more than I should. I made excuses when I shouldn't. I didn't do everything that I should. So I decided to take accountability for me. And as you said, sister, after I went through all of that, I emerged like the rising phoenix out of that shit. And that was when my life changed. Michelle became Michi X. My finances grew like I never thought I would have the life that I have. Everything I ever wanted came into my life. I found real purpose and I wasn't sitting in a dark place in my life anymore. Everything in my life changed for the better. And I understand that. And now in my life, do I have bad times? Do I have bad moments? Hell yes, I do. But let me tell you what I do. I realize that the responsibility of my life is mine. So whenever some shit is going wrong, the first fucking thing I say is not, God, please. The first thing that I say is, okay, what are you doing to be in this position? And what can you do to change the position that you're in? I always start with me and it always ends with me. And in the end, if I do what the fuck I'm supposed to do, everything always gets real amazing. And when it's all said and done, I thank the creator. I thank my ancestors. I thank the universe for working with me, but I never give them all the credit for the fucking hard work that I do, because I did this shit. And I wake up when I've done the shit that I do, and I know that my creator looks down and is proud of me. And you know what he says? And he's not a he, so I use that word lightly. God is not a he nor a she, but an energy of all things created. But when that energy looks down on me, you know what they say? Now that's my motherfucking child. That's my child. I'm proud of her. That's my baby, acting like the goddess she is. She got it. She changed that shit. She didn't have to even call on me one time. I was in there, I moved some shit around and helped her out, but she didn't even need me to do that. Now I'm proud of that child. That's a child I claim. That's a child that walks around like they are a child of the creator. So again, like I said, for anybody who is like, Michi, you're so strong. I am strong. I haven't always been this strong, but I guess I have been, because when I was met with that moment of weakness and darkness, I did not give in to that shit. I didn't. The biggest fight you're going to ever have in life is with your motherfucking self. So put all that bullshit you've been taught to the side and sit down and take a hard look at you. You are your biggest problem. And as soon as you get sick and tired of not the nigga down the street, the motherfucker you in a relationship with, the job that you had, your bank account, your friends, your house, your neighborhood, but when you get sick and fucking tired of you, that's when everything gonna change. And that's the truth. You can keep going to church and cover that shit up as much as you want with psalms and with prayer and with Jesus and with oil on your forehead and giving your fucking pastor your last $20. But none of that is going to change you. I promise to God it won't. It'll put a Band-Aid on that shit. You'll feel good for a moment. But ultimately, it will not change the shit that you really want to be changed in your life. You got to look at yourself to do that. And with that said, I'm going to shut up because I didn't intend to preach no sermon here tonight, but I did. So, now I'm going to be quiet. And I'm going to pass the mic. I see Miss Kathy, she over there with her pretty smile, got her camera on. So Miss Kathy, you go ahead, and Miss Janet, and check in. Y'all take off your mic and y'all chime in and tell me what you want to say on this topic. Let me see. Oh, Miss Kathy, your microphone is muted. You got to take the mute off. Let me see. It's still muted. There should be a little button and it shows a microphone and a camera. The one that says microphone, push that because it's on mute and I can't unmute you. You got to do it, but you're muted. Miss Janet, while she figured out you there, Miss Janet? And
I am here.
Go ahead, Miss Janet. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing fabulous. And how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. And I'm glad that you're here with us.
This has been a very interesting conversation. Oh, Miss Kathy's talking. Go ahead.
Oh, Miss Kathy, your microphone's working out. You got it.
You know something? This is all new to me. Hey, guys, I might look pretty good, but I'm 73 years old and will be 74 in July. So you're talking to one of your elders. I've been following Michi for a long time. I'm from Detroit, grew up in Detroit. And hey, hello, Detroit. And I miss Detroit. But one thing I know about life is you can learn from everyone. And even though I'm 73, I've learned a lot from Michi. And I learned from everyone. But when it comes to the Bible, I think I am somewhat of an expert. I've been studying the Bible and religions for over 70 years. I'm not over 70, I'm 60 years. My mother was a superintendent, a Sunday school superintendent in the church. And that's what got me started. And the first question I asked her, and I was nothing but a kid, I said, Mom, if these white people lynched and killed our people, set us afire, made men rape their own mothers, and fed our kids to alligators, why would we ever think to believe anything that came out of their mouth about God? You see, does that make sense to anybody?
Yep.
Why would you listen to them? So I knew something was wrong. And when you study slavery, you know that our people were under stress and duress. You know that they beat them, they killed them, even if they had a book in their hands to try to read. So they put overseers on them and told them what to say in the churches. But that was our ancestors. And I can understand being forced to believe a certain way under those conditions, stress and duress, and be inflicted with the most horrific, inhumane, insane treatment ever known to man. But we are past that. We are, a lot of us, very much well educated. We don't have to think the way our ancestors thought. And I always promote, we need to read, study, research, then think. And I'm talking about critical thinking, then change our mindset. Now, when it comes to the Bible, a lot of us don't know it is our history book. It is about our culture. It is about our God. From Genesis to Revelation. In Genesis, the second book, it tells us exactly where creation started. Genesis, second chapter, 10 to 14 verse. It started in Africa. When you Google Africa, you will find that even the white people say that Africa is where creation started. They say East Africa, the black scientists, the white scientists, the German scientists, they say. So if we started in Africa, we are the first people. We are the people of the book. We have to get that in our own minds. Now, when I was growing up, they taught us that we were cursed because we were the children of Ham. Who is Ham? He's one of Noah's child. Noah had three sons. They said that Ham was cursed and turned black. That's what they used to teach us. But Ham was never cursed and turned black. Ham was always genetically black. Ham's son, Canaan, was the one that was cursed. That's why reading and researching and thinking is important. Ham's father was Noah. He was black. So was Noah's mother. I mean, so was his wife, rather. So his three sons were black. You have to do a lot of research, but you'll find out that the people in the Bible were all black. I'm going to break it down, and they settled in different parts of Africa. If you go to some ancient maps, you can see that. When it comes to how did we get Jesus Christ, there's you have to study about Alexander. Pope Alexander, I believe the sixth, had a son named Caesar Borgia. Alexander hated the fact that in all his research in the ancient wall paintings that they were black people. So he had the people during the during the Renaissance era, paint everybody white. He whited out all the black people, and he used his son Caesar Borgia as the picture that they put in the Bible as Jesus Christ. So we've been fed a lot of lies. So we have to go back and do a lot of, like I said, read, study, research, think, change our mindset. When it comes to what Jesus Christ said, his real name, Hebrew black name, is Yeshua. He said, I came here only for the lost sheep of Israel. So who is Israel? Israel was Jacob's son, Jacob children. Jacob had 12 sons. They called them the children of Jacob until the Creator changed Jacob's name to Israel. So it is the children of Israel. Just like my father had 6 kids. We are the children of Patterson. See, the state of Israel that we have now, the state of Israel, it has nothing to do with the biblical black Hebrew Israelite. Those white people do not belong there. They killed off the biblical Hebrew Israelites. The white people that are in the state of Israel are fake Jews. They stole the religion of the tribe of Judah, which was one of Israel's children or Jacob's children. The tribe was Judah. They stole their religion and called themselves Jews, and that's where the confusion come in. They are not related to the black Hebrew Israelites of the Bible. See, there's so much research we have to get and do, and we have to be of one accord. My name is Kathy Patterson. I'm on Facebook. And since 2011, my daughter, who's now deceased, her boyfriend killed her at 28 years of age. She's the one that signed me up on Facebook. And I have been doing many African American seminars. If you can go to some of those seminars, especially the ones in 2023, 2024, and 2025, you'll learn a lot about religion. But again, we are those people in the Bible. Our history, our culture, our religion was stolen from us. Now, a lot of you don't know that there are 4 curses in the Bible. And guess what? In the Bible, the 4 curses involve black people being cursed by the Creator and turned white. And in one of the curses, it was a generational curse. That one was in 2 Kings 5th chapter, the 27th verse. In the Bible, there is a disease process called leprosy in which black people lost their pigment and they were turned white. And the priest could not pronounce them clean until they were turned white from their head to their toes. It started with a white spot in the skin or a bright spot, and it turned the black hair yellow. These white people were put outside the camps and they had to cry, unclean, unclean. All this is in the Bible. And so when you start doing your research about the Bible, you will find that we are the people. And we have to get that point first in our head. We are the people. Why do America hate us so much? Because these presidents and these leaders know we are the biblical Hebrew Israelites. In fact, Hitler himself, what's going on in America right now, they are using the same strategies as Hitler did. They say one thing and then they'll contradict it. Then they'll say another thing and contradict it to keep people confused. And then he led them into those gas chambers and killed them. This country is actively trying to kill all of us. And so we better get our heads together really quick. Okay?
Well, in saying that, I think that Marvin Sapp and pastors forcing their congregation to give them a whole bunch of money doesn't necessarily do any justice. I mean, in all that you said and knowing the truth of where everybody is, I think that just show that more so.
Let me add something else to you. When you study the Bible, the Levites was the priesthood, and tithing was done only every 3 years. And in the 3rd year, the people were commanded to bring to the Levites the firstling of their fruits, vegetables, and their animals. It wasn't money. And the purpose of the tithing that was done every 3 years was to feed the widows, the orphanage, and the Levi priests and the strangers in the gate. And when the Levites got all of the food and the vegetables and the animals, they offered up an offering to the Creator. They had to give a 10%. In the Bible, it was never commanded of man to give tidings 10% every Sunday.
Well,
Again, it
well,
was only every 3 years.
I can see, I mean, with times changing, of course, because when they gave every three years and they were giving different
Mhm.
like of their crops and things of that nature. So I can see them giving for the church. But I'm glad that you brought up that point, because if we're going to talk about Christianity, I want to play a video for you guys, okay, of another pastor,
Okay.
so y'all can see what he had to say, because he actually said that tithes are not to be given to poor people, and that you're only supposed to give to the church, and that when you give to a poor person, you're not getting nothing back in return, so you're not getting nothing from it. So I want to actually play his clip, and so that we can talk about that. And I want Shooting Star, I seen somebody else that came up here. Your microphone and stuff is not connected, so it will not let me let you up. So you got to go back down and get your microphone and stuff connected. Miss Janet, I'm gonna come to you and check when we come back. And then I see we got my boy Hotspot Casino up here and Michael Pan. But let me play this video. I think that is a good place for us to stop and watch this video of a pastor trying to convince his congregation. Now, I also want y'all to know, after I play this, that this pastor also is the same pastor that right after he did this told his congregation they needed to raise, I think it was like $4 million, and he felt that his church could do it, because I don't know if the church where they were at got destroyed or something. I think there was some kind of disaster and that they needed the money to rebuild. But he told them that after he told them this. So let's play this video and see what y'all got to say about this one. Hold on. Let me go back to the beginning. Put y'all up on game. Hold on. So y'all tell me what y'all think about this.
The problem with the church is that anytime a person is in need, y'all go to running and dropping money. But let me tell you something, the poor will be with you always. And there is no blessing connected to blessing the poor other than getting back what you gave to them, but no multiplication. Multiplication is segregated for tithes and offering. When you give to the poor, the only thing you do is help them, but you don't help yourself. So when you give $1, you're talking about I did my thank you, but it ain't gonna help you. Read your Bible. Charity does not bring wealth. Only the tithe does that. Matter of fact, you don't believe me? Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna preach on
it.
Wow.
Okay, so let me put that there. He said that the tithing only brings wealth. So I don't know. I don't see. Y'all can tell me about that as far as when it comes to tithing. You got, and everybody's microphone I think is on mute. I did that so we wouldn't hear background noise. But anyway, there goes another pastor, right, preaching to everybody about some type of tithes and offering. He says the only way you reach wealth. So he's telling his people, you can get wealthy and you'll be blessed with wealth, because you're going to get back what, tenfold, whatever you give in tithes and offering, and you're going to get that back. You're going to get a multiplier of that, so you can become wealthy by tithing. But it seemed like they're the only ones that ever reach wealth. It's not really the people in the congregation. And so then he's also encouraging you not to give to the poor, not to help out get to the poor. Now, we just heard our elder up here tell us when it talks about the Bible, right? And she said that, that the tithes were given only so many times in so many years. And when they were, part of those tithes in the Bible were to help the widows and those that were in need and those that needed help. It wasn't just for the church. So in the Bible, she is right there. There is times that talk about that money and things being brought to the people that were the preachers back then, the church house, that they did actually give to the needy and help those that were in need. So he's telling you, and I think it's crazy because it tells you to be a giver in church. Kyler, your microphone is not connected. If you want to drop down and come back up, it won't let me let you up because it says you don't have any microphone connected. But basically, he's telling you that if you give to the poor, you should be concerned because you get nothing back in return. So that sounds a bit selfish. I don't ever recall any church saying that is their motto, to be selfish and only think of self, right? They want you to be selfless and give of yourself like Christ gave his life. And so he's telling you don't give to the poor because you might give, but you get nothing back in return. I didn't know that we gave to people in need looking for something in return. I thought that we were supposed to give and not expect the one that we gave to actually give something back to us. And that it said in the Bible as well, the one scripture I guess he must have missed is where it says that, why would you say to y'all remember the scripture there if y'all ever read it, right? Why would you say to your brother or your sister that you'll go pray for them? If you have what they need today, then why will you not provide it for them, right? So if they have need of something, the Bible says if you have something and your brother, your sister, your neighbor, this stranger, this person, they are in need of it, don't tell them you'll pray for them. If you have what they need, give it to them.
Right.
So it's amazing to me how preachers, they do this a lot in church. They will find that one scripture that clarifies everything they want to give to the congregation while leaving out all of the other scriptures that actually brings balance and says, well, maybe what that shit said is not what you're really trying to tell the people. So that video I wanted to play, we will talk about T.D. Jakes in a minute. I want to play something else for y'all. But first, I want to give some people some opportunity in here to say their piece. I know we got Hot Spot Casino. Miss Janet, I know you were going to say something earlier. Go right ahead. We got Michael and Hot Spot Casino. The floor is y'all's.
Okay, so I find the conversation that we're having very interesting, especially when we're talking about religion. Like the gentleman earlier was saying, I was also born and raised in the church. My grandfather was a pastor. I had two uncles that were preachers. My grandmother was the missionary. She was a district missionary. And everything that I learned about life, I learned from my grandparents and my uncles and from the church. And then I woke up. I started finding out things. I started doing research. And a lot of things that they taught me weren't true. And I was like, and I started asking questions. And the more questions that I asked, I got the silent treatment because nobody knew.
Were you told not to question God?
Yes,
But
I
you
was
weren't.
told
But
that.
you were actually questioning the preachers and asking for clarification, right? You weren't questioning God.
Yeah, I was asking the members of the church. I mean, because I was taught like because they talk about being saved. If you're not saved, you're supposed to act like you were, even though you wasn't. And I was like, isn't that being fake? And I was asking a Sunday school teacher because it's like, why would I act like I'm something that I'm not? I was like, that didn't make sense to me. And I got in trouble for that because she told my mother what I said and I got a whooping for it. I was like, well, as a child, it didn't make sense. Why am I pretending to be something that I'm not? That to me, that's being a hypocrite. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say I'm saved and I'm not, but on the weekends I'm going to the club and I'm coming back and I'm playing drinks. I'm not going to do that. It didn't sound right to me. So then when I started,
Let me ask you a question about that too, Miss Janet. You said I'm not gonna say I'm saved because I've been going to the club. Does going to the club make a person like really a bad person? Should that? I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking people opinion. I mean, according to the religion, that's what it say. But like, because you go out to a place where people are dancing and they're drinking liquor. I do recall that Jesus turned water into wine at a wedding, and he saved the best wine. He broke out the Ciroc. The Casamigo, he saved it for the end of the night. He gave him the booze farms at the beginning of the wedding, but then he gave him the real drink at the end. You know what I'm saying? The Jose Fuego. So they was drinking at the wedding. So you can't go out to the club and have a good time, dance to some music, and have a couple of drinks, and that makes you not worthy of being saved or a child of God. I don't understand that concept because, you know, like I said, Jesus was helping people get drunk at one point.
That's what I was taught when I was growing up, because going to the club was a sin. It's like everything we did, like we couldn't have fun. It's like you couldn't wear short sleeve dresses, or you couldn't wear open toe shoes. You couldn't wear fishnet stockings. You couldn't wear red stockings. You couldn't wear makeup. You couldn't wear nail polish. I mean, you couldn't wear mascara. It's like a lot of things that they said was sin wasn't a sin. Couldn't go to the movies. You know, a lot of
Yeah.
things. Couldn't play cards. And it's like a lot of the stuff that people normally do, they said it was a sin. But there was nowhere in the Bible that I looked that said that those things were a sin. It's if you do too much of it, it's a sin. But just to like casually take a drink, or listening to jazz, or what they call worldly music, we couldn't even listen to that. I listened to a lot. I had to sneak and listen to it though. But I listened to a lot of music because they were saying that the lyrics to the music was ungodly. I said, so why are you listening to it and telling me that it's ungodly, but you're listening to it too? What's wrong with you? It just is a lot of things that I was taught didn't make sense. So when I woke up, I left Christianity because I discovered that it was a violent religion. Because they went around killing people if they didn't agree with what the Pope was saying or what the preachers were saying. It's just like, if you don't agree with what we're saying, we're going to torture you and kill you. That didn't make sense to me. So it's like, why am I being a Christian? If you guys are talking about you gotta love God, you gotta love your brothers, and you gotta forgive those that do you bad. Why?
Hmm.
Because you're going around killing people. The KKK, them people went to church, and after
Well, you
that,
know,
that got finished going to
you're
church.
right. You're right. Let's be honest. The KKK were actually very much Christian, and they will burn a cross in your yard. They was not their enemies. They was not worried about certain kind of sinning. They felt like God loved them no matter what they was doing. So, and
And that
they
didn't make
look at it in a whole different light.
that didn't make sense to me. And then you got criminals that say that they're Christians, like the mob. They was devout Catholics, but they went around killing people. I said, hold up here, wait a minute.
I just, like I said, I think that again, I think if I could wrap up anything and say within the church, I think that I find a lot of hypocrisy. Somebody said earlier that every pastor is
Yes.
not balling. So let's come back to that, right? So every pastor is not balling, but I think that whether you are in a mega church or whether you are in a storefront church with a couple of members and some tambourines and some used drums you got at the pawn shop, okay? Whether you in that kind of a church or not, I think the hypocrisy falls upon them all, because I find it very hard for people to say it is okay for you to do one thing but to not do another. They're very judgmental. Again, I don't see anything wrong with going to the club and you're an adult and having a couple of drinks. Does that make you sinful? No. But then you come into the church, and you got people in there who are backbiting, who are talking about people who truly have hate in their heart. They can put on a facade
Mhm.
as though they are something they're not when they're in the church, but then when they go home, they doing all kind of foolish shit that's way worse than that. But they look at you like you bad or you wrong. I'll never forget one time I was at church and we had took my son across the street to the candy store, and we were going to come back because it was like an afternoon service or whatever. So we stayed. Sometimes, you had a morning service, you stay, and then it's afternoon,
Yeah,
we in
yeah,
church all day long. One of them we
yeah.
live in life, right? So we go across the street. My son had just got like $100 for his birthday. He had 520s, and he went over there and he went to the candy store. When he took his money out of his pocket, all the money fell out of his pocket, and this little boy picked up the money like a teenage boy. And somebody seen him pick up the money and told me that he took his money. And I was finna go over there and check the boy. I was like, what you mean he took his money? I'm about to go over there and get your damn money back. Now, this is in Detroit, okay? Look, we in Detroit. I don't give a damn. We at church. You done took my baby money. I'm about to beat your ass in the name of Jesus. I was mad. He done took my baby money, and he looking all heartbroken. He's a little kid, and he done just lost all of his money, and somebody done took it, and he don't know how to say nothing back to him when he realized it's the person who picked it up. So I'm like, what? He took your money. I'm about to go over there and make his ass give it back. And this is how I'm talking. One of the church people wrote up on me and was like, watch your mouth. And she was like, looking at me like, because I was upset about the situation. I was getting to go ready to do something about it. I wasn't acting Christianly. I said, bitch, if you don't shut the fuck, I wanted to call her all kind of out her motherfucking name that day. I would never forget. So it's okay for this boy to steal my little son's money. This boy is like a 18-year-old. He's there. He sees a 7-year-old drop all this money, and instead of giving the boy his money back, you take his money and then you stand there at the store, and then he's realized you picked it up, but he's too little to say anything to you. And I'm supposed to go over there and pray for him or tell him, baby, in the name of Jesus, we'd like you to give that money back. Bitch, we in Detroit. I'm about to go over there and roll up on him like, nigga, I know you got my baby money. You want to get your head bust? Do we need to pop a trunk around this month? Like, stop playing with me, okay? But she came up on me like I wasn't supposed to do that. She came around like she caught me being upset, and I shouldn't be angered. Like that was a sin to be upset about what that boy did to my son, and to the point where they was all even like, we're not even going to go over there and say anything to him. That's fine. So everybody got together and gave him some more money, but that wasn't the fucking point. And again, they made me out to be the bad guy because I was upset, because I should have been at peace in that moment. So this is what I mean by hypocrites, because we were at church, but if that grown ass woman that called herself trying to come over and check me about a human reaction, I have the right to be upset about this and want to go confront him. I'm a parent. This is a little kid, and somebody bigger than him has taken his money. He doesn't know how to say give it back. Okay. And so you do that, but bitch, had that been your bill money and somebody took your shit, you wouldn't have reacted that way. But you're so self-righteous right now because it's not you. You know what I'm saying? So I just find that in the church, if there's one word I could give them all across the board, like that video I just played, they're fucking hypocrites. And this is why, let's be real too, statistically, because Sis said something earlier about, about the church and why we won't wake up. Let me be clear though. Statistically, right now, more people are leaving the church than ever before. More people are turning their back on Christianity than they ever have. So we are in an era where there are more people walking away from church and walking away from Christianity than ever before. And
but what are they walking to? They're walking away, but what the hell they walking to?
Well, a lot of them are walking to, which I'm not opposed to, is spirituality. Now, spirituality is a big word that you slap onto something and it can become many things, right? But the thing about spirituality that I'm glad for the new generation who's out here feeling this way is that in spirituality, if I could give it one word, versus hypocrisy for Christianity would be doing it your way. And I know that's more than one word, but spirituality says that you don't get to tell me how to get to God. You don't tell me how to walk with my creator. I get to get in tune with what works for me, because as a creator, no, that's why all these different religions work. Even though they're different, they all work, because remember earlier I said the common denominator is you. Right? It doesn't matter what religion people are in, they're praying and their prayers are getting answered. So it's obviously not the religion, because if the religion was true, it would only work for one religion, right? Why does it work for every religion? Because the people that are believing in what they've created in their mind, they are creators. That's the image of God. So if they have believed it so wholeheartedly that it's true, guess what? It is true to them. It works for them. It's real. So there is something inside of you that says, as a creator, if you believe something with your heart, body, and soul, and it is real to you, it's this thing that's called manifesting, and you actually create it and make it be real, whether you believe a person can do that or not, because you are a creator. The Bible even tells you the power of life and death is in the tongue, and those that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. So if we interpret that scripture right, what it means is that the power of life and death, to create or to destroy, is in your tongue. And those that love it, meaning those that indulge in speaking it a lot, speaking things, saying things, guess what? You will eat the fruits of whatever you say you will have. God said, let there be light. Well, when you begin to talk, I guarantee you, everybody right now, I challenge you to look at your life. Look at your life. Look at your life. And then I want you to tell yourself, don't tell me, what do you speak when you talk every day? What do you think when you think about your life every day? And what actions do you take in your life every day? I promise you have the right to that you have created. I promise you have the life that you have manifested. Now think about your actions, change them, change the way you think, and change the way you speak, and you will have something different. The power of life and death is in the tongue. So when you talk about what people speak, what they believe, and what they go out there and do, it all comes back to that person. So you could decide to worship a goddamn rock. If you really believe this rock will answer your prayers, guess what? Every time you go to that rock and you start saying, this is what I want, but you walk away from that rock and without a doubt, you know that it's going to answer your prayer because you believe it. It's your unwavering belief that it will happen. It is your words that hold the vibration and the energy that spoke it. And it is your actions where you move every day expecting it to show up. Faith without works is dead. Yeah, I can say it in all different types of ways, but that's why shit manifests in people's lives. So again, the common denominator is you as an individual creator. So spirituality says people have the right to find however they want to find to walk with God. And nobody gets to tell them that. So I will tell you this before this generation of people who are walking away from the church, before somebody grabs them and says, this is how we get to God, I would rather have them take that journey on their own individually, because even though I practice spirituality, I take a little bit from everything and I take what works for me. But my spiritual walk, this thing about Christianity and religion says we all walk in the same manner. We all pray the same prayer. We read the same book. We do the same thing. Spirituality says my walk looks nothing like somebody else's walk. We may understand some things. We may have some things in common as the spiritual beings we are. We can talk about dreams and interpreting them. We can talk about how we have intuition. We can talk about how we spoke and manifested things. We may call them different things. You may go by the moon cycles. I may work with elements, water and fire and air. See, so at the end of the day, regardless of what we do, my individual walk does not look exactly like anybody else's. So spirituality does not group us all into one group. So I'm glad that they're walking into spirituality. What they're doing is they're finding their way. Right. And I think that if you get with yourself and God will direct you. You will find your way that's for you. Your journey in your life should never look anything like my journey. We are individuals with our own journeys to live when it comes to finding the creator. And that's the problem with religion. All religion, not just Christianity. They put God in a box. This is what God looks like. Spirituality says, I don't sit in a box. I sit in whatever I want. I go wherever I want. I take whatever I want. I leave whatever I don't. And so I'm glad that this newer generation is walking in that manner. God goes with me wherever I'm at. So as long as I wake up every morning, guess what? God is with me. And whatever happens that day is my journey in that day. That's my religion, you know? And so
I want to add one more thing before I let you go. And when I was growing up, they always scared us. The church uses fear tactics to keep people under control. So they would say that if you do something, you're going to hell. That's all I heard when I was growing up. You're going to burn in hell if you do this. You're going to burn in hell if you go to the club. You're going to burn in hell if you say this. You're going to burn in hell if you're doing something else. It was always that fear tactic. So I got tired of being scared that God that sits up there in the sky somewhere, sitting on the throne, is going to strike me down dead because I did or said something I shouldn't have been saying because the church said I shouldn't be saying it. But then, like I said, I woke up. I was like, you said that God, I was told that God's a loving God. I said, if he's a loving God, why is he putting all these restrictions on me and making it so that I can't do it? I can't do anything. Kind of sounds like slavery, right?
Well, I will tell you this. I done been through hell and back. So you can't nobody scare me with hell.
That's right.
You can't scare me with hell because I done been through hell
That's
and
right.
back. The shit that I done experienced at the end of the day, I done been through so much dark. I'm comfortable in the light or the dark. I can dwell in either one. Neither one of them scare me because I spent so much time in the dark that it actually became a home for me. And I'm not saying that I sit in darkness. What I'm saying is no longer does hell scare me. Whenever things come against me in life, it's just I'm a goddess. At the end of the day, again, I'm a child of God. I just figure it out and I fucking go fix it. But I'm not scared of the dark. I don't run from the dark. That's how I became a warrior in the dark. That is a comfort zone for me. And at the end of the day, I'm just as comfortable in the dark as the light. So nobody can ever threaten me with the fear of hell. Baby, I've been through hell and back.
But the Bible does
Living
says
in
that we're
hell.
all gods. So according to the Bible, we're all gods. Isn't that what Jesus said? That's
Well,
what
I
the
you
was
are.
just,
Bible.
I
You're
was
the
just
God
about
of
to.
your life. Are you not?
I
Haven't
am.
I said that you're gods? Yeah, that's true.
I was just about to say that. Like, I had to get in on this because Michi, you know me, man. This is
King James.
yeah, man. Like,
Yeah.
Also in Psalms.
yeah. See, and people don't read their Bibles, man. Like, the problem with Christianity, more so because this is the religion we're talking about. But the problem with Christianity is, they get spoon fed, they get baby fed food when they go to church. Because the pastor, his one thing is, now I'm not saying all pastors, but I've served in the church quite a bit in non-denominational mega churches and some small churches. I grew up in church. My uncle was a pastor and auntie's a first lady, so I used to play. I played drums, but I haven't played in a while. But I used to be in the music ministry. I know this very well. The problem with church is they spoon feed you. They give you little trinkets just to give you enough to, go home. All right, cool. I got my little motivation.
You
John
drop that
3:16.
money.
John 3:16. So God loved the world. He gave for His only begotten Son. Sooner I shall perish has the entire life. Like, I know all of that stuff, right? And then you come back like, oh my gosh, like God loved the world, and then you go home and you still got to deal with the crap that you got to deal with, right? But when you read the Bible and you start understanding that, damn, Yahuwah was really talking about in John 10:34, did I not say ye are gods and children of the Most High? In
Say
Genesis
that.
3:22, in Genesis 3:22, it talks about we are made in His image and in His likeness, and in Hebrew language, because my wife is a prophetic minister, and so I know the Torah. They talk about, excuse me, they talk about that. God gave, we are in His image and likeness, and He gave Rada, which is dominion over the earth resources. So God is not going to give a peasant dominion. He's going to give His creation, which is many gods, which is what we are, authority over the earth's resources. We have authority over the plants, authority over the grass, authority over dirt, authority over animals. We're not the God, we're not the creator, but we are a God. And so when you read your Bibles, you start understanding all this. Most people don't read their Bibles. That's the
Can
problem.
I ask you this though, Jay? Because we will put
Yeah.
that scripture out to people, and we got Don P. I put your comment up there. If you want to come up here, still room for you to click the link. My moderators will drop it for you. But Don P says you ain't no God. Why are people so resistant to that idea? We are not God. But everything that you just said, like if we are children of God, we are made in God's image. What is God's image? Because God is not in a body. So my faith doesn't look like God. I mean, my body doesn't look like God. So what image would that be? And God is a lot of things, but if you could wrap God up into one word, it would be that God is the creator of all things. So if I am made in the image of a creator, that would mean I am a creator. So I am not the God of you, nigga, but I'm damn sure the God of my own life, which means I should be able to rule, reign, and create the life that I choose to live. Why are people so resistant to hearing that? I didn't say I was the God. I wouldn't want to be God. All you niggas would get on my nerve. I couldn't be God because I destroy all of y'all. Y'all piss me off on a Tuesday. It'd be over for all you motherfuckers. I'm telling you right now. I couldn't be God. But I'm damn sure the controller of my life. I don't understand why people are so resistant to that, because if you're children of God, what would that make you?
Because they don't read, because it goes off to what I just said. Listen, I say this not to disrespect anybody, but most people are ignorant. They don't read their Bibles. That's why for him to say you ain't no God, that lets me know he don't know scripture. I've read the Bible at least 3 times. I read the Quran. I can go all of that. I'm a diligent reader. Okay. And I know I'm a very spiritual person. I got out of religion a long time ago because I understand that is man-made. And I also know this: God hated religion. God hated big crowds. See, people don't even understand that. Why you think God only had 12 disciples? That's not a big crowd. There's a reason for that. And all 12 were entrepreneurs, people who are smart, people who did things in the world. I mean, I can go real deep with this, but I don't want to take over your show. He does not read his Bible for him to say that, because it said, I just gave you one scripture, Psalms 82:6 says that same thing. Talking about we're gods. Why would you say that we are?
Yeah.
Why would he?
Because
Like
we made
Does
in
it?
his image.
dissonance. It could just be a core self-hatred, and some people read the Bible, they just can't see
They
themselves.
can't interpret it. That's the problem.
Yes, they can't. Yeah, a lot of people can read it, but Michi said it earlier. If you believe the hundreds and centuries of filth and hatred towards you, what your mama taught you, what her mama taught her, and so on, many people read, but they can't believe. They don't
Can't comprehend.
No, they weren't taught that they're the descendants of kings and queens, let alone gods. You know.
Thank you.
So they read it, but they can only. It's almost like I have a 6-year-old granddaughter. She's reading now, but the level of understanding that if we read the same book, the level of understanding that she has of those same words, it's not that she didn't read it, but
Yes.
my level of understanding will just be deeper. So that's what I think
right.
too, is for a lot of people. They're reading it, but they don't even understand the self-hatred, the self-loathing that just goes so deep that they can't even picture it.
Look at the comment on the screen, though. I think that from a psychological perspective, we talk about religion being very controlling. It is something that sucks you in a very powerful way. And so I agree with the comment on the screen. Subconsciously, I think this may be a lot of people's issues and they don't even realize that it is. But it said that I think that they are resistant to the concept, Michi, because that would make them accountable for the place they find themselves in life. And so if I tell you that you are the God of your life, you're right? Because everything that's not right, you look to God for it. Everything you want to be fixed, you go to God for it. Whenever
everything is wrong, you blame the
God
devil.
to give you the overcome. And at the end of the day, if you acknowledge that you are the God of your life, because you are a child of God, which would make you a God within yourself, right? Not the God, but a God. That means who you calling. I mean, every time you got an issue, you better go look in the mirror. That means every time you need to do something, you better go look in the mirror. And I don't think a lot of y'all are willing to do that. You like to place your problems on the devil, and then you like to go to God to get you out of every fucking problem you in. That's the difference. That's the difference between being a person in religion or somebody who understands that you yourself are a God too. You are a creator. Because that gives you all responsibility. I don't know the last time I done asked God, why are you doing this to me in life? I ain't asked that question in years. I ain't said, God, could you please get me out of nothing? I turn around and get myself out of everything. So y'all just don't want to, I mean, for the people who say that, you don't want to take no damn accountability. You don't want to be in charge of your life. I think that's really the issue.
And watch this.
Thinking earlier, even him reminding them of the God within them, that's powerful, because so many Americans in particular are like sheep. You can, if I tell people what's cool, they'll say, you know, like, oh, okay, she has X amount, so it's cool. And to remind people that no, you, like you said, Michi, look in the mirror and I have control. I don't even think people even realize we're trying to give you your life back, give you your power back, and they still say, no, thank you. I ain't no God. Like, and that's why your money funny, your everything.
My life became great the moment I realized, girl, this is on you. You've been waiting on your damn stuff. You ain't waiting on the Lord.
Amen. I'm gonna say amen to that.
Watch this.
I came to that realization. I ain't had a year that I done made under 6 figures. In some years, I make multiple 6 figures. And I'm going to tell you, Michi
Wow.
did that damn thing.
Wow.
Not another motherfucker. Me.
Man, watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna let you guys know this right here. Hey, God, and if all the listeners right here, all the ones that's are in the chat, take notes if you can. A God is anything or anybody that's in control. So if you wore a mask over your mouth during the pandemic, Anthony Fauci was your God. Mic drop. Oh, ooh,
Oh,
ooh.
speak.
I grew up
I'm about to mute some
in
people's mic because it's just some static in the background, y'all. So I'm just muting it for the background noise.
I
So
grew up you know, under the witnesses. I didn't really get baptized or anything, but I studied with them growing up. And I found it very interesting with the illustration and things like that. But one thing I will say, the witnesses were kind of thorough with how they studied precept upon precept. One thing I want to say about this guy, what's this guy's name, this pastor?
that just preached. I don't know
Yeah,
what
he's a singer. He's a singer too, but
Keon Henderson. Oh, you talking about Marvin Sapp?
yeah, the sap
You
guy.
talking about Marvin Sapp that wanted the 40,000? He closed the door.
Now, here's my thing. Why isn't he in prison? And isn't it allegedly alleged that he put a hit on a woman and she's dead? Didn't
Well,
he
that's
do that?
allegedly. I don't know if he did that. That's allegedly.
I believe he did that. I'll tell you, I believe he did that. I think he had her set up for murder, and they found her body in a body of water. So that's why I believe. Why isn't he in prison for that?
But I don't watch the news. King J, you know about these church folks. He lying.
But yeah,
okay. I hear what he's saying, but that if we're going to go off that theology, and I'm with you, brother, I get it. If he did that, again, it's allegedly.
I believe
if
he did that, but I'm saying allegedly.
Story that allegedly says he did that.
Yeah, it's allegedly though, but
wait a minute. Everybody stop the panel in the show. We got time. Y'all know we be here till the sun come up. If you gotta go, you could go, but I'm here. Wait a minute. So I've never heard this story. So tell me more. So Marvin Sapp. Back in
the day, there was this lady. I think she might have been like a doctor or something like that, and she was obsessed with him. Now, some kind of way, he ended up getting rid of her. I'll put it that way, allegedly. And they found her body in like a lake or something like that.
Yeah, but the reason why it's hard for me to believe that is because it's allegedly. Like there was no prime official evidence, and Misha, you already know in our empire, man. Like you gotta have evidence. You can't just sit up here and just say no. You know what I mean?
You want me to tell you why I feel like
what knew that he even had those allegations against him. This is the first I'm ever hearing of that.
You want me to tell you why? Here's the problem. She had a mental health issue. That's what I think is killing the thing from him being sentenced. And they might not have evidence. But I think he actually hired somebody to kill her. Yeah. Wow. A hit on her, and they got rid of her.
Let me find out the church members is out there doing hits. That's why he need that $40,000. He got to pay the mob the rest of the money for the hit. Just kidding. I don't even know. I don't know. Can anybody tell me? They said that this video on Marvin Sapp was last year. Anybody know the fullness of the video? Because they're like, oh, it's a clip. What was he raising $40,000 for? Did he just decide out his ass to be like, we need 40 G's tonight, y'all? Like, how did that happen? Does anybody know? Mm-hmm. No,
I gotta do more research on it. For me, I haven't done that much research because when it comes to a lot of these prosperity gospel preachers, from him, Creflo Dollar, T.D. Jakes. I mean, I keep going on and on. You know what I mean? And the whole thing is ran by Kenneth Copeland, which is the main enemy anyway. If you really know the prosperity gospel aspect of it, but they all do shit. Like, okay, I'll give you an example. Creflo Dollar back then, he preached during a sermon. It was live, talking about if I want to ask my God for a $40 million jet, by God, I can. It's like they all do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. I can't get with the alleged stuff unless you have ocular proof of that. Like, for me, I can't do that. Like, I can't, because if that's the case, then I can sit up here and say, well, Michi does this, and then everybody be together. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But Michi,
Yeah, you know what
I'm
I mean?
reading online, and it says a resurfaced clip from 2024 with him begging the congregation and keeping them in to help raise $40,000 has gone viral. Yeah, so
but he did. Yeah, it was the end of last year, so it was some couple months ago. But I was wondering if there was a reason, like the pastor I just showed that was trying to tell people don't give to the poor, give to the church. After that, he was setting them up to get them ready so that he could ask them for $4 million to raise it. But the reason he was raising the $4 million, and I believe that their building got damaged in
they had a hurricane.
And so he wanted to rebuild without waiting on the insurance company and it taking years to get it done.
And
so
his went viral immediately.
Right. What I'm saying is that I know the reason why he was asking for the money he was asking for. I was wondering if anybody knew why was Marvin Sapp asking for 40,000. Like, was there a building fund? Is there something that needed to be done? What was the reason? That's what
I checked 4 articles and none say why. None.
And he sure was quick to say that the people sitting on stage paid to sit on stage.
Yeah.
Well, he said if you a pastor,
that's crazy.
You already know to put
the
that.
choir was up there too, though. Not just
and all my moderators. If you got a wrench, you better give $100.
I remember listening to Nathaniel from Israel United in Christ, and he was talking about how just to shake T.D. Jake's hands, you had to pay like a fee. I was like, "Yo, that's crazy."
Okay, so let me say something for Joshua.
Oh yeah, it gets worse than that. Yeah.
We got Joshua. Josh. I done added whole letters to your name and shit. Sorry, Josh. Josh Jermaine. Your real name probably is Joshua. That's the Holy Ghost. I can feel it. That's an abbreviated name. Your name is Joshua, nigga. So anyway, Josh Jermaine. He came in here. He said. So we're going to say why we shouldn't go to church, but we're going to overlook the history of the Bible. Y'all so deep. Carry on. And
no one said don't go to church, man. That's not what I said.
No, wait a minute. He said throw it all in the trash because most of the information in the Bible was stolen too. So make it make sense. I want to tell you, Joshua Jermaine, that you so late. Nigga, we've been in here for 3 hours talking, so we've already covered the fact that I don't know where your common sense line lays. If it's in the middle, you're a little stupid, it's a little late, or you're a little more intelligent. But if you come into a conversation that's been going on for 3 hours, and we've been talking about religion since we first got in here and played the clip of Marvin Sapp that you clearly missed. It's called, looking at a situation and rationalizing what's going on. I'm sure there's a lot of this conversation that you missed, like 3 hours worth, right? So we're so deep. You're so shallow, bro. You act like we started this shit 5 minutes ago. We had the conversation that the Bible is been rewritten by the oppressor, and we talked about
there's more than 66 books in the Bible.
We talked about why it is that the church will not get up and fight, because everything the Bible says is about keeping us weak, not starting a revolution, being okay with being poor. All of that plays into systematic racism, and that's why it was rewritten. It was plagiarized and given to us in slavery, versus other cultures, their religion is part of who they are. Versus us, we were given Christianity, which is a version of religion because your God controls you. It's one of the most powerful things a person can control you with. So when you grab the new version of Christianity, that is really whiteness being the voice of God for you. So that's a quick rundown and run it back and rewind it for your ass. But
don't forget the elder
deep up in here, Joshua.
You got it right though.
The elder who's still on with us, she broke down all types of history. She went back to day one and brought us to current day. So I think you're just late to the party. I think you're just.
But Joshua, we got another spot if you want to come on the panel.
You know who I like though? Who I think got it right is Reverend Ike. I like Reverend Ike.
Oh my God, bro! You were just thank you. I was just about to say, please YouTube Reverend Ike. Oh my gosh.
He be telling it like it is. He wanted them preachers, the other preachers hate to see coming. I can relate. That's it. Them other preachers don't like him.
No, because he understands natural law. Everything stems from natural law.
He won't step on their toes when he starts telling the truth. It makes them feel inadequate. They feel called out and they guilty conscious because they be on that bullshit.
Yeah.
What's his handle? Because Reverend Ike is coming up as a old preacher in black and white.
He looks like a.
He has some in black and white, but he looks I ain't gonna lie, he do look like a 1970 pimp though. Like he do.
Or
Yeah.
He was in
to
the
me, he looked like he was
1970s.
Indian or something. I was like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
Has he passed away?
Hey,
He
Michi.
been
Oh yeah,
gone.
yeah, he been gone. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I digress. Okay, so this is him. All right.
Let me see. Okay, we
Yeah,
got
because
Kyler.
he talks about natural law. That's why everything stems from natural law anyway. So yeah, I don't know.
Let me.
I don't
I
know.
want to play another clip for y'all. Before I do, let me get to these super chats because I have missed a lot of them. So let me go back. It's been a minute, and I apologize to everybody.
That's because
No,
you
you
wasn't
good.
speaking history.
I think the last one we was on was brother. I'm not even gonna murder your name. You said I got it right, but I done forgot how I got it the first time. Shout out to the brother Nasaka. Right? This was old. He said, once again, does the average Christian know about the Barogas family and the Papal bull? Now, when the elder started speaking about that, he said something else because this was so far back. Shout out to D Major. He said, you seem to have a prophetic to have a prophetic and teaching gift. Thank you. He said 100. Thank you for the super chat. Shout out to One Sticks, came in here and just gave a super chat. And shout out to Noah GX. I saw this a while back, watching from Japan. Peace to the MX community. Shout out to Japan. The brothers is out in Japan. And then we got Chris again. Chris was showing love. I don't know if Chris still the Brown. This was a while back. Chris was showing love a lot earlier. He said, going to hell with gasoline draws on. That's when he's talking about hell, y'all. And shout out to the Nasasa brother again. He says, here we go. Let's actually research the book he wanted to bring up. That's when he said with the elder, he said, and the lady is correct. Because she brought up the family. He said, thank you to the elder when she was in here giving that information. And then he said, thank you for the super chat. He said, educate Elder Hotep. He said, shout out to you. Thank you for bringing the knowledge. He wanted Sister Kathy to know that. That was for you, Sister Kathy. He said, speak on the missing books such as Enoch. He is right. Yep. There are missing books in the Bible. That's another reason why I can't get in with it, because there are books that are missing and they will tell you to your face, we have left them out. So why you leave them out though?
Eli, yep, Anunnaki, all that. Yep.
So Julius says, back then.
Oh yeah, that's before I came in. Yeah.
You brought your tithes to the storehouse. Now you should give your first fruits and tithes without expecting a return. You'll be blessed. And then he just put this a minute ago. He said, Diddy Jake. Speaking of that, y'all, I want to play another video. Okay. So now let's go to another thing. Let me add Kyler up here and Little Goddess. Now, after I play this video, I am going to give I'm going to give Kyler and Little Goddess, because she just been sitting here chilling with us. And shout out to the super chat. I mean, the Cash App. She sent me a Cash App. So let me say shout out to those. But I want to give Marvina and Kyler and Little Goddess the floor after I play this video. They have been waiting patiently to say their piece. So I'm going to let them go first. But I want to say shout out to Angie. Angie sent a Cash App, and Davika. Shout out to Davika. Same picture. I believe that is a Little Goddess up here. Correct me if I'm wrong. And so I want to play this clip, you guys. So I do. And again, we are going to get in after this. You know, these are our call-in shows. Shout out to everybody who is hanging with us. If it gets late for you and you can't hang out no more, we understand. But we gonna have this conversation, and we gonna have it until you know, the wheels fall off and we're ready to go home and go to bed. But I want to bring up one last thing in this conversation about religion and let the people say they piece that are all up here in the chat. And then I want to change the conversation. We will get into Mississippi removing the income tax for people to not have to pay it. I want to have that conversation, you guys. Let me see. But first, I want to finish playing this. So we talk about the church, you guys, and there is a lot of things that we could say about the church, but I am not done yet. Okay. So I want to play a clip for you guys. You may have not seen it. I'm going to play a clip of a brother who is a pastor. He's an older man himself, and he is telling his story about how he has been groomed by T.D. Jakes when he was a younger man and how this inappropriate action took place. Since then, I played this video and we had a conversation about it some months back when it happened. I want to say it was about maybe 4 months ago. But since then, they've kept it really hush. So I don't have a video for you because nobody has made any. There is a second man that has come forward, and you have seen it written about in like the Dallas newspapers and things like that, but it's not on the news and there is no videos. This man has also filed a lawsuit against him, but he is not interviewed with anyone. So we do not have any interviews to show of that or videos. But there is a second accuser that has come forward. And my understanding is that this accuser is actually the brother of the man that you're about to see speaking, saying that what he did to my brother, he actually did to me as well. And so I want to get into the conversation of this. Now, of course, this is, hearsay, as a lot of people say. It is allegedly, but at the end of the day, we have seen this happen a lot with pastors and happen a lot within the church as well. Some of you may even have your own stories, but there is a lot of sexual deviance and depravity within the church. There's a lot of grooming. There is a lot of conduct that should not go on in the churches and in religion. And as somebody brought up earlier, it happens in the Catholic Church. It happens even when we talk about the nation. You can't, if you want to be honest, because we are quick to turn a blind eye when it comes to assault like this in our communities. And it really irritates the hell out of me and pisses me off, to be honest with y'all, because some of y'all will get mad if I bring up the nation, but you can't talk to me about the nation if you're not going to talk about Elijah Muhammad and all of the so-called young wives that he had that were teenagers that everybody said he groomed, including Malcolm X when he came out and talked about him, and the young girls that he messed with in the church. So if you bring them up, I'm going to bring that up. I'm also going to tell you that I've watched the Nation of Islam have the back of all of these predators, right? One of these predators being like R. Kelly. Whenever we have these issues, I have watched them turn around and I have watched them support and say, we're not going to throw away R. Kelly. We're not going to throw away these people. We're going to be here for our brothers, right? But I never saw anybody in the Nation of Islam open their mouths and say that they wanted to give their condolences or that they felt sorry for all of the Black girls who were assaulted by R. Kelly. But they said they support him and they're going to stick by the brother no matter what. And all of the Nation of Islam brothers that I know personally, every time we had this conversation, they just kept telling me how the media and the white man is trying to use this to destroy the image of the Black man. Never did they ever open their mouths publicly or privately when I had conversations with them to show any condolences or care for the Black girls that were hurt. So somebody said, for real? Yeah, actually for real. I don't know in what manner you're asking me that, but yes, I'm absolutely for real, okay? I think that the Nation of Islam is protectors of male Black predators a whole hell of a fucking lot, okay? And I'll say that shit to any of their faces because I sat in rooms with them and asked them why are they always defending them, and the niggas never had no answers. If you notice, Michi used to rock with the Nation of Islam when I first started years ago. They were always my security when I went on tour for the Black Agenda. Have you noticed I don't fuck with them no more? There's a reason I don't, okay? So again, y'all can be stuck in cognitive dissonance if your feelings is hurt about a group of people y'all claim y'all love. That's your problem and not mine. But when it comes to these sexual deviant situations, they happen in the church. They happen in all different religions. They happen in our community. And we don't say shit about it. We watch our pastors do this kind of shit, and then they will say, well, we're going to sit you down for a minute. Y'all literally watch pastors groom young girls. Didn't we just watch some man who is a pastor and it was on social media? I wish I would have went and found the video. But how many of y'all remember a couple of months ago, there was a pastor on social media. He got this really young wife. She's really young. I want to say like 19 years old, but she's been in the church ever since she was like 16. And the word is he's been grooming this girl. She was 15 or whatever. He's been grooming her until she got to the age that he could marry her. And he was all on the pulpit talking about, y'all better not disrespect my wife. Y'all just jealous because I got a young wife. Well, the truth is you was grooming her. He an old, nasty looking Negro. That 18, 19-year-old girl don't want that man like that. Stop playing. He groomed that girl. They do this shit right in our goddamn face. They do it in our face, and everybody lets them get away with it. They make excuses for them, and it pisses me off. So let's listen to what this man had to say that T.D. Jakes did to him when he was younger. Know that there is a second person. Right now, T.D. Jakes has 2 lawsuits. He's being sued, like Diddy, for sexually doing things to young boys, okay, in the church when they were teenagers and grooming them, okay? And I'ma say it's allegedly, but personally, I believe the shit. But anyway, let's play this video and then you can tell me if you believe it or not. But we got to play this video. And this thing is about 4-5 minutes, but we're gonna play it and then we're gonna let me know how y'all feel about it. And you may have seen this video, but if you have, all right, you're gonna watch it again, or you could leave and come back. And I will say to anybody, if you are somebody who has been assaulted in that manner, what I will tell you is that you're going to listen to this man's story. And if you've never been sexually assaulted by anybody, then your perspective on the situation, it might be a little different. But as this man tells his story,
kind of close with.
For someone who has been sexually assaulted, myself, and I've shared that many times, I'm going to tell you there are some things that he says that to me tells me that I believe his story, because there are just certain things that people do when they are trying to do certain things to you at an age. And it's some of the things that he talks about that Diddy did that for me make me believe him. And so I will say, if there's anybody in the chat that you work in a field where you deal with sexually assaulted young people, or they're being groomed or sexually assaulted by people who are around them, adults that are responsible for them, things like that are close to them, you know what I mean as well. If it's happened to you or you work in that kind of field, there's just this pattern that we hear or that we see or that we have experienced ourselves. So this is why I'm going to tell you personally, I believe him. Okay, this is why I believe him. It's allegedly, but I fucking believe him. All right, let me see. Hopefully it will play. We got that spinning wheel.
With Bishop Jakes. And we decided in one of the times he was there, it was going to be his birthday. I was able to convince my mother to let me drive her car, as I didn't have a vehicle. I said, well, we're going to take him out to eat. I want to drive your car. And so we did. We took him out to eat. And it was decided after we were done taking him out to eat that I would be the person to take him back to his sleeping place, which at the time there was a lady named Sister Giles. She always wanted to house and take care of him when he came to that church. And so I came in there, drove him to eat, and then took him back to her home. Well, after taking him back to her home, he says, come on in, let's talk. You can't even imagine being 18, 19 years of age. This person is killing it. And they're saying to you, come on in, let's talk. And so I did. I went in. We sat down at a very long dining room table in a room that she had. And for 2 hours, it was unbelievable. Pouring of heart, crying, him talking about my father. We talking about these scenarios. And I inwardly just knew I had finally found someone who could get it. Someone who understood. I'm sitting at this table, and for the first time talking to any man, I got tears coming down my face because somebody gets me. Somebody understood what I was going through. Well, after sitting there and having this long discourse with him, I finally look at my watch and I'm like, oh my goodness, I got to go. I got to get this car back to my mother. She's going to kill me. So I said to Bishop, I got to get up. And I got up from the table. He got up from the table. He walked around toward the way I had to exit quicker than I got over there. And when I started to walk past him, he pulled me to himself, wrapped his arms around me, and tried to kiss me. And in that moment, I literally died. I could not. I tell you, to this day, I can't remember how I got out of that place. But I remember driving home with all kinds of crazy thoughts and what in the world am I going to do now? And I finally get home, get in the house, get in the bed. I'm going to try to go to sleep. And I get to sleep and get up in the morning. And in the morning, I step into our bathroom and my home phone rings. My mother answers the phone and she says to me, Wayne, it's Elder Jakes. And I get on that phone. And when I get on that telephone, I can hear water. He is sitting in a bathtub. And in that thing, he says to me, without any hesitation, there's 3 things I need you to do. The first one is, when I come to Pittsburgh, you're going to be the only person I sleep with. The second one is, you can't sleep with anybody else because I don't want to give my wife anything. And thirdly, I will take care of you the rest of your life. I can't to this day remember how I got off that phone, but I do know I made a decision that I wasn't going to the service that night. And
I want to say something to the people in the chat. I just want to say that y'all stupid as hell. This is why I put this man's comment up, Don P. That man talking is gay. Y'all keep talking about whether he fruity or not, or he funny. Y'all sound dumb as fuck. I want to thank y'all for showing y'all ignorance in the community. And for those of y'all talking, your names look like you're men. And this is why the fuck we get sick and tired of some of y'all black men in our fucking communities, okay? Because y'all up here calling this man gay. When this happened to him when he was a kid, dumbass. This didn't happen to him last week. Yes, this man is a man that is a gay, but that's probably because he was being ran through as a kid from grown ass men like T.D. Jakes, okay? Y'all sound so crazy. Y'all don't have no sympathy. This is why you stupid niggas sit around your dinner table with the same predators in y'all family, say y'all grace with y'all fucking fake ass Christianity, and don't ever say nothing to the predator in your damn family. Y'all in here calling this man gay, and he was groomed as a child by grown ass men. You have nothing to say about T.D. Jakes that's being accused of this. This is not something that happened last week, and you think it's funny because this man is gay. You don't think maybe his experiences turned him into that? Y'all sound dumb as hell. Y'all really do. For the people that are in the chat saying that shit, right? So again, you're just showing your ignorance once again in the problem within our community. Don P, I ain't no damn Christian. We know you're not a damn Christian. You a damn fool. That's what the fuck you is. Up here, and these are the comments you make while a man is sharing his story about being groomed, and you got something to say. You probably be out there grooming little boys your damn self. This is why you have no sympathy, and that's why these are your comments. I like when y'all show your ignorance, because all you do is prove my point. It's niggas like you. It's what's wrong with our community. Are you black men always screaming y'all the leaders? Led by who? Somebody want Don P? Does anybody want this nigga Don P to lead anybody any motherfucking where? You obviously have a problem with your manhood. You probably was touched, nigga. You need to go get some therapy. That's why out of all the stuff you have to say in the chat, you done made 75 comments in 2 minutes about a man that's fruity. Any man that has that much resistance to another man that ain't fucking with you, he ain't bothering you, bitch. He on the screen, but his voice and his femininity seems to bother you so much, which means you have some deep-rooted issues that you should probably deal with. And I'm going to ask you to do that shit somewhere else and not in my chat, you bitch.
eventually I told my mother, I'm not going to go to a service tonight. She says, no. You know, we got a rule in this house. If we go, you go. I never told her what he had done. I went to church, and the most humiliating thing imaginable happened that night at church. Bishop Jakes, getting up to preach, speaks into that microphone. I'm going to ask young minister Youngblood to read for me. And after all of that drama of the last 24 hours, I had to read before he preached.
Now that was a very small clip, you guys, of a very long interview where this man goes into everything that happened. That was his first encounter with T.D. Jakes. He says when T.D. Jakes did everything that he was doing to groom him, and he was a teenager, as he said at the time, and that was his first interaction. And so I want y'all to know that him calling that boy on the phone and asking to speak to him while he's in the bathtub and telling him this is what you're going to do. He knew that he wasn't going to say nothing right about it because he feels shame. He looked at him as the leader. And then the reason he turned around and called on him in church, he didn't even want to go to the service now because he didn't want to be faced with that, right? And the reason he called on him to read the scriptures for him, that is gameplay as well, to put him in a position of making him feel like, now I'm going to have you do stuff for me. So outwardly, it looks a certain way. You know what I'm saying? He called on him on purpose. That was a way of antagonizing him with everything else that was going on, right? And so if y'all want to watch the whole interview, it's on Larry Reed. It's for several hours, and he talks about all of the stuff that took place. But basically, his brother has now come forward and said the same thing about him. Now, he apparently already knew this was going on with his brother as well, but he's being sued. They are keeping it very hush. And this is why the fuck T.D. Jakes fell out and was about to have a heart attack at his sermon that day on stage, because all of this was going on. He was being hit with these lawsuits. The second one that just came out, like, I don't know, like maybe 60 days ago, they've kept it very hush. The guy's not doing any interviews. There is no, news coverage on it or anything, but Black Star and a lot of newspapers in the Texas area, in Dallas, right, where the Potter's House is, the original one, they actually did a lot of news reports on it, but it is in fact a lawsuit against him by another grown man that said the same thing happened to him when he was a child, y'all. So with that said, I'm going to shut up. I want to open the floor. I see my brother Q Butter up in here, so I don't know if he might not want to say nothing about this. He's like, I just jumped in and say, "What's up, Meech?" I ain't really got. I don't know what the fuck going on. But my brother Q Butter in the house. But I wanted to give Kyler and Little Goddess, of course. I was gonna say Little Debbie. Look at my fat ass over here, hungry. Little Goddess and Marvina. I want to go ahead and give y'all the opportunity to speak because I know y'all been up here waiting. So go ahead, take off your mics, and the floor is yours right now.
Hey, Meech, this is Marvina with ADOS. It's been a long time. How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
I am doing well. I am doing well. I just wanted to pop up here to make 2 points. Well, three now after watching that video. Yeah, TD Jakes is very sick. He really is, and he deserves everything that's coming his way. So that's on him. That's that part about that. I wanted to say something about the other clip that you played, and they said that the pastor was trying to get $4 million or something because of, before the insurance paid in. I'm a property insurance adjuster. And every state, the Department of Insurance in every state has rules, filing rules, time limits as far as when we have to respond to claims with coming out to do the inspection. After you do the inspection and you have completed your estimate for the damages, you only have a small window to go ahead and issue that payment. So he's full of shit. Okay. If he had insurance, I mean, if that's true and he had insurance, that ain't why he was doing it, because
I
that
did
insurance
see that.
check does not take long.
He was saying it was going to take a long time to get
He's
the
lying.
insurance company and stuff. So he was trying to. I don't know if he ever did because I don't follow him. It's just he went viral at that moment. He's went viral
Yeah,
for other things. So
but
I
I'm
just
just saying, sis, as
he
an
probably is.
insurance adjuster for years, he's lying his ass off about the insurance. If he had now, if he didn't have insurance, okay, then that's why you're asking. But other than that, making
Nope,
an
they had
excuse talking
insurance.
about
He said they did.
that, exactly. So he's lying. So he would have had that insurance check within 30 days. Okay. So that's one thing on that. Then the other thing I wanted to bring up, the sister was talking about the 501c has as to why they can't participate in politics. I hear that and I've heard that and know that that is supposed to be true. But it's really funny how those churches will allow Biden the bigot to come in and pander to their congregation. But churches have been pretty mute about the ADOS organization. So they use
Yeah,
that
they had
conveniently when
Kamala
they
in
don't
there.
want to
Remember?
push. That's right.
Kamala was
They
in there
use that
preaching, talking about
conveniently.
in the morning coming. They
That's
had her in there.
exactly. They have in who they want to. because they're getting kickbacks. See what I'm saying? You have ADOS out here doing a whole political push. So far, to my knowledge, it's only one pastor and one church who has just like been 10 toes down, opened their church up, opened his congregation up for us to have. It's Dr. Crosby in Louisville. He also is the president of Simmons College, HBCU, but he's the only pastor and church that I know of, really. And I'm pretty sure I know. I've been with ADOS since 2018. See what I'm saying? He's the only one that's like been full throated, 10 toes down, opened his church up. He's always on Twitter talking about the message and reparations and this, that, and the third. So they support who they want to support when it's something in it for them, particularly. You know what I'm saying? They're not practicing group.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? That's a problem with our people too. Everybody's worried about, as long as I got the bag, I'm good. Well, I'm the way I feel, I love my people. You know what I'm saying? Even though they get on my nerves. But at the same time, listen, either we all starve. What's up? You see what I'm saying? So these churches just use excuses.
And that was
What's this?
precisely my point. That's why I brought it
Mm-hmm.
up. Is
Mm-hmm.
because
Mm-hmm.
they can be more decisive and more intentional. They
Yes,
do
ma'am.
what lines their pockets. And why would you
Mm-hmm.
sign any agreement to keep you from speaking on anything? And like I
Mm-hmm.
said, even for me, what you taught me in Sunday school, when it's election time, you bring people in that is totally opposite of that.
No, but you notice,
Mm-hmm.
when they bring the people in, right? Notice this. They do it very slickly. Now, if the churches were to start to have people in there talking about we about to go out and protest, we about to riot, we about to march, we about to this and that would be different.
Then the rules kick in.
Right. But mind you, then the rules kick in. But mind you, when Kamala went, and when you see these officials, they go to church under the guise of we're just going to Sunday service.
Mm-hmm.
If you notice, Kamala did not preach politics when they gave her the microphone. So they're slick about it. She didn't say vote for me. She didn't talk about bills or things that she was going to put into play.
Mm-hmm.
She just went up
Mm-hmm.
there and showed her face. And that's why she used these code words like change is coming and soon morning will be here. And she tried to sound like a
Mm-hmm.
preacher. What she was saying,
Mm-hmm.
code word for vote for me.
Obama
But you notice
2.0.
she can't
Obama
pass, they can't
2.0.
pass out vote for me pens. They can't, the politicians can come under the guise of I'm just going to Sunday service. I'm joining, I'm going to go and fellowship with this church to show I'm humane, I'm part of the community, but they
Mm-hmm.
can't preach politics over the pulpit.
But the
Mm-hmm.
fact that you're not bringing both sides, both to
Mm-hmm.
give your congregation a choice, whoever you bring
Oh, they
in,
got
you're
a big
saying,
they got a
I
big
support
they
them.
got a big offering that day from her
Yeah.
campaign. Yeah, of
Of
course.
course they did. And that's why the elder that's on the stage, or I don't know if she's still on the stage or not, but that was speaking earlier. That's why I respect elders like her. We have so many elders, and I know it sounds harsh when I say this, but I really feel like that for the most part, the baby boomers failed us. You
They
feel
did.
me? They failed us. It's like
1000%.
they got civil rights and got what it is that they felt like they needed, their pensions, government jobs, this, that, and third, and just got comfortable under white supremacy and stopped fighting. How you gonna stop fighting and we ain't got what the fuck we need? How you gonna do that? So I respect the elders that's out there that's still like 10 toes down and they rocking with us instead of always trying to like talk down to us or basically use their age as a weapon, like, well, I'm older than you, so basically shut up and dribble. You dig what I'm saying? So whenever I run into an elder like the one that's on your stage, or at least was on your stage, I have to give them their flowers, shout them out because they still standing 10 toes down. And like me, I'll be 55 soon. I fight for reparations and fight for policies and fight for my people. It's not really for me at this point. You feel what I'm saying? But I do have 4 grandchildren and I have 2 children, 30 and 35. So I'm okay if I never see those policies that we're fighting for, but I want to know that I will go to my grave fighting for them, for my people that I'm leaving here. And I feel like that's why I say what I say about the boomers, because and my parents are boomers. And I love my parents. My mother's no longer here, But at the same time, I just feel like they was just too busy with afros and Luther Vandross and all that shit, and they should have still been fighting. Like for real, these Democrats and shit, they done got too comfortable. How in the hell is it? I was watching Malcolm X documentaries all day today, and I had never just sit down and listen to that ballad or the bullet, like word for word. And I did that today. And it's really, really sad that
It's the same
everything now,
shit going
the
on today,
same
isn't it?
shit. When I say it seemed like he recorded that yesterday, like
Yes.
the issues that he was addressing, it's just how 30, 40 years later, how are we still the same shit? And then they like to push Jay-Z and celebrities and all these rappers, whoever, push these Oprah, push these people up to us to, try to basically the decadent veil, as Tone Talks calls it. And he named that shit is perfect, a perfect label to try to convince us there's no need to fight. Just vote for the Democrats because y'all straight. You see what I'm saying? And it's
Hmm.
bullshit. We not straight. If all of us ain't straight, then none of us ain't straight.
And,
Period.
and not
And I
even
end.
Malcolm though. Even Booker T. Washington, Up from Slavery, his
Yes,
book,
yes,
the same
yes,
issues are still here.
yes.
And that's why I
Same
said, when
shit.
are we going to say enough is enough? Like it's the
Never.
Same
same
shit.
issues.
I've been asking that question since I came on the scene of y'all seeing me in a public space, what, 5, 6 years ago. I don't ask that question no more.
Hmm.
I didn't understand why when Tamir Rice was shot the way he was shot, that wasn't enough.
Man, listen.
I don't
Because
understand why
he had
Michael
bitch
Brown
ass
wasn't
black
enough. I don't
men.
understand why Trayvon Martin wasn't enough. If we
Man,
was
I'm
going to
telling
be
you right
fed
now,
up and
Trayvon
we had
Martin,
had enough,
Tamir Wright,
we
listen to
would have
me,
already
y'all.
been there. There's nothing
Listen,
that's going to make it be enough for us. Never.
I'm letting y'all know right now, I have 4 grandchildren, 3
Miss,
You still there?
me.
the
But what
microphone
I'm
is,
telling
oh,
you,
there it
Oh,
if
goes.
she
I
was
would
thick.
be hiding in the fucking bushes,
The
okay,
devil.
you're
Try to
not
stop.
getting that off. You're not. You're not getting that off. I'm far too in love with my kids and grandkids. You're never gonna get that off. And fuck it, I'll go lay down. You feel what I'm saying?
But,
It wouldn't be
but,
the
But the
I'm
it
sad
telling
wouldn't
thing
you.
be
in
the
our
first time I
community
done ate
is you
shell
would
food.
be the vigilante. It's not like it had, like she said, when those babies got, when certain things happen, we should come together, galvanize, and get and just like them people crawled up on the Capitol.
Mhm,
But you might
mhm.
go hard for your family, but you will be seen as a lone wolf, a vigilante. I still, and that's why I said, even if it's just 2 or 3, at
Mhm.
some point we need more town halls, something, or like do we just pack it up and do our own? Like do we just worry about our own little corner or something? Because
I
it
think
is amazing we're still dealing with the same issues that Booker
Yes,
T wrote about, that
yes,
Malcolm X spoke
yes,
about, on,
yes.
like it's
And
it's
I know
centuries now.
people hate Trump because they don't like how, he doesn't talk pretty and he has issues. You know what I'm saying? I didn't vote for Trump. You dig what I'm saying? But I also didn't vote for no damn Democrats. I'm an independent because I don't need anybody thinking that they have my vote cornered. No, you don't. What the hell you doing for me and my people? If you can't tell me that, I can stay at home and watch TV. That's what I can do. You dig what I'm?
but
No, no,
what
no.
I
There's
will, what
local
I
politics. I'll show up and I'll vote for everything in my area, local. That's what I be on. You
well,
feel what I'm saying?
what I will tell you is that just like she said, she listened to Malcolm X's speech, and it's like he could have said that shit yesterday because nothing
Yes.
changed. I also want y'all to know that everything we've already tried don't work either, or we would be.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm
I
saying?
feel you.
So what
I
we got to
feel you.
stop doing is we got to stop trying to rehash where we were in the past.
Yep.
Yeah, the Black Panthers had a great idea, but
Yep.
obviously there were roadblocks to stop that. So it's not
I
going to work now
agree.
either, right?
I
When we look at
agree.
all of the different things that people were doing, it didn't work. And every time we talk about a Black movement, we always talk about going back to what they used to do, but none of them succeeded. And it's not that it was wrong what they were doing, it's that these obstacles were in their way, whatever it was that came about. That shit didn't work, or we would be
But wait a
free.
minute,
We
Michi.
gotta
I
stop.
think wait a minute, Michi. I think we're listening to Ballad or the Bullet today. I think that Malcolm's idea didn't get a chance to work. I really feel like that's when they decided he's got to go. You feel what I'm saying? Because that's basically what
Right, but
he's saying.
it's
Y'all
something that
steady running,
it wasn't
voting for the
implemented.
Democrats,
It
and that's
wasn't
the same.
implemented. It was not implemented. So
Yeah,
what I'm
his was,
saying,
it wasn't. And I still agree with you though, because you're right. We can't look back. Now you have to look back to try to see what, what happened and what didn't work. And I feel like we need to study that so we can understand how we need to be moving differently. You're right. You can't keep doing the same shit expecting a different result. You just can't do that. And running down there for Democrats and listening to all that fear mongering shit, I had to tell my daddy, he's 79. I told him, Daddy, I know you hate Trump. Turn the fucking TV off. Like, find something else. Turn the channel.
Yeah.
Turn the channel, Pops. Because I said, guess what? You're going to get your retirement check, your Social Security check, your Medicaid, Medicare, all your shit coming. And guess what? You got a daughter named Marvina. If they cut all that shit off, I swear to God, you're straight. So what difference does it make who's in office? You're not
okay,
running
but
that shit.
well,
If
what
you
not?
gonna
Well,
put,
wait, Marvina.
mhm.
Wait, though. I want Marvina to wait because she's taking us into the political conversation that is
Sorry,
coming
sorry,
next.
sorry.
So
You
wait,
know
so
me.
hold on. Hang out if you
Okay.
can with us for a minute because I want to
Oh,
hear
I'm
what these
here.
other people got to say about
Got
the
it.
T.D. Jakes situation so we can close
Mm-hmm.
out the church conversation
And get
and
into
then
Mississippi.
we can move into the politics. So I'm glad that you're here because I know you got a lot to offer to this conversation because again, Mississippi governor signed a bill that passed and he is eliminating income taxes for individuals. Okay. So again, that's going to play, of course, into the fact that Trump is talking about removing income taxes for any American making making less than $150,000, $149,000, right? I know people in the beginning thought that was talk about him eliminating taxes, but apparently there are states that are moving in that direction. And I think it's a bigger picture than just what Trump is saying. I told y'all he's going with the flow of the new implement of the systems that are coming because Mississippi actually voted on this last year and it did not pass before Trump was ever in the White House. So this is not a Trump thing. So I want to get into that, y'all. But before we do, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Let me ask Little Goddess, and then Kyler, I
Little
believe it
Debbie
was.
right here.
And we have Cries up here that came up here too. Does anybody on the panel want to speak on the topic of the church, T.D. Jakes, or any of that stuff before we move?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to say a few things. So
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
grew up as a Roman Catholic,
Mhm.
right? So my church, we had a priest and the head nun actually used to make out in front of us. I went to a Catholic school. Yep. Let me go in. So the Roman Catholic. So basically, you go to church for a thing because I used to, and I'm going to explain on that. But anyway, yeah, they used to make out in front of us in school, and they would. My mother was paying tuition for 3 of us at the time. And they actually went and said, if you don't pay your tuition now, we're going to go and embarrass them in a class. That's how things. So like I grew up when I was growing up, and the fact that we're supposed to be quote unquote church and it's supposed to be, God and all this other stuff. There was a lot of questions I had because I was a procession leader and all this other stuff and a lot of things my mother sang in the choir, all that crap. So it was kind of astounding to me at a young age to see the hypocrisy as you were talking about, right? So I also went with my family friends to Seventh-day Adventist. So I grew up with that. My best friend's parents were Baptist. So I went to Baptist churches too. And I saw them passing around money because I was sitting in their churches, and I saw them passing around envelopes when they did collections. And it was to, the ushers and stuff. I was like, what's going on with the money? What's going on with the money? I'm like, I was asking those kind of questions. It's like, you don't need to ask that question. It's, this is what's going on and everything. It's like, so I was constantly confused about what was going on with all of that stuff. So in my church, the Catholic church, we had a Black nun come, which was very, very unusual. She had come up from down south. She sat there and was watching what was going on. And because she witnessed and knew what was going on with the nun and the nun and the head priest, They sent her back to her order on a 2-year vow of silence so she couldn't talk about it. And the other priest that was in there, he left the church and got married to a Jamaican woman. They were both white, just like the thingy, and married to a Jamaican woman because he was like, he couldn't stand it either. So this is how corrupt everything was. And as I said, me growing up and being in it, I just sat there and thought that it seems, and it's carry on now in I think with the whole thing with social media and everything else like that. But as we were saying before, people want somebody to blame and people want to put someone up on a pedestal because it's like they always want to look outside themselves instead of looking within. Like you don't want to take that accountability, as you said before. And now the new quote unquote church that I think is happening is that social media, like as in like, oh, I got to go follow this person and I got to go follow that person because now, you know, just like the people who they must have some kind of, you know, something broken in their head that they have to sit there and type something on your channel instead of just turning it off. Like when we were growing up, you had a TV. If you didn't want to watch what was on the television, you turned the channel, right? It was like simple. You just didn't watch it. It was very simple, but that doesn't happen now. It's like you have to sit there and it's like, what is wrong with these people that that this is what's going on, and it keeps getting reinforced over and over again. And that's why.
Let me ask you. Yep. Why do you think that, or maybe you don't have an opinion on it, but why do you think that it's so normal? Do you think that perversion is really out there to that extent? Because it does. It seems to be something that people are not as shocked by, that people are so quick to look over, you know, or make exceptions for it. Like to some extent, a lot of people act like it's normal without even saying that. You know what I mean? And it's everywhere. Like you said, it was in the Catholic church in front of the kids. You know, you see how people approach things, even in the chat, or how they'll say stuff about it. So my question is, why do you think people seem to be so comfortable with it, especially even in our community? Even if we just talk about, you know, the churches, but even in our households, you know, people would know pastors are doing stuff, deacons are doing stuff, you know, uncles are doing stuff. And don't get me wrong, sometimes there be some nasty aunties and some ladies in the church too. We're just gonna put it all on the men. They be doing stuff to kids too. But it's like, it just seems like they're very protected. Everybody knows, but nobody say shit. Like you were saying, everybody at the school see all of this going on, but nobody never say nothing. Why do you think that is?
Right. Okay. So I was when we were having these conversations, number one, with the whole thing with the Bible, right? Everyone's like the Bible this, the Bible that, yada yada yada, and no one talks about the Book of Mayat. If you want to know, go look that up, and that's a whole nother topic. But it's written by man, number one. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the fact that the Bible, that you're saying that these are the words of God, a man wrote that. It wasn't God didn't come down and write those words himself. It was in quote unquote interpreted by a man. So there was man that was already in that, number one. And human beings are human beings no matter what you want to call it. You don't want to dress it up or anything else like that. And that's why they have the quote unquote 10 commandments and everything else like that, with saying you can't do this, you can't do that. It's all man, number one. So you need to understand the fact that quote unquote original sin and all those other things you want to put into it. So the cognitive dissonance and the ego has a lot to play into it as well. Like, and that's what I was thinking as well. Like the reason why people don't want to understand or admit to anything other than the cognitive dissonance, and it keeps playing out. And it's with the whole thing with what we're talking about, how you know, the church tells you can't do this, you can't do that, you do whatever else. That's all programming, right? Because if I can tell you and restrict you from not doing something, then you're more apt to do something that I want you to do. And that they proved that in COVID, correct? Don't go outside, put the mask on, all of those things that had nothing to do with health. And if you had looked a year beforehand and any of the crap that they sat there and said, showed none of
So
that stuff was working.
in my church, the Catholic church, we had a black nun come, which was very.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's somebody's mic. Cries. We can hear it. That's okay. We can hear the echo in the background of the show. So before you unmute your mic and come up, because I want her to come up next. We can hear the show in the background. So you got to cut off if it's on something back there, so we won't hear the echo of it.
So yeah, so I think that's one thing that it is, that they use the Bible as a programmer and a primer, correct? To sit there and say, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. And then I can sit there and do whatever else to you. And because of that, people hide behind these things because people are fucked up in the first place, right? Like, no matter what, you're going to find evil no matter where you look. No matter how much you want to dress up a pig, it's still a pig. You're going to find those things, and no matter what walk of life you're going to do, you're going to find somebody. That's why what they say in the Bible, you don't have to go far in order to find something. I
just wonder why sexual deviance is so rampant, especially in religion. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that
the Bacchanalia talks about it already. Like, that was something way back when that they sat there and said, that was sexual deviance, that they were like, wait a minute, what's going on with here? You should not be doing this. But that was a Bacchanalia. That was the whole thing about the Bacchanalia. And it's something that, because it's, well, if something feels good, isn't that what kind of with the whole thing with like drugs and stuff like that? You feel really good because you're high and everything else like that, despite the fact it destroys your fucking body.
But I don't understand how people feel good by being deviant against children and forcing people to do things against their will or manipulating them into.
I think it has multiple. I think that's a multiple.
I don't understand how that feels good.
I think it's multiple things though. I think it's pleasure, number one. Number two, you have dominance over someone. I'm just talking about strictly psychological.
Well, you are true, because psychologically, when a person rapes someone, and we always think that rape has to be vicious, I caught you in the alley, I beat you down, damn near dead, choked you out, ripped your clothes off. That's actually not how all rape takes place. But the one thing about someone being sexually assaulted in that way, the person doing the act, it is more about control than it is actually about the physical act. That is very true. So for them, it's about having this ultimate control over a person and taking something very precious from them and making them, it's like one of the biggest things you can take from a person. So it makes them feel very empowered, and they're more after the control of a person than it is about the physical act. And that is
that's what it's like in jail.
And don't forget. Yeah, and don't forget the fact that hurt people. So, and I'm gonna give you a parallel example. When people go and do online to go pledge, right? They're going through some horrendous stuff that they're getting done to, and when they're going through it, they're like, I would never want to do this to somebody else. But as soon as they get a chance, they do it to someone else. So therefore,
it just depends. It has a reaction. There are people that are victims, can become the victimizer sometimes, and then sometimes they take the other route and they're like, I would never do that, right? And that happens with a lot of things in life. You find people who have been a victim of something, and then they turn around and do the same exact thing to somebody else, even though it didn't feel good to them. But then you have people who go in the completely other direction. You know, you have children who don't have a father, and they say, well, they grow up and they don't be a father to their kids because their daddy wasn't around. But then you have kids that grow up and they're like, my dad was not there and it was traumatizing for me. So they are like, they're constantly in their kids' life because they just don't want to be what their dad was, right? You get people who have been sexually assaulted and they would never do that to anybody else because it was very traumatizing for them. But then you have other people, it was traumatizing for them too, but then they grow up to do the very thing that was done to them, right? So I don't know. It's weird in the way that works. So you are right. Some people do grow up and do that. I think it's just a psychological thing of, if you're young enough when this trauma happens, sometimes I feel like as a defense mechanism, instead, if you reject it, it can be so traumatizing, you know, you kind of can't take it. It's kind of like how your body also gives you, it suppresses memories because it's a way to protect you because you just can't deal with the trauma of it all. I wonder if sometimes psychologically people give in to the trauma as something that they can agree with or find comfort in themselves, because then it's not as traumatizing. And that's how they turn into people who actually victimize other people back, right? So, you know, I don't know. It's just a weird thing. I just feel like in our communities and in the religious aspect, like especially religion, like, and then I wonder if it goes back to spirituality, because sex is a ritual. It is, right? Sex is a ritual. So if you talk about it from a spiritual perspective, remove religion. Sex is a ritual. And in sex, there is so much to be obtained, not just a orgasm, right? And most people maybe not understanding that, but you can siphon energy from people in sex. You can place things on people in sex. You can create things during the energy of having sex that are not children, right? But things in life. Sex is one of the most powerful energies that there is, because in the moment of that ritual that you're doing, it is actually the energy of creation. That's what it is, right? And so you can create in a lot of ways, but even an orgasm is that spark of something that creates life. That's what creating life feels like, right? That's where two are together. That's the closest that they can be. You can literally create another human being, but you can also create so much more. So some people call it sex magic or whatever, but sex is a very powerful ritual. So, I mean, maybe that's part of why it's still something that is so in religion. It's done in a very wrong manner, because of course you're going to have all these religions that first try and tell you sex unless you're married is bad. But in the Bible, that's not how it went down. Nobody went to a courthouse and got a fucking piece of paper and said, we're married. If you had sex, you were now together, right? So that's how it worked. And that's not how it works today. But, you know, premarital sex, oh my God, that's such a sin. And because they try and keep people from those things, it's amazing to me that that's the one thing that seems to be so deviant and profound. And I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there. Like, sex is a very powerful ritual. It really is. And I don't think the word ritual is bad at all. It's just something you do as routine, you know, what the way you do certain things to have certain outcomes and bring about things. I have many rituals, right? You can say it's a routine, or you can say I have a ritual I do every morning before I go to work or before I go to bed. So the word ritual is not bad, but sex is a powerful ritual. And it is definitely a ritual that there are things to be siphoned from it. So I don't know that if the people that are committing these acts necessarily understand it that way, or if that's directly why they're doing it. But I just wonder if that's why it's so connected. I feel like sexual deviance is very rampant in religion, all religions.
Well, the other thing is that it's not just rampant in religion. What do we talk about? The micro and the macro, right? It mirrors each other. Let's talk about what Pizzagate. Let's talk about all those quote unquote gates and all those other things that's going on, right? All of that is around pedophilia, child sacrifice, child rape, all of it, right? So it's rampant. You saw it in the Catholic Church for how long? You saw it in how many different religions for how long? And again, and you see it in government. You see that all the stuff that keeps happening and how many children are being kidnapped and trafficked and everything else like that. It cannot be sustained unless other people were involved. The cops are involved. The judges are involved. The politicians are involved. The teachers are involved. All of those things about the freaking construction workers are involved, because they have to dig the tunnels underneath these places to get it done. So there are people all throughout the whole stages that are involved with this who are perpetuating these things. So unless you get rid of that whole quote unquote mindset to sit there and say, all right, we need to do something, it's not going to go away, because there's always going to be someone. It's kind of like what drugs and everything else like that. If you don't have anyone to buy the drugs ain't going no. I mean, the drugs will never go anywhere, right? So that's the whole thing. Just like as I was saying about the ego, if you can't sit there and admit to yourself that, all right, I got duped, I got whatever else like that, and now I need to go on in order to do something. And you're, instead of saying, I'm just going to stand on my square, I don't care what you sit there and say, I'm just going to stand on my square because I've been, believing this for 40 years. And I don't want to admit that I got duped by doing it. So therefore, I'm just going to stand on my square instead of sitting there saying, all right, you know what? Let me just turn the page and just try to move on. And unfortunately, you have too many people who are so stuck in their ways, they're never going to admit that stuff. And then again, it's just interwoven, and in the foundation, it's the stink is there. I don't understand how you're going to get rid of it.
Let me say, somebody asked, where are all of your husbands now? I don't know what you're talking about. You could
and that's how they turn into people who actually victimize other people back, right? Can I say something? So, I don't know. It's just a weird thing. I just feel like in our community.
Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry. Cries. Every time we unmute your mic, we can hear the replay in the background. It's an echo. I can hear myself or the person talking, so we won't be able to hear you. So do you have the show playing in the background? If so, I need you to cut it off. If the device that you're on, if you click the link to come on and to come on from YouTube or something, it'll open up a new tab to open up the show. But in the background, the old tab will still be open. So I need you to close that out before you come on, because every time the mic comes off, we can hear us in the background, so we won't be able to hear you.
Hey, Michi. And to answer that question, my husband's dead, Negro. Is that good enough?
I don't understand when men come in here.
I knew somebody was about to. I knew y'all was about to get
dumb questions. Where are all of your husbands? I'm divorced. I had a husband for 15 years. But if you want to know where the ex-husband is, he's actually a truck driver. And while he's come through this way, he's downstairs in the guest room sleeping right now because he came and spent the evening with our son. Do you want to talk to him or something, nigga?
Well, I got a truck driver too, though.
Shit. Yeah, y'all ask the dumbest questions. Where are all of your husbands now? Nigga, are you even somebody's husband?
Where's your was a truck driver too, Michi.
Thank you. So that answers your question. Well, no, maybe the universe needed us to see how we were all connected, right?
They always ask the dumbest stuff. I just be wondering why when we have these conversations, they bring that up. Where are all of your husbands now? Are you even somebody's husband?
Oh, they're saying no, that was the Bible.
Click off the video. They could just leave.
I know that we were talking about sex in the Bible and when you get married, I was talking about going to the courthouse, but I'm still not understanding in the conversation where the question of where are all of our husbands at. I don't know where that comes into play. I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you are not somebody's husband, you don't get to fucking ask women on my pod. Y'all do this shit every fucking Saturday, no matter what we talk about. Y'all find a way to fit that in. If you ain't somebody's husband, shut the fuck up asking us about our husbands. Because last time I was live, we was talking about shit, y'all. Well, who married and who ain't married, and if you're not somebody's husband, you shut the fuck up asking us that shit. Okay.
Here's a good one, Michi. Ask that nigga where his wife at.
That's what I just said. If you not nobody's husband, you don't get to ask about other husbands. Shut the fuck up.
I want to know where she at while he in here stalking us. That's what I want to know.
Well,
his wife is Jerkins in his mama's basement. That's what it is.
He's talking about is why chemical weddings are a factor. That's what he said earlier. I guess he's trying to say when you lay down with a man, they all become your husband. Boy, shut the fuck up.
Oh, that's a woman too, Michi.
I don't care. Well, where her husband at? Stop asking goddamn dumbass questions. I don't know what she is, but I don't understand why people always bring it back to that. It's like we give your comment. Stop asking everybody on the panel that shit. Where your husband? Where's your relationship?
Her husband is with his side chick.
I get so tired of these fucking conversations that always come back to trying to ask somebody about their relationships. I'm sick of relationships. How about this? Fuck a relationship. Don't ask Michi that question ever again. I'm not getting married. I don't want a nigga. I've been celibate for 3.5 years. I don't give a fucking fuck.
You. My man died at 19.
Well at night. I don't give a fuck about where a nigga ain't nobody.
I swear to God.
Ask your permission to motherfucking do shit. If you see me with a nigga, he's special than a motherfucker. He right next to Holy Jesus himself. Because if he ain't that special, I want him to get the fuck out of my face. How about that? I've been in relationships since I was 16. Y'all gonna stop acting like relationships are the crux of all life. A nigga can be by themselves and it is all right. You motherfuckers should try it. Y'all get on my damn nerves with these. No matter what we talking about sexual deviancy and motherfuckers doing shit to kids and how do people get this way and rituals and why they bring it in. And you niggas want to know our fucking relationship status. Shut the fuck up. You get on my nerves.
Right.
It is 2:12 in the morning where I'm at. Shut the fuck up with this dumb shit, okay?
Well, see, Michi, that's exactly what we were talking about earlier. You know, we over here talking about sexual deviance and predators and everything, not only within the community, just predators, period. And we are shifting the focus to that. That's the problem with our people. You know what I mean? Like
Yep,
that's the problem I have.
derailing the
It's like
whole argument,
we,
derailing the whole
yeah, like
conversation.
instead of
Yep,
focusing on the main issue, you want to
yep,
talk about side issues. They ain't got shit to do with the main
yep.
issue.
But
He's a
see,
And we
that's
need
dumbass.
to
the
talk
problem.
about this shit
We're
in our
talking about
community.
we're talking about deviance, and you
Yeah,
bring up something as normal as being in a marriage and having a husband. So why? This is what I mean. In our community, we're always mixing some shit that shouldn't be normal with some shit that's normal. I don't understand how we're connecting the two here. Just because we talked about sex being a ritual, it goes into, oh, well, who you married to? Remember, we're talking about sex and sexual deviance. Stay within the fucking conversation and the context we're having. Like, you take it from there and bring it over to some shit that's so normal, which is called having a marriage and having a relationship. That's not what we're talking about here. And maybe that's why the fuck we overlook sexual deviancy in our communities, because y'all niggas always want to play games, say some dumb shit, or mix some shit that's regular into this. We're not talking about husbands and wives. We're not talking about marriages. We're talking about sexual deviancy. And in case you motherfuckers lost the point, I brought it up. I brought up sex as a ritual and the energy that's behind it, because it is a spiritual thing. All religions extend from spirituality. So I wonder if that's part of why it is distorted and it is so prevalent within religion, because that was my question, and you brought it to fucking husbands and wives. What's wrong with y'all? What's wrong with y'all?
Hey, Michi, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, so
Yep.
so Michi, to the church. Is it true you used to be a pastor or a preacher?
Yes, I used to be a pastor.
Okay, so you know firsthand how the church, protects child molesters, right?
Well, I wouldn't say that I know firsthand. We didn't have any child molesters in our church or
It's
anything
very
like that.
common. I don't think people understand how common it
It
is in
is,
the
though.
church. And it's a conversation that needs to be had. A lot of preachers and everybody, they protect these people that are disgusting and mimic it with, well, if God delivered them out of it, it should be fine with you. That's between them and God. Well, what about the kid that went through it? You know what I mean?
Right.
Nobody wants to talk about it.
I
It's
This is
think
why.
they're allowed to do this shit in church because most of us as ADOS folks, we were raised to reverence the church and the pastors and the elders in the church. And so, you know what I'm saying? It's always like, oh, you don't you lie on pastor. You know what I'm saying? So I really feel like pastor is just fucking taking advantage because he knows that people are putting their trust in him. But
and
pastor,
money
just like
and
the
money.
whole concept of church, all that shit's bullshit. I was I mean, it's really just how people are raised. And when you want to really like grow the fuck up and use your head and realize that Mary ain't had no fucking baby and she was no virgin. I mean, all that shit's just, if the shit sounds unbelievable, then it probably is. Yes, I'm a spiritual person. I believe in a higher power. I know that there's higher power. I get that. But all that fairy tale shit is just like somebody mentioned earlier. I think the elder, that shit was used to brainwash us into submission to some whole bullshit. You see what I'm saying? So Pastor TD Jakes and all the rest of them, they're just getting off because they've been put in a position where they get to get all that shit off. But it's time for us to wake up and shut their ass down. Them Negroes ain't shit. They like the bottom of the barrel, if the truth be told. They are deviants in real life. They like to practice, oh, don't be doing this if you're not married, don't be doing that. Just like the priests, Michi. They're supposed to be celibate and this and that. They in there screwing all them kids. And talking about they can't get married, nuns and all that shit. Them people need to be allowed to get married.
They do it in the church all the time, like the shit is fucking normal.
Yes, yes, yes. It's really
And
fucking sick.
let me say something to the people in the chat. I want to say this for everybody said that, oh, I'm tweaking it why I said what I said. Let me tell y'all motherfuckers something right now. I'm gonna tell all of y'all something right now, okay? First of all, I take offense to people taking very lightly. I'm going to say it to you motherfuckers again. We are talking about sexual deviance in the church, you bitches. You want to hear me tweak? I'm about to tweak the fuck out on you niggas again, okay? I am a woman that has been sexually assaulted many times in my life. Bitch, not once, bitch, not twice, motherfucking bitch, not 3 times. So at the end of the day, the reason why I'm tweaking is because I take a great fucking offense that every time we have these conversations, you stupid niggas play like it's not that big of a fucking deal. You take this shit like it's a joke. You say dumb shit in the comment sections, and you always want to bring up shit that is fucking irrelevant. Like y'all was in here joking about the man when I played the fucking clip. This man was fucking groomed and molested and sexually assaulted by T.D. Jakes. And y'all want to talk about how he sounds like a fucking faggot. But you want to know what's wrong with me? I'm offended as a woman who has been sexually assaulted as a motherfucking child that you niggas think this shit is a joke. That's why. And if you bitches was fucking day ones, you would know that about me on my platform. And this is part of the problem, is that whenever we have these fucking conversations, you wonder why you niggas sit at your fucking dining room tables every fucking holiday with the same uncle that's fucking everybody in the family, and you niggas say nothing. You motherfuckers defend the nasty ass grandpa who fucking with everybody. You know why? Because y'all all think this shit is a fucking joke. Tweaking? Bitch, let me give you a statistic while I'm in this motherfucker tweaking. 1 in every 4 black girls, count it, bitch, 1 in every 4 will be sexually assaulted many times. Not once, but more than once by the time they have reached 18. You know who's gonna assault them? 9 times out of 10, one of you black motherfucking men that's in my chat thinking this shit be a joke. So don't fucking ask me why I'm tweaking. Because while you niggas are a part of this community, your fucking comments show why you are a problem in our fucking community. You think this shit is funny? I don't think so. That's why I'm up here fucking tweaking. I'm talking to you about sexual assault, deviance in the fucking church. Do you know how many times I've had these shows and I've had these motherfucking conversations? And I say for the women in my chat to sound off. How many of you have experienced sexual assault from somebody in your family, somebody in your church? And if you've been around me long enough, bitch, you know that my fucking chat goes crazy. And it'd be so many women saying, me too, me too, me too, me too, me too, me too. So many that the chat is going so fast you can't even read them all. Okay, so this is obviously a serious issue in our fucking community, and you niggas think that it's a joke. I don't think anywhere where we talk about sexual fucking deviance and you niggas bring up talking about relationships or husbands. I don't give a fuck if it was a scripture that you're quoting. My question is, why is that scripture even a part of what the fuck we're talking about? Nigga, I'm not dumb. One thing I'm not is motherfucking dumb. So I can read and I know what the fuck y'all saying in the chat. So don't talk to me like I missed the motherfucking point. Then this dumbass nigga gonna come in behind her she's talking about where is your covering? That's what she means, your husbands will cover you. What the fuck do husbands covering niggas got to do with this conversation when it's usually somebody's husband in the church who's fucking molesting somebody? Shut the fuck up. You want to see a tweak, bitch? I'll show you a tweak out. Y'all sound dumb as fuck to me. Y'all sound very inconsiderate, and you niggas act fucking stupid. You understand this is why we can't get nowhere as the black community. You understand why this shit continues to go on in our community? Nigga, go back and read the chat. Look at y'all motherfucking comments and look at the shit that y'all have fucking said, and then you ask your dumb ass selves, why the fuck is the black community where the fuck we are? Bitch, point the finger at your motherfucking self. As I said earlier, when it comes to spirituality, take a look at you. You niggas are part of the fucking problem. You can't even offer no real conversation. You think this shit is funny and that it's a fucking joke for people to be sexually assaulted by people that they fucking look up to, that they believe in, and then they get taken advantage of. And y'all think that it's okay to say the dumb shit that y'all keep saying in my comment section. I am offended. I want you bitches to know that from this point moving forward, whenever you hear me talking about fucking sexual assault, bitch, I'm speaking speaking on it because it's part of my story too. Don't ever fucking come in here and disrespect me or any other victims of this fucking situation ever the fuck again. How about that? Y'all think it's funny? Y'all think it's funny? Do you think it's funny? Because we can get ignorant in this bitch. I guess y'all think it's funny because when I was 12 years old, you think it's funny that a grown-ass man at 12 years old think it's okay to wake up a girl spending the night at his house by eating her out? Do y'all want to really have these conversations? I don't think that y'all do. And then just like the nigga T.D. Jakes did him, he calls on the phone the next day and says, hey, lover, he has to speak to me just so that he can fucking play these games the same way T.D. Jakes did that boy on the phone. See, I tried to tell you niggas that for those of us that have been through it, we recognize the games that T.D. Jakes played because other people have done this shit to us. But I guess I gotta spell it out for you niggas for you not to think shit is funny no motherfucking more. We've had people in this fucking chat and in my videos plenty of times who have talked about how they have been actually molested by the pastor that was in their church. Y'all think this shit a joke, huh? That's what's fucking wrong with the Black community now. Y'all think everything is fucking funny. You don't fight for nothing. You ain't got no fucking sense for nothing. And you think everything is just some comical ass conversation. Fuck all you niggas in the comment section who think that way. Fuck you at 2:23 in the morning. Yeah, Michi is tweaking because you niggas is dumb, you're offensive, and you're a part of the fucking problem. And I don't have to tell you who you are. You bitches know the comments that y'all made. Motherfucker, I can read very well. I have 2 college degrees. I'm not somebody who's illiterate. Bitch, I can read. I didn't graduate from an inner city school in these past 5 years like the motherfuckers who keep graduating and can't read. Bitch, I can read. Now you go back and read your comments and adjust your motherfucking actions or get the fuck up out my chat because there's nothing funny about the conversation that we're having.
Boom.
I think it's time to go to Mississippi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Can I just say one thing too?
That's a great transition right there.
Thank you, right?
I remember I went to my friend's church, and this was a Baptist church, and we went to one of those revival things. And again, I went Roman Catholic, so this was just me visiting to go to church. And I just have to say, I didn't understand how I used to get my quote unquote Jesus on in an hour or less, and then anything over an hour, you lost me. So, because that was Catholic church was just 1 hour. But we went to thing, it was a night service or whatever, it's like that, and it was a visiting pastor. My friend and I got up to leave. The visiting pastor sat there and called me out before I was trying to get out the door and told me to come back. Man was married, not from out of state. He was trying to sleep with me. And I'm like, again, does not compute in my head that this is supposed to be, you guys are sitting here looking up to this dude. You're supposed to be sitting there. It's supposed to be, God and all that. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. How can this happen? And you guys are allowing this to happen. I don't get it. I don't understand. And all those little easements and all those little acceptances lead to exactly what Michi is talking about, the raping and everything else like that, because you sit there and allow that shit. You allow that little fucking inch, and then they take a goddamn yard. Because no one's sitting there saying anything because, oh, he's close to God. He's a fucking man just like every goddamn body else. And he knows a little bit more something about something that you don't know. That's all it is. And people keep putting people on pedestals because of that. Because again, their ego and cognitive dissonance, and they have to sit there and worship something because they can sit there and blame. When something goes wrong, they can fucking blame somebody else for it instead of themselves, as you had said before, Michi.
I'm sorry, you said Michi was talking to me. I'm blocking some of these people. I'm tired of hearing these motherfuckers' mouths. They gonna find something better to do, bitch. You're gonna go talk to the wind. You're not gonna keep talking to me. So if you're talking to me, I'm sorry, I did not hear you. I thought you were just talking about the topic.
No. I just said I just agree with what you were saying. That's all. And I just want to say I did put some stuff in our private chat here with the link about the pastor, the 63-year-old pastor who married his 18-year-old after her birthday. and the thing with TD Jakes and stuff like that. So I just want to say I put a couple links in this chat too. And I put some other stuff before I left before.
I'm sorry, I'm just going back through the chat. I'm blocking some people. I don't normally don't block people, but they done bothered the fuck out of me right now in this moment. I'm tired of people.
Yeah.
I'm tired of these people thinking this shit is funny.
No, and it's not funny, man. I mean, you have every right to do what you did, Michi. I mean, the problem is, like I said before, we take things lightly and we protect the predator instead of the person who's been preyed on. You know what I'm saying? Now, it is circumstantial. It is circumstantial in certain situations where, that's why you have to do research, and that's why it's called an investigation to see if the person really had did it or not. Because there are, people who lie and all that stuff, and I understand that. But at the same time, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, majority of the time it is a duck. You just can't take it. You can't take it too easy. You can't take it too light. You know what I mean? So do some investigation, do some research to make sure this person did do what they did do or not. So I don't know, man. This is why we're at where we're at as a community, and it's crazy because I do a lot of reading, and I've been doing a lot of research lately. It's funny we're talking about this. I've been doing a lot of research lately on mobsters and the Italian mob, and one of their principles is called retribution and vengeance, and they have that old school, Old Testament eye for an eye type deal. Like listen, if somebody did something to my sister, we getting you back. You know what I'm saying? Like you're going to die. Like we just got to catch you or whatever, right? So that we don't, and I ain't gonna say we gotta adapt that totally as a community, but I think going back, a few chats ago when we were talking about Trayvon Martin and Mike Brown and all these other, Castillo, everybody else, right? Anybody who's died, unfortunately death by, police or whatever case, right? We just let it go and move on. Yeah, we do a couple marches here and there, but like nothing's going to change unless we decide to really take things into our own hands, and make sure they understand you motherfuckers ain't doing this shit to us ever again. And if you try, we're gonna take out your whole goddamn motherfucking family if we have to. Until we get to that level, it's just gonna be same thing, repetitive, same thing, expecting a different result, same thing, expecting a different result. It's just gonna be insane at that point. So I don't know. I'm gonna be quiet now, but because I want to talk about the other Mississippi thing and all that. If you decide you want to, pivot to that, but you have every right to be upset, Michi, and I'm proud of you because that was, you don't have to really tell your story like that, but you try to tell your story to uplift people and give people platforms, and you have people who are, want to be jokesters and all that stuff in the chat and not taking the shit serious, and it's really unfortunate. It really is.
Well, yeah, we can move on to the other thing. I want to tell homegirl, what's her name? That asked about the husbands. I forget her name.
I can't pronounce it. It starts with a B.
Yeah, Vivi. You're not blocked. I didn't block you. I saw what you said, that you was asking about it in the Bible. Again, I wasn't just talking to her though. Y'all asked me if I read the chat. Do y'all read the chat? Do y'all read the chat? I blocked 4 people and none of them was you. So apparently it wasn't just your comment. There are people that are talking about you sound like you a feminist. There were people joking about the man that was talking about his story with TD Jakes, being in there being disrespectful all fucking night. And at the end of the day, let me tell you something. I have dealt with my trauma a whole lot at the end of the day. It wasn't so much bother that I feel some type of way and it happening to me. There are plenty of people that are on my platform that have dealt with these same situations, and y'all just be saying anything and you don't understand how the fuck y'all talk or how that affects somebody in the goddamn chat. You know what I'm saying? If I was on somebody's platform and I didn't have no way to have control over that, I might just motherfucking leave the conversation because of the way y'all motherfuckers is acting. Again, y'all don't have no empathy, no sympathy for the shit our people go through in the community. So no, I did not block the one lady. I don't see her comments no more. So maybe she left because she thought she was blocked. I didn't block you because regardless of what you think, it wasn't your comment necessarily all by itself that pissed me off. Motherfuckers been making jokes and talking shit ever since I started playing the clip of the man talking about what T.D. Jakes did to him. So I'm talking about everybody that had something to say at that point. And all four of those people, now a fifth person has been fucking blocked. And if y'all, somebody else want to get blocked, say something else. Say some more dumb shit. I'll block your ass too. And y'all know I don't normally get into blocking, but I'm really tired of it. I really am. Because the bottom line of it is that you guys, when you turn around and you look at my story, I'm a grown ass woman. This ain't some shit that happened to me yesterday. I was a little girl when this happened to me. And do you know how many of our little girls in the Black community are dealing with this shit today? Today, right fucking now, they're dealing with it. Right now. My shit was long time ago. Their shit is right now. I gave you that statistic for a reason. 1 in 4, I'm gonna give it to you again. 1 in 4 Black girls will be sexually assaulted multiple times, more than once by the time they're 18 years old.
And that's reported. 1 in 4 that's reported, you know, like.
And that's for all the girls who have reported it. Do you know how many of us get sexually assaulted and don't report nothing to nobody? Do you know that all the times I was sexually assaulted, I'm not in that report. I'm not in that report.
Especially when, even as adults,
I didn't report my shit to nobody. It wasn't until I was an adult that I even came to grips and said something about it to anybody. And then here we got this dumbass bitch. Lady, I'm not finna play games with you tonight. You gonna go and make 50 fucking accounts to keep bringing your ass in here just to say some goddamn dumb shit. Get out my chat. Go get a life. You are a mentally ill bitch. You keep making accounts and you keep coming in here to talk shit. This is that Sergeant Dobby bitch. and Goddess Masterpiece has the nerve to say that I sent this lady to come harass her. Both you bitches is crazy. You and Goddess Masterpiece. Both of y'all need mental evaluations. A shout out to
what happened?
It's a lady in here. I've blocked her already. She's made 3 accounts and came in a matter of like 5 minutes, and I've had to block her. She's about to come back in with another one. The people that have been around here, y'all know it's that Sergeant Dobby bitch. You know, the lady that Goddess Masterpiece that I sent after her that harasses everybody. She's in the chat now. She's decided to show up, y'all. And I've deleted 3 of her accounts already now in past 5 minutes because she's just in there talking crazy. That lady is mentally ill, for real, for real. Shout out to you for the super chat. It says Google the word pos and tor, then put the meaning together, and you will get educated by the state of mental midget. Thank you for the super chat. Let me see. We got another super chat. Says thank you, Michi. I appreciate you, Queen. I appreciate you back. You stated some real shit tonight. Being essayed, as many of us Black women have been assaulted from someone from our community. Absolutely. I was 13 and called fast instead of being protected. See, that's what I'm talking about. And I want y'all to know that I've had these conversations, and I guess that's what bothers me about it. That I've had these conversations a lot on my show. And I know that the women in my chat have experienced the same thing. Because when I ask them to show themselves, they do. And so I want to thank this sister, not just for the super chat, but saying what she said, because this is what I'm saying. While they're in the chat and they're making smart ass remarks, they think they're talking shit to me. But you never know what women are in the chat that are finding what you're saying offensive to them as well. That's the point of what I'm telling you. You don't know who you're in there offending while you're just trying to call yourself trolling me. So yes, I take offense to that. I'm very protective over other women and people that have been through what I've been through. You can talk all this shit you want to me, but you're not finna come up in here with that crazy ass bullshit and make people in my chat feel uncomfortable. You're not finna fucking do that. And I know my audience, so I know there's plenty of them in my chat. So y'all getting blocked for that, because I could ignore y'all. I could click this part off and not even look at y'all fucking comments. But at the same time, the people in the chat have to look at that shit, and you're not finna offend them either.
And if you're offending adults, you're not protecting children. So we know we got a gang of vulnerable individuals out there that if your mindset can't even handle an adult conversation about this topic, I know you're missing clues about the children around you who are probably vulnerable.
They're going to link y'all. We're going to change the conversation. We're going to play this video, you guys, about Mississippi. So we'll get into that conversation. Let me see. I'm gonna play a clip for you guys so y'all can see the what the news had to say. So basically, you guys, in Mississippi, the governor has signed a bill, okay, to eliminate income taxes. Now, it's supposed to be eliminated, not all at one time, and you'll see this in the news report, but over the years. So by, I think it's, you'll see in the news, I think it's in 5 years. I told y'all by the time Trump gets out of office in the next 4 or 5 years, we're going to turn around and everything is going to be completely changed. And by the time that Trump gets out of the office, the way you see things now, they are going to be so drastically different in 5 years. You are not going to recognize what you see today. Okay. So everybody thought that it was like, just Trump talking shit when he said he was going to eliminate taxes. Okay. So that people don't have to pay no damn taxes. But in Mississippi, they actually tried to pass this bill a year ago. Trump was not in the White House. And the reason why I want to make that point is because this is not just a Trump thing. I need y'all to understand that this is a way that the government is moving things and doing things in a new way. Okay, y'all. And so in doing things in this new way, I told y'all we're moving to a cashless society. What are you going to be paying taxes for if you ain't getting no check and you're not out there doing no work? I know y'all think that this sounds crazy, but AI is getting ready to take everybody's job. I'm going to keep reiterating that shit, okay? And so with AI taking everybody's job, y'all not finna have no job or no taxes to pay, man. You finna be like Tommy from the Fifth Floor. You're not finna have no job, man, okay? And so where will you be paying taxes from? So it sounds like a good thing because everybody's like, oh, we don't have to pay taxes. That's going to be the case for a little bit. But after a while, you won't be paying taxes because you won't be being taxed on anything because your ass is not going to have a job. So Mississippi has actually implemented this. And I guess when we listen to the news clip or whatever, because once again, they're trying to say that this is going to, the law being passed is going to affect, minority groups and Black people. I'm not understanding how cutting income taxes for individuals is going to do that. They are going to bring down the food taxes as well, I think from 7% to 3%, which is 50%, but then general tax might go up 1%. So they're trying to say that 1% is going to fucking affect everybody. So when we talk about having no taxes, you guys, one thing I want to say out there, because I'm going to play this clip and then I'm going to let y'all give me your opinion on all of this stuff. But I will say that in not having taxes, we are going to have a time in this country where we are going to have to feel the shift of what's happening, right? And so when Trump said that he was going to bring in tariffs and that was going to bring more money in again, he is tariffing up everybody. He put 25% tariffs on the automotive industry. So if you have a car and the motherfucker is not built in America, 25% tariff on that ass. And he just recently said that he will be putting tariffs on pharmaceutical companies next. If the pharmaceutical companies, the medication and stuff is not created here in America, there will be a tax on that comes from other countries, okay? Now, in playing this game of we're putting tariffs on everybody, he continues to say, if you don't want to be taxed with these tariffs, then make your shit in America. So what he's doing is bringing all of this shit back to America, right? Where everything has to be manufactured here. Either Americans are manufacturing or countries have to bring their operation and have facilities in America where they are manufacturing these products, right? So now we know with the other tariffs, I don't know if you guys know, that they have in Mexico, I believe it's Honda, they have committed to building a facility in America to build their cars here. From Canada, there's another company that will be coming here to build stuff here. So this is the thing. If everything begins to be built here in America, what happens is, I know we're looking at the tariffs because they get taxed and then this comes down to the people. But what's really happening, it is going to be tight for a moment. He did say that, and I do agree with him that you're going to feel some pain, but that's what you do when things shift and they change. And so what happens is these tariffs are going to start to force everybody to create things right here in America, right? Once America becomes a manufacturing beast and they have all of these supplies coming out of America, guess what happens? Now you have all of these supplies. People are coming to America to get these supplies. Now you generate income that will come in that will ultimately help to alleviate all of these taxes and things that he's talking about. Is that going to happen overnight? Absolutely not. But when you're the one that is actually producing all of this manufacturing, you got your own oil. When he wants to drill, you have all of these things, then you become a force to be reckoned with in another form, because now all of these people outside of America are going to start to come to you for products and things that you have manufactured here. Also, while saving Americans money, because you can buy American-made products, right? Shit that's made right here. That's not going to happen overnight. And the reason why I say all of that is because as he talks about these tariffs, just like in Mississippi, it all plays into people saying, oh, he's not going to dismiss income taxes. How can he bring income taxes down? And he says he wants to, build up tariffs. And that's how the country will be instead of income taxes. Now, if we do tariffs, yes, some of that will come back to the consumer. So again, I'm going to tell you though, as a consumer, when you pay taxes at work, they're going to snatch your money out your check before you ever even have an opportunity to decide what you're going to do with your money, okay? As a consumer, you get to decide if you want to spend your money somewhere. So you have much more say in the matter, if that makes sense to you guys. So that's the difference between your taxes coming out of your check as soon as you get that shit, with you having no say in it, or you deciding if you want to actually spend the money on this product, even if it's higher price because of tariffs. But at some point, those tariffs are not going to be an issue, because there will be so much stuff manufactured here, you will be able to buy American-made products, but that's going to take time, okay? And then that's going to play into you not having to pay income taxes as well. So I'm saying all of that to play into the Mississippi situation, because this is why Trump is saying what he's saying, and this is his plan. Will it work? I don't know, but I will tell you this, since he's put his foot on some people next about tariff, yes, there are companies who are now promising to come to America and build their facilities here. So to a certain extent, it seems to be working. So we will see. So let me go over here. I'm gonna play this. What'd you say?
It's supply and demand. Is that simple? It's simple economics. You create the supply in America, and the demand is going to be so high they have to come over here to do business. So yeah, like I said, it's a short term. You take a hit, but in the long term, it's in business to be a successful businessman. I know I am one. You have to play the long game, not the short game, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna take time. You know what I'm saying? For us to get there, it will definitely take time. But again, I see the play. I do.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We will see. Again, though, when we say that everything's going to be manufactured here, I want people to keep in mind that even though it will be manufactured here, you will not be having those jobs. And those facilities are built. Check this out. For the facilities that already exist, it is one thing to turn around and to have to incorporate and build an AI system. If you are building a facility from scratch, it is very easy from the beginning to incorporate AI and automation within the building from the beginning, because you're building it from scratch. Does that make sense? So like, it's easier to build it from scratch and add that automation in there. There's no reason why people need to work on the assembly lines. AI can definitely handle putting a car together, every last piece and part. They don't need a human being to do any of that shit anymore at all. Okay, so let's be clear. Those things are going to alleviate you from taxes, but you're not going to worry about taxes because you're going to get a universal income. So let's be clear though, those facilities will not be giving your ass a job. It will be giving you American-made products, but your ass will not be getting no job. Okay, let me see.
Well, there was lots of excitement outside the governor's mansion here as he signed the bill into effect. Governor Tate Reeves saying this will help the working people and draw more people into the state. Now, the bill will drop income tax by 0.25% each year until 2030 when it reaches 3%. The grocery tax will also be cut from its current 7%, the highest in the nation, to 5% in a one-time cut effective July 1st. And to make up for the funding cut, the gas tax will gradually increase 9 cents from the current rate of 18 cents per gallon. Governor Reeves sharing how this will benefit Mississippians.
I believe in a simple idea that government should take less so that you can keep more. That our people should be rewarded for hard work, not punished. And that Mississippi has the potential to be a magnet for opportunity.
And along with the governor, the Lieutenant Governor Delbert Hosemann and House Speaker Jason White also shared their thoughts on the bill. For now, I'm live at the governor's mansion. Crystal Tisme, 16 WAPT News.
All right, Crystal, thank you. House Bill 1 is the law of the land tonight, but it could still be changed before it goes into effect July 1st. Senate Bill 3095 is headed to conference committee, where state lawmakers from both chambers will work on a new trigger system to replace the typo in the bill signed by the governor today. House Speaker Jason White indicated this week that trigger could be lower than the 85% economic growth marker House Bill 1 was supposed to have.
Now, this is the funny part, y'all. So they wrote this bill, right? And in writing this bill, they put a typo in it. So it's supposed to be 85%. Did y'all see that? But it was a 0.85. So that means that they're going to get to the mark of eliminating the taxes probably sooner than they expected to have to do so. So we will see what happens with that. But yeah, Mississippi is trying to remove taxes. Now, if you go watch any of the other shows on it or news, there's this element of people saying, well, at the same time he's doing that, they are bringing the taxes on food, which I think is important because we're talking about eating, right? It goes from 7% down to 3%. Well, 3.5%. So 50% cut on that. But the general tax for everything else is supposed to go up 1.5%. So you have people, I get sick of this, who are saying that Black people, and they have the Black man all over the news, the 3 channels that it was on, they have the same Black man talking about how this is going to affect and impact low income and Black people because they can't afford to pay the general tax. Nigga, he's talking about a limited income taxes in their house, and the taxes on food is going down. They can afford to pay a little bit more on a general tax. Shut the hell up. So anyway, of course, they brought Black people into it. They found some way to make it racist. I don't know. Y'all heard what I heard. Did you hear anything racist? Because I didn't. So anyway, y'all, tell me what y'all think about this idea. Y'all sound off. Let me know how y'all feel about the fact that we are starting to see this take place, that removing taxes and you not paying taxes out your check can be a real thing. So, I mean, does it make sense to y'all? Everybody's getting mad about Trump shutting down departments. But do you understand that these departments are actually being dismantled because new ones will be replacing them? You don't need the IRS if there's no taxes to pay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm a financial strategist and I love it. One, this conversation clearly lets me know who understands basic economics and the history of the country that they live in, period. First and foremost, if you know anything about all of the income taxes that we're paying now, the reason why the tea got dumped over into the Boston Harbor was, like they didn't want to be taxed. Taxing was implemented. I think it was the 16th Amendment, just a slither for as majorly necessary at 1%. If you make anything over 200,000, oftentimes we're paying 44% for that. Is insane. Like, so I don't know who can understand economy and economics, and like the gentleman said earlier, understand the long game. If you have a strategy, I really don't see an argument in it. Yes, if you may pick up a small burden somewhere else, but what Mississippi doing is phenomenal. Now, I don't want to live in Mississippi. They can reduce taxes and give away free houses. I don't know when the last time y'all been to Mississippi, but I'm good. However, I think that as it sweeps the nation, like, this is a good thing. This is a great thing.
Well, I have a question. So if Trump is tearing all this down, somebody said I put Joanne stuff up there. She said, I'm sick and tired of hearing about black people, this, black people, that. I agree with you, Joanne. I feel like they throw black people into everything. You know what I'm saying? They throw us into everything to try and play that race card. And I think as black people, we're getting tired of seeing the race card being played, right? Because a lot of times this shit don't have nothing to do with black people or a race, but they always go get the black reporter to report on it. They always somehow want to bring it up and act like it's gonna affect black people in a negative way. I'm sick of that shit too. So let me ask the people on the panel that are all up here. We do have I think a new person on the panel, Candyman, and I don't know if Casey has been able to speak yet about
Meech, you need to read the chat before you let Candyman speak. Just let you know.
Why Candy?
You might want to get them off there. There's one of those persons that keep making the same account type thing. And right now,
Candyman, go ahead and say what you got to say, so we can see who you is, and we could be done. Go ahead, Candyman. Go ahead, let Candyman speak. Go ahead, you hear motherfucker speak. You brought your ass up here. Come on. You did all that shit talking in the back. If you who I think you is, as soon as you open your mouth and breathe, bitch, I'm already knowing if you ain't say what you want to say. You did all this talking in the back. You are up here now. Bitch, take off your mic and speak. Go ahead, give us a little entertainment. Come on. We had a serious moment earlier. We need an ignorant bitch to break up the monotony. Go ahead, bitch. The floor is yours. Is this what you came up here for? You wanted to talk? Talk. You're not gonna say nothing. So why are you here? You did all this to come up here, bitch, and you up here now. Go ahead. We want to hear what you gotta say. Although we already know what you're gonna say as soon as the microphone comes. You bitch, you bitch, you bitch, you bitch. Come on, go, come on and get the 5 bitches out your system tonight. Come on, girl, so we can finish the conversation. Why you leave?
Oh, they left.
It
was Red Mask, and that one too.
With this on the regular, like you know who these people are. I could
Red Mask, and then this one too, or the same thing that we read the chat.
I let Red Mask come too. I know Red Mask was coming to talk shit, but then you dropped off. Like, now this is the funny
It's
part.
really
You said, do I deal
sad
with
that
these
these
on the
are
regular?
grown people.
It's psychotic though.
These are grown people trolling when this lady is on her channel. Yes, trying to have a serious conversation. They are literally fucking trolling like big ass
But they
kids.
psychotic though. Like
No wonder they're okay with children being touched.
Who sits there and be on?
I'm gonna be fair with you.
This?
Now, this lady, Sergeant Dobie, Linda Dobie, or whatever her name is, I really think she's mentally ill. Like on some real shit, not even trying to roast her. Like I think she belongs in a psych ward.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I do.
This
I do. Because she's been doing this for years. She probably got 25 different accounts. I blocked this bitch in the chat already tonight 4 times. And she still came up as red, whatever. And then she still had another account, Candyman. I let her come up as. And if I let her come on, all she's gonna do is say the same thing. If y'all been on these shows, y'all have seen her come up. She's come up once or twice. I entertain the crazy bitch sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that night that you roasted Goddess, she was in there.
Now, this is the funny part. For anybody who watched my video about Goddess Masterpiece, right?
I did. I was live with y'all.
Now, this is the woman, this funky bitch. This is what I mean by a bitch just trying to start shit for no reason. This girl made that video trying to sneak diss me because she said she was side-eyeing me because she thinks that I sent this lady to come harass her. This lady was a moderator in her
that whole
chat.
broadcast.
She was never a moderator on my page. But I want y'all to think. So what? This is how I know, bitch, you forgot its masterpiece. This is how I know you just jealous or have a problem with me. You know, you remember when we used to be in high school and a bitch would come up to you and be like, I heard you call me a bitch. Well, let me say middle school. I never went to high school. I dropped out in 8th grade. But I got a GED and 2 motherfucking bachelor's degrees. So shut up your mama, bitch. Anybody in the chat wants to talk shit. But in middle school, they come up and just say some dumb shit like, you call me a bitch because they just want to fight. You know, I ain't said nothing about you, girl. Like, I feel like that's what Goddess Masterpiece was doing, y'all. It's like she was just trying to find a reason to fight with me for no reason. Because she said, She thinks I sent this woman to harass her. This woman harassed
Sis, I heard the whole broadcast. Goddess is just as sick in the head as that lady. They both need to
That's
seek
what I
help.
said.
She is
What was the
fucking
name of
nuts.
this one?
Oh my God. I'm talking about she is freaking nuts. I heard
If
it
you
all.
read the
She is
private
so,
chat, you can see all the names.
yeah, she's so irrational. She needs to get help too. I'm telling you,
She
both of
do.
those ladies
Well,
are sick.
the court told her she needed a mental evaluation to see her again.
Well, I have a master's degree in rehabilitation counseling, and that's all dealing with substance abuse and mental health. I was actually a therapist before I became a fucking insurance adjuster. Okay. I'm telling you right now, Goddess is just as sick as that lady. I'm telling you, they
Oh yeah,
need help.
Candyman off the chain.
Jeanette
Heard that.
Dozer.
Candyman off the chain.
Jeanette Dozer, you gonna get blocked, okay? I'm not in the mood right now. It's 3:00 in the morning. I hate when people come here and say this dumb shit. Stop giving her your energy. Bitch, when do I be giving anybody my energy? I hate when y'all come and say this dumb stuff. I'm on a road tonight. I should have had a bottle so I could have had some shots because y'all niggas is getting the Michi irritated with you nigga version tonight. I don't know, my period must be about to start because you niggas is pissing me the fuck off right now. I hate when people come in here and say this. What energy am I giving somebody? The bitch who stalks everybody is on my chat. So because I made the point to say, do y'all see how crazy that lady is? Who in their right mind would think that I would have something to do with that lady or I sent that lady to go stalk somebody? That's the point that I'm making. So because I said that I'm giving somebody my energy, y'all just be saying anything. Right now,
We in here doing a 12-hour
I'm giving
show, and we
you my
always do it.
energy,
What
and
are
I
they
just
talking
should
about?
stop giving it to you. Y'all get on my nerves, acting like a motherfucker can't speak
Nuts.
or say nothing. I'm making a point,
Oh
bitch.
my
Either get the
God.
point or Jeanette, shut the fuck up in my chat because
Right.
you're pissing me
Straight
off
up.
right now too. You're pissing me off right now too. Who the fuck am I giving my energy to? I don't go live every motherfucking day saying somebody's name. I think the fact that we have the psycho in here acting crazy, I think it's a relevant topic to bring up. I just want people to hear how ridiculous it sounds for somebody to think that I sent this lady. And not only did I send her to mess with anybody, I told her to stalk me too, so it seemed real. Like, I really have time for that? Like, who does that? Who even thinks like that? The fuck?
Goddess masterpiece. Who every 5 minutes she talked about what all. Look, every 5 minutes she was talking about what all you did for her. But what?
I don't understand. I don't
Fucking
understand.
weirdos, man.
I don't
These people
understand
are
some people. That
weirdos.
lady, Sergeant Dobie, go get some therapy, girl. Go get some therapy, okay? You need some help. You really do.
She
And
does.
y'all
She
be looking
needs
at
an
this back chat.
intervention.
I don't never look at this back chat.
Yeah,
So
that
I'm
back
glad
chat
y'all
just
do.
scared
Because if
me.
I looked at it, she done left 50 comments back there.
Yeah, that scared me. I said, "Oh yeah, she
don't
got
read the back chat."
That's why I was watching. I was like, the red mask, and I was like, what the hell? And then I was responding back, and then this one came up.
That's why I let her. That's why I let her up because I don't read the back chat. I don't never look at that because on my end, I can either see the comments in the comment section or I can see the back chat between us. But since we're on stage talking, I don't feel the need to. I feel like we got
look at the chat.
Yeah, so I don't read our private chat because I prefer to look at the chat in the thing. So yeah, so I don't never read that shit back there. So I ain't know who the fuck that was.
Social media gives these keyboard gangsters the I don't know, the balls to sit there and go say all this stuff, but they don't want to come up and step. It's kind of like, you know,
if this was real life, I would be in jail because I done beat so many bitches up. I swear to God.
But they wouldn't
I told you
step to you though. That's the thing about it. These are pussies. They would never step to you in real life. They can
I told
always
you they be jacking off in their mama's basement, man. That's why I don't be paying attention to their dumb ass. That's all they be doing. They ain't got time for bullshit.
They need a hug, they need someone to talk to, and they need medication.
Watch this, y'all. Now, look, some of y'all might be like, Michi, get to the topic. It's 3:00 in the morning. I'm hanging out. I'm drinking my water. It should be some liquor right now, but I don't got the. But we got Sergeant Dobie in the back. She didn't came back and showed up as herself because she didn't want to. You know what it was? She didn't want to take off her mute button under another name to have to admit she was pretending to be somebody else. So she went and came back as herself, thinking that somebody is tricked. So hold on, y'all. Let's talk to
She
Sergeant
said,
Doe.
"Ding dong."
Yeah, you're such a liar, bitch.
Oh Lord.
So what
Oh
was the
Lord,
lie?
oh Lord, you're start praying now. Start praying. Yeah, I suggest you. See, I'm not like any of you, bro. I ain't like none of you slaves. Don't fucking play with me. I'm not
Okay,
like
so
none
what
of you
about
slaves.
the
I'm not like none of you fucking slaves. Did you hear me?
What do
We
you
did.
I'm gonna talk to you. Oh, bitch, I'm gonna talk to you like you on the fucking.
What do you want, Sergeant Doe?
Don't play with me.
Who's
You
playing?
don't be where the fuck I be, bitch. I
No,
reassure you.
I do
I
not.
Girl, you
You're right.
need to
I
get
do
some
not be
I
help.
where you be.
reassure you.
I don't want to be where you be.
I know you. You can't.
Calm down.
Is she
You.
serious?
Take your medicine. Hold on.
So
No,
is
you
that
hold.
a Ford
No, I'm
or a
sick of you.
I'm the
Mississippi
one who had
tank?
5 cups of coffee this morning. Goddamn, calm down, girl.
Shut.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, now go.
You's a retarded bitch.
Is she serious?
So is that
Are
Ford
you
the
serious? Shut the
Mississippi
fuck up. Shut the
pizza?
fuck up.
Is it Ford
Let
the
this
Mississippi
Edomite speak for
pizza?
herself, bitches. Now, me, bitch.
I
You
just
Wow.
want to
accosted me, bitch.
understand.
You threatened me, bitch. I don't give a fuck what your motherfuckers got to say up here. You threatened me, bitch.
Girl, you
What I
obviously
threaten
care
you?
what we
You
gotta
summons
say.
me,
Why
ho.
you in
Then you
here?
like Candyman. Stop playing with me.
When did
All
I
you
threaten
niggas getting
you?
out. Shut the fuck up.
When did
Girl,
I
shut
This is
threaten
your
you?
between. See, if
retarded
anybody
ass
know
up.
about Chicago, you shut.
Do I shut
Girl,
up?
fuck
How do I answer
You
your
shut.
Chicago.
questions? I'll answer your questions. If you want me to shut up, I'm confused. Now you can keep unmuting your mic. We could play tic tac back and forth. Like,
That's all you do.
do you want
That's
to
all
ask?
you do.
Do you want to ask me a real question? So,
Yo.
do you want to ask me something? A
Yeah,
real
why you a lie? Why you lie about everything? You
what
a lying bitch. Why did you
I
accost me, bitch? Do you know what the definition of a
accosted you? She says I accosted
you
her.
fucking graduate, huh?
She said
Oh
You
my
I
fucking
God.
graduate. Do you know, ho?
Girl, you need to seek help.
Yeah, your mama, nigga.
You are fucked
What
up.
the fuck?
Your mama
You
ain't
are
Leave her
fucked
for
your
up.
real.
mama.
Sergeant
What the
Dobie.
fuck?
Girl,
Your
She
mama
said
and
this. Wait a minute.
nigga. Your mama.
You
You
say this
said your
as if
mama,
you do
nigga.
girl,
Are
something.
you kidding me?
Your mama and your dad.
girl, you are fucked
You say
up.
this
Oh
every
my
time you come up
God.
Yeah,
here. How did I accost you? I
man.
want to know this.
You girl,
Can you answer that
you
one
fucked
question?
up too.
Goddamn. Sergeant Dobie, could you
Fucked
answer
up
that
too.
one question? I accosted you. How did I
Girl.
accost you?
Do you
Explain
know what
it
the
to me.
definition of it is? First of all, bitch.
Explain
Last
it.
time you didn't know the
No,
definition.
I don't know.
Did you find out what the definition was now?
I'm stupid. I don't
What
know.
happened with Z Banger? Why you send me that ritual, bitch? February 3rd, 2022, 3:13 a.m. Why you send that shit to me?
Oh my
Man, have you been
God.
drinking some
Why
peroxide? What
did
the
you
fuck is
send
wrong
that
with you?
shit to me? We know you bitches don't know what the fuck is going on. Go look at the receipts, niggas. We don't give a fuck. We monetize bitch on rubbers all over the social media. Monetize, ho. They
Monetize me.
lying is
Welcome to the club.
yeah, go to lying is
She on dope or dog food. One of the two.
This bitch been drinking peroxide. What
I
the fuck
swear
is
to
wrong with
God.
her?
Jay, she is like this all the
Oh
time.
my God. She no,
I
she
think
no,
it's more
no,
than
no, no.
peroxide.
This
It's
listen,
more than
listen, listen.
peroxide. No said
Hold on.
so
This
big
bitch is
fucking
comedy. This has to be a troll. She cannot be serious right now.
She's dead serious.
Michi, this is your life.
This is
I
my
couldn't
life. Look. They said I was up here tweaking earlier. No. This
Now
is
that's a
tweaking.
tweet.
This
Now
is
you hear
tweaking.
me?
But
Do you hear me?
she came ready. I mean, as soon as the mic
She's like that every time. I put her down. Watch. I'm about to bring her back up on the stage. As soon as I do, she finna be off the chain. Don't nobody say
she
nothing
say
to
February 23rd.
Oh my
All right,
God.
I'm
This
finna
bitch is
mute
drinking
up.
peroxide. What the fuck is wrong with this bitch?
We
That
need to
bitch
get
is
some
drinking
sage
rubbing alcohol, but
and
I'm
It's
finna
some
like
mute.
magic.
Oh
You
and
know
my
how
some
you
God.
frankincense
put
and
water
myrrh.
on them little sponges and they grow like
Yes,
this?
you need
It's
to
like magic. Watch. I'm
sage,
gonna put her up here and watch how she go in.
frankincense, myrrh.
Hold up.
You need a whole panel, bitch, right? A demon ass panel. I was born on the same day as Jesus, bitch.
Oh my God.
You Judas fucking Pisces. I was
This
born on the
bitch
same
said she
day
was
and
born on
time
the
as
same day
Jesus.
as
I don't give
Jesus.
a fuck, bitch.
No,
what's
I
your
was born on the same day they kicked off the Haitian Revolution. What day was that, bitch? I was born on the same day Emmett Till arrived.
Wait a minute. It was it Jesus'
What day?
birthday or the Haitian Revolution?
What?
Now, which one is it, bitch? You can't be born on 2 days.
Bitch, what day was that, bitch?
No, this bitch was born in the Great Depression because there's something wrong with your ass.
Graduate. You Carolyn Brown.
Sergeant Dobie, like I be wanting to argue with you, but I can't even argue with you because you don't let nobody like you be jumping around on the topic and you don't never let nobody say nothing back to you.
That's because she's mentally ill.
She
Like for
is.
real. In
She
real
is.
life.
And if I just let her talk, somebody
Yeah.
said you need some holy water.
I'm telling you, she needs to see
Someone
somebody
need an
about that shit.
exorcism. We need an
I
exorcism.
promise you, an intervention like a motherfucker.
Thank you.
This bitch,
She
this bitch,
nutty as that one thing.
this bitch need to stop drinking hot dog water. That's what she been drinking.
Hey, I'm trying to tell you, she is
He
fucked up.
needs some hot dog water because that might
Wow.
bring her back. Man,
She been drinking that stuff that in them pipes that with the fluoride and
Oh, like what they
Bitch, get
pour
that
into the
weave back.
pipes and
Get that horse back his hair, you weaved out bitches. Get the fuck off of here, ho.
oh my
Bitch,
God.
don't vote for me, ho. Vote for me, ho. I'll be with your elected officials,
Where
bitch.
your
Vote for me.
picture at?
Why don't you show your face? Why don't you show your face? You big, bad, and bold. Why don't you show your fucking
punk
face?
ass?
She said
Punk
she
ass
said
crazy
vote for
bitch.
her.
Won't even
She
show
be
your
with
face.
elected officials. Okay, we should not be making fun of this mentally ill woman.
She need to show her face if she talking all that
I've
shit
always had
with her
mad
nutty
respect for you,
ass.
Meech. But this right here, Meechy, I'm like, this is your life for real? Oh
Girl,
no.
right.
Right.
This is comedy for me. This is comedy hour. It has got to be comedy. She cannot be serious.
I'm doing this to wake myself up. In a minute, I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee, y'all, because we
that
still have
woke
this
me
conversation.
all the way up.
Girl, you about to send me in there to make some coffee. Shit, I'm gonna spike my shit.
Somebody spraying.
Okay.
Somebody got some sage spray.
Somebody
Is that her still?
No, somebody microphone.
Oh, I'm about to say, oh my God, this bitch making scratching noises. I'm about to say, oh, what
See
the
the
fuck?
Oracle, that bitch about to get us all for real. Y'all think that movie Shocker? She about to come through the screen and get a nigga.
Wow.
Hey, Meechy, you better keep your
So
power
listen,
tools on deck.
this
Cause you got,
lady,
when you move into the limelight, you get straight up stalkers.
this
Like
lady,
for real.
This bitch said I was born when Jesus was born. Oh my God, I almost died. I'm like, oh, you kidding me? Wow.
Yeah, that's
Now,
why she on here nutting up.
she been doing this for like 3 years now.
Oh my God.
Now let me say, when you said this is my life, like no, this is online.
No. That's what I meant.
Yeah, so like I can tune her out when I want to. That's the funny part. Like she harasses other people online, Goddess Masterpiece being one of them. But the problem with Goddess Masterpiece is she entertains her. She will make whole videos about this.
Cause
bitch.
she nutty as fuck too. That's
Right.
why.
This lady, I mean, in all fairness, she called Child Protective Services on Goddess Masterpiece. Goddess dumbass put her phone up to the screen and she got a screenshot and got her phone number. So she will text her and harass her throughout the day. She called CPS on her, although she already didn't have her kids, so it didn't do nothing to her. But
she nutty too, Meechy.
but Goddess be entertaining that shit. That's what I want to say.
She's
Like
a fucking
right now, she's
nutcase
in the
too.
back. I know her up because I'm laughing at this bitch, but she can't bother my day like that.
No,
I don't
it
understand.
really isn't funny. It was unbelievable.
And if she got my phone number, guess what? I will never know because I do not answer phone calls for numbers I don't know. And as soon as a motherfucker texts me and be like, "Hey," and it's a number with no name,
Girl, you know my
delete
number
that
and
shit.
you still don't answer. You be busy as fuck.
You have not called me in forever. Because if you did, I know it's you.
But
See,
wait a
I'm
minute,
saying,
sis. But wait a minute. Every time I text you, you text me like about a week or two later. You return.
this is true. It's
It's
where my
okay
Pisces
though.
at? Where
Shit,
my
I get
Pisces
it.
at? Do I have any Pisces in the chat?
Listen,
Tell her it's
sis.
not personal. See, this is what happens. I'm gonna tell you right now. I see the text and I look at the
That's
text.
all I really
And
be
I
wanting
say,
anyway. You
and
notice
I
I
say to
usually
myself, no, listen. I say to myself, I'm gonna answer that in a little bit because I'm in the middle of doing something. And
Right.
somehow that little bit turned into a week later, like, oh damn, man, I
Right.
never seen that motherfucking text. But don't feel bad because I do the same shit to my mom.
I really don't feel bad because I do shit like that too.
You just gotta frame it accordingly. You gotta
But
take
listen,
her a week in
me.
advance.
Listen, every time I text you, I usually only am like telling you something, like some information that I want you
Yeah,
to know.
because
Or
you ain't
something
texted me in a long
exactly.
time. So let's be fair. You ain't sending no texts in months.
Well, ain't nothing really happened that I wanted
Okay, so
you
let's
to know
be fair,
about.
right? Don't act like you texted me yesterday because I be
No,
on there.
no, I ain't trying to say that because that ain't true.
Y'all,
I'm
she's
just
feeling bad.
saying. And
She's
then I
feeling
be
the
on
bad.
your lives all the time, even if I don't say nothing. Shit, I know how you roll. I've been following your ass for years now.
But I promise y'all, that's a Pisces thing. People
Your
be
heart
waiting
be
for me
in
to
the
call
right
them back
place.
and text them back. The only person who get a response from me, and it ain't even right away, is like my
your
kids.
right?
Or yeah, or if I got a boo thing, like, but if it ain't him, and it ain't no him right now, but or my kids, they'll get a text from me. But even then, they might wait an hour before I respond.
But let me tell you something, Michi. I know
Keep
where
my
your
phone
heart
in
is,
my
and
hand
I
all day. I don't do
appreciate.
that shit.
I really do appreciate how hard you go for our people. Like, I don't care about, I know that you're busy. I be on MX Network, all that shit. I see all your work. I know you busy, sis. I'm cool with it. Every time that I need you and I hit you up that something need to be done, you always do it. Like the situation in Alabama. I hit you up,
That's
you
how I
got right
feel.
on
Like,
that shit.
I'll be on it when it matters.
That's right. And
If
that's
you
all
send
that
me a text
matters.
that matter, I'm gonna be on that text.
Exactly. That's what I say. I only be really hitting you up to tell you information, and then you always follow up and handle it. Because when I hit you up about Alabama, my people down there, they was like, "Oh yeah, meet you, she, yeah." And then I start seeing shit on MX Network and the videos and stuff. And thank you, straight up. You ain't getting nothing but love from over here, and that's just real
Yeah,
talk.
I love you back. That's why you got my number. Even though
Straight
I
up.
don't answer.
Straight up.
Look, ain't no Pisces in the chat, but somebody said, yep, my son Pisces, he's slow with text. Look, here goes somebody else. My son Pisces too. He texts back days later. We can't help it, y'all.
I already know.
It's a
No,
Pisces thing.
my daughter's a Pisces, and you helping me understand her better.
Yeah.
My daddy and one of
You
my
know what?
grandsons are Pisces. Same shit.
Yeah. It's just we don't mean to. This is the thing for me. I probably shouldn't open the text until I'm ready to answer it, because I'll open it and then there's nothing to remind me on my phone that I didn't answer a text. So it's nothing reminding me, and I mean to do it, but I never do it right then and there because I might be doing something. And I mean, that something could be, I don't know. I could be imagining some shit. I'm daydreaming right now. We stay in our
But
head.
on the times
I'm
when you
thinking of my
have
next
called
big
me
plan. I
back,
can't talk to you right now, but I'm gonna hit you back in an hour. Then my day get going and I completely forget. And it's 5 days later, like on SpongeBob, and I'll be like, oh shit, I didn't even text back. Now, as a Pisces, depending on who the person is, I be feeling kind of convicted, like I ain't said shit in 5 days. Now, if I text them, I gotta explain why I didn't text for 5
no,
days.
you don't.
I don't even
No,
want to
you
do all
don't.
that, so then I just don't
Everybody
respond
should
at
know
all.
your life, though. Girl, you be busy. No, you don't. And I understand. Shit ain't no telling how many people be
No,
texting you.
depending on who it is, I don't want to explain why it took me so long. So
I
then
don't
that
blame you.
makes me
Shit.
not respond either.
I don't blame you. I ain't mad at you. I promise. I promise. Jesus, what's going on?
Oh shoot, that's little Debbie, little Debbie Snacks microphone. Sergeant Dobie, why are you still here?
Is it fucked up? Okay, I'll be back.
Yeah, that's your microphone. It got a bunch of static. It sounds like the devil about to get all of us because we've been talking about Jesus all night. It's on and popping now. We all in trouble. Goddamn. Okay, Sergeant Dobie, say your last piece like a nigga about to die on the way to the gas chamber.
Your days are numbered because you're such a liar, like the Judas Pisces you are. And I walk in truth. So I have nothing to shame. And you could keep saying crackhead, you degenerate bitch. You harass me. You stalk me, bitch. We have the receipts. You don't have shit. You know I have all the fucking receipts of your stalking ass bitch. You stalking bitch. I got the receipts, right, ho? You know that, right? You know they right on Rumble, y'all, at First Sergeant Dobie Lightning's Den. Right, bitch?
Girl, don't nobody want to go to your raggedy ass job.
Ah!
Oh, hold on. Speaking of that, let me take you out to stage. Speaking of raggedy ass channel, not that this one is raggedy. I want to share something with y'all.
Yeah, she needs to really
Hey,
get
Sergeant
help.
Dobie, you just reminded me.
Why did you accost me, bitch, and threaten me?
Why did I accost you?
Yeah, bitch. You and Z Baker came up there and lied. You know Z Baker told me all the fucking drill, bitch. When you fucking ghosted him. Because he put up that shit in support of Grandmaster Jay. You know, he came to me, asked me to be first lady of his channel. You told him to take our riches, bitch. You so rich press. You told Q Butter to take my rich. You so rich press. Why you rich press, bitch? That's what Z Banger told me. It's the truth. I got the receipts. That's what Q Butter said. It's the truth. We got the receipts. You go up running behind niggas, tell them, take no be rich. Take no be rich. You so fucking pressed, bitch. Why you say Sonya Massey's family motherfucking emailed you, bitch, and they never emailed you? We right here in Chicago. You know I be with the governor, right? That Jesuit Jew. You know who the fuck I be with, bitch?
I got a
Obama
question
said,
for
tell
you.
your bitch ass, you know who the fuck we.
You said that was basic.
I got a question.
Obama said, ask you, bitch.
I got a question for you.
Well, I'm about to kick her out of the studio.
I don't blame you.
Oh, wow.
Because she's fucking just throwed off. She needs to really get help. I'm telling you. I'm really concerned for her mental health.
She went from Grandmaster Jay to Obama.
Do she know I'm a mandated reporter?
She did.
Wow.
Okay, y'all. Can y'all do me a favor? Let's forget Sergeant Dobie. She crazy.
Yeah, she is.
We like to let her up here. She breaks up the monotony. She wakes everybody up. She gets us laughing, and now we ready for the next 3 hours.
Yeah, she didn't woke a lot of people up in this motherfucker. You got people in the chat talking about I'm afraid. Damn.
Yo,
I'm dying.
Yo,
Oh my God.
you know, as a kid, we was talking about church, how they be like, and I thank God for being in my right mind. I just thank God for being in my right mind.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
I just
Thank you.
God for being in my right mind for real life.
For real.
Yeah, because she's not okay.
Woo.
She's
crazy for real. And I'm
She's
laughing.
free. She's free in society right now. I'm not saying she need to be. Oh my God.
Yeah, she's free in society. She's in Chicago. Y'all better watch out.
That's what I'm saying. Even though I ain't practicing, I'm pretty sure I'm still mandated.
I'm gonna call General, man. Make sure he don't go nowhere near that.
She needs to really.
You know what? No, because she is crazy like that. Let me say this, girl. I don't bother you, but I wish you would. I wish you would mess with my general. I have to come find you then. I got a special set of skills, and bitch, I would have to find you then. You know what I'm saying? But she's stalkerish like that. Like she do be watching. She did say something about General on the other one. She figures out who everybody fuck with, and then she go fuck with them. I wouldn't be surprised if she be trying to talk shit to him later, but
she will
on Instagram or something.
She's literally throwing names around that everybody know you associated with. I mean, Z Banger keep your videos on his channel. So I mean, girl, you ain't really saying nothing.
I didn't
You
keep
just
her,
need to
her
get
ass
help.
coming back.
I'm so proud of you that you could follow it.
Look, I'm a Pisces, so I can entertain crazy sometimes. I can entertain anybody. I'm a water sign, so we're fluid. But I also going to school for psychology. One of my most interesting things is watching people, and so I know she's mentally ill on some real shit without even laughing. Sometimes I just like to see which way she's gonna act, but she's kind of getting boring because I can't ever get. What I would really like is if she would calm down,
and you can have
she would actually say something to me and let me respond back. I would actually like to have a conversation and kind of pick her brain and see where this shit really goes. But instead, all she ever does is like come up here and yell. She says the same thing time and time again. Like she came up here last time and I let her talk. And she talked about this Sonya Massey shit and all of this stuff. And I answered all of those questions for her, but she just keeps saying the same thing or call somebody a bitch or whatever the fuck it is. So like at the end of the damn day, you can't get anywhere with her. You know what I'm saying? So if I could, it's like I said, in another life, if I wasn't Michi X, I would have a master's degree in forensic psychology and I would talk to criminals and people who are not sane all day and serial killers. And I would want to pick their brain to understand why the fuck you crazy like this, right? So I wouldn't mind to have a conversation with her, but she's so belligerent. You can't have a conversation with her. She's another level of crazy. You can't. If I could, I would pick her crazy ass brain and I would want to see her type of craziness, but she doesn't allow that to happen. So therefore she's actually becoming boring for anybody to even want to entertain her. So I done kicked her out of the back of the things. I could see the things back here like 7 times and she just keeps coming back. I'm not letting you up on the stage, bitch. You might as well go home.
That's why, because
oh, that's little goddess. That's your microphone. It keep static and bad. Let me see what even Steven got to say. I was sleep before she came in loud. You was on here, she woke you up. I didn't even know you was on here. See it.
Well, you got a super chat for it, like.
Man.
Oh goodness.
Ooh, Jesus. I forgot what we was talking. Oh, Mississippi, the taxes.
Yeah, I
God.
know. She said, I don't forgot what we was talking about, girl. So let me
Jesus.
look.
That
I
lady
know
is
it's late.
rolled off.
I'm tired. All my enthusiasm gone.
She up at it's two what?
It's
2:20
3:20.
what?
It's
Well,
3:21.
I'm in Central Time Zone, but
Oh,
I'm saying 2 or 3, whatever it is. You up hype like that, hollering and screaming.
Right?
Woo!
Crazy. Okay, let me ask everybody though. For everybody that's in
Okay.
the chat, y'all would do me a favor, and for the people that's up there, I'm gonna drop a link to a YouTube channel. And if y'all will go and show some love to this sister. So this is the sister. She has a faceless YouTube channel, you guys. So she has created content. It's not her face. We talk about this in the mentorship group. We went over YouTube channel. Some of y'all don't want to talk. So she has created a faceless one. So she has a lot of content up there about some good stuff. So y'all go check it out. Y'all go subscribe to the channel for me. Y'all do me that favor. Go click. The goal is to try and get this woman to 1,000 people. Then she can go ahead and get monetized. And she got her content up there and she doing her damn thing. So I'm proud of her. She just started, really promoting and putting her channel together. So I told her I would throw it out there. So I put it in there. Y'all, I'm gonna put it in there again. Y'all go on over there and get her channel a click for me and go ahead and follow her and check out some of her content. It's actually not bad. She created, if anybody is curious, that is called a faceless YouTube channel. She created some content. She did that with AI. And yeah, we learn all of that stuff if you are in the mentorship group or any of the stuff that I do. So Sergeant Dobie, quit bringing your ass over here. I want everybody to go subscribe to this lady channel except for Sergeant Dobie. Please don't you go over there, bitch. You gonna make this lady rethink her life. She ain't even gonna want a YouTube channel no more. I also want to remind everybody that's in here tomorrow on MX Network. If you are already a paid subscriber, you don't have to do anything but go and click the link and set your reminder. But we have a class tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Also at 7 o'clock, you guys, I will share the information. Thank you, Kenneth. He said he shared and enjoyed her channel. There is tomorrow at 7. I can't be there because I'm teaching class. So let me finish that. On MX Network, I am teaching a marketing class, you guys, about how to market, right? Whether it's a YouTube channel, product, services, how you get more eyes on your shit, everything from free ways to market to what costs you money. We're going to talk about how you put your stuff on the radio. We're going to talk about how you get your stuff on Tubi, on Fox, on BET, wherever you want it. It does not cost as much as you guys think. And we're going to go over free ways, you guys, right, to be able to do this. So anyway, that's on MX Network. If you are a paid subscriber, you can watch it. It is available to all subscribers. If you do not want to get a subscription, because you can watch it as long as you have a subscription, but you would like to just purchase the video, you can also do that. And then you will have access to the video, whether you're a subscriber to MX Network or not, you guys. Also, too, next Sunday is the boot camp. So for those of you that want to get into the 6-week boot camp, y'all have until next Sunday. And it's going down. But I wanted to say this because that's what I remember is that, and I'll put the information in my community section, you guys, tomorrow on YouTube because I have to go and get it. But there is a event that they're having on YouTube for Ozone. They're still raising money for Ozone for anybody who knows what's up with Ozone. We have not forgotten about him. And so I can't attend and go over there because I have the class that I'm teaching, but I will put the information for you guys to go over. Well, it's tomorrow, but I guess it's today, ain't it? Because it's the 30th. So anyway, I'll put the information in there, you guys. And if y'all could go over there and show some love for the event, drop a comment and a like. And if you can donate to his fund, he is trying to get an appeal. And if you don't know who Ozone is, you should probably go check it out and you'll find out the story behind him. Shout out to Freedom Over Equality. He put the link in there that is for his fundraiser. But we love Ozone over here. He was a part of NFAC And it wasn't while he was with NFAC, but he got his rights violated. Police was harassing him in his parking lot where he lives. He had a gun, which is a very legal gun for him to have in Florida. The officer was violating his rights and was trying to detain him, even though he hadn't done anything. And as the officer started calling for backup and reaching for his piece, Ozone got nervous, and as he has the right to do that based on all the stuff that happened, Ozone reached for his piece, and he actually got to his first. So he went through trial. We watched all of that here. The jury really wanted to find him not guilty, but the judge kept telling them that they could not, even if they felt that the officer violated his rights, they could not find him not guilty by the way of self-defense. We watched the jury come back into the courtroom over 2 days deliberating and asked like 5 times the same question different ways. You could see they were struggling with that. If they were able to say that he was not guilty by self-defense, they would have found him not guilty, but the judge kept telling him that they couldn't do that. So he is fighting for his appeal. And I honestly believe that if Ozone didn't pull his gun first, guess what? He would have been the one shot. And I don't think that as as Black people or as civilians, period, that just because an officer is an officer, they have the right to violate your rights and fuck with you for no reason. And then you have to just see whatever they do. And then your ass end up dead and it's supposed to be okay. But you decide to defend yourself. And now the officer's gone. And so now he's still fighting for his life. So they did not give him the death penalty, although he was facing that. But I want to say what they gave him 30 years. I don't even remember, but he's appealing it. So anyway, y'all go over and show some support and love. I will put the information for that. Sergeant Dobie, get the fuck out my back, bitch. Quit coming back up here. Okay, y'all. And with that said, let me ask y'all, does anybody have any words that they would like to speak on this topic? If not, we can do what we normally do. We can go around and give everybody some last words to leave us with. But does anybody have anything that they would like to say about this topic, whether it be with Trump, whether it be with these taxes that they are eliminating, or just the way that we're going? I just think, I will say this, I think that everybody needs to be prepared for where we're going. I think that it's going to happen so quickly, y'all going to be surprised. And you're not going to think that these things are going to take place like they are going to take place. But we don't need a Department of Education. Your children will no longer be in school. You will no longer be working. You will be receiving universal income. We will be living in a world where AI and technology will be very intertwined with human beings. You will interact with robots every day. And when I say robots, I do mean automated systems, but I do literally mean robots. Get ready for the fifth element, y'all. You're going to have police drones flying over your head, watching you instead of police cars cruising down the street. You're going to have facial recognition from up in the sky. People are going to have flying cars, self-driving cars. Drones will be delivering packages. Robots will policing your streets. I have so much content that I've been I need to put it together, but that I've been accumulating over time. And I literally have a video of some type of an AI robot that has already been created in every field. They even have robots that are doing surgery now, that are assessing people's stuff. They are replacing doctors. So when I tell you there is nowhere that you can hide or you can even go, and even when I tell people that the only people that have jobs will be people who create the machines and who maintain them, well, I kind of take that back now too, because I've seen a lot of situations where the AI is creating the AI. So there's assembly lines right now and factories where the robots are building more robots. And they are also robots that are trained to go in and analyze and assess if something is wrong with one of the robots and then repair whatever's wrong. So they don't need you to fix them. They don't need you to build them. So essentially, you're not going to need anything. I keep telling everybody that. And I know that seems hard to believe, but y'all need to, get out of that state of being in denial, because this is actually where the fuck we are going. That is the truth of the matter. And if you think that you are going to do anything, you're going to do it online, right? People are going to have money. They're going to have a use of universal income. So all of their services Just like in COVID, you guys, all of their entertainment, it will be right back online. They will be purchasing stuff online. There will be no more going to the malls, going out to go shopping. Everything you get will be delivered to you. It will be online. So if you are going to have any type of a hustle, if you are going to make money in any kind of way, it is going to be through online services. People are going to need somewhere to buy the stuff. But other than that, there will be nothing else for you to do at all. Sit at home with your kids and watch them learn with that AI computer that's going to be in front of them, because they're not going to be in schools anymore. So mark my words. A lot of y'all don't believe me, but then y'all going to be like, watch, and it's going to happen fast. When Trump get out of office, so much shit going to be done changed. Y'all going to be like, Michi said it. We ain't believe her. And watch. That's how fast it's going to happen. This shit is not years and years away. It's here right now. The AI systems are already ready. They're ready to go. This is why now they must tear down the systems we see so that they can put the new systems in place. That is Donald Trump's job. His job is to remove the systems we see so the new systems can come about, you guys. So yes, you will not have no income tax, but your ass ain't gonna have no job. So what the fuck you paying taxes with? Okay. So keep that in mind. But with that said, if anybody else want to chime in on that, if not, I will go around to everybody and ask y'all to give me your thoughts for the night.
Hey, Michi, how are you?
I'm good.
How is the panel tonight?
Panel, how y'all doing tonight?
We excellent.
Good. Rejuvenated.
Okay, I try to act. I don't want to be like them keyboard, what y'all call them keyboard people, but I like to come in with respect and kind of speak to y'all as if we was in person, because that's how I am. So I just wanted to say this about the whole income tax situation. They make it seem like, oh, this is such a wonderful thing. This is, oh, now I'm in Florida. So in Florida, we don't have state income tax. So before I really say what I want to say, let me ask you this. Do they have state and fed income tax there, Michi, or what's the situation?
This for the Mississippi, this would be the state taxes. So they are eliminating state taxes for anybody. They can't eliminate the federal ones. But this would be the state income tax.
But she's asking if they were having both though. So they're removing the state one.
Yes.
But okay, so do the people still have to pay the Fed? Is what I'm asking right now.
Yeah, the federal taxes, but that's where Donald Trump comes in, because Donald Trump has been saying the same thing. He said from the beginning, we're going to eliminate taxes. We're going to be, a tariff, we're going to thrive off of that. So again, that's where Donald Trump comes in. And so, but again, remember, if Donald Trump
was a business thing though, Michi, like you have businesses. So I feel like, I feel like they throwing stuff around with the books when it comes to, bookkeeping and accounting. Because you see where I'm coming from?
Well, see, this is the thing. No, so they're eliminating individual income taxes, meaning if a person works, they can keep more of their money in their pocket. Now, there's still a tax on products and goods. And so if I have a business, I still have to tax them for products and goods, because I will have to, as a business, pay my taxes, right? Now, they haven't said anything about business taxes at this point, but if the individual goes to work and they're a regular worker and you get a regular paycheck, your state taxes will be eliminated.
Okay, gotcha. So to me, to me, we've been doing that in Florida since I've had a job at 16. So we've never paid state income tax. However,
in Florida, y'all don't pay state taxes?
Oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. Never, since I was a kid. I'm almost 50. And so, but what we do pay is all the other taxes. And this is what I'm saying. This is what I hope I'm saying this right, y'all. I'm kind of foggy, but this one I feel like the lighting come in at, because we still have to pay property taxes. We still have to pay our car tax every year. We have to register the car. I don't know how they don't call it a tax, but it's a tax. We still have to pay taxes on food. We get taxed to death on everything else. You see what I'm saying? Even now they done brought tolls back. It was a point in time where you could ride on the roads for free, right? Now we have toll roads. They brought that back because we had that back in the 70s or whatnot. They ain't got a good mayor, whatever, governor, whatever, and they took away the tolls. Now the tolls is back. So my thing is, I feel like what they're doing is they just shifting stuff or shifting the books, cooking the books, kind of, they cooking the books a little bit. So why you feel like, oh yeah, we don't have to, pay taxes. You still paying taxes, boo. And not only that, the tariffs, because as a business, this is what I'm doing personally, because my prices is going up, because I have a couple businesses, because my prices is going up, my customers prices is going up. And look, I'm just keeping it real. Why am I going to eat the cost? I'm not finna eat the cost. If you want this product, if you want this service, then guess what? I'm being charged on the back end. I have to charge you on the back end. So yeah, they're saying, oh, we're gonna do this, and the customers, the country's gonna have to pay the tariff. I really don't know why they crying, because at the end of the day, I really think we all being played. Well, I'm not being played, but I think that it's really the governments together playing the people, because at the end of the day, they playing this game, this sing and dance, and they making people feel like, oh, we fighting each other, oh, we going to war with each other. No, all of y'all good. I bet you don't know what eggs cost. I bet you don't know what gas costs, because you don't do that, right? But it's the people that suffers at the end of the day. We're gonna know the real. Do Trump really know how much a Tesla costs? Do he really know how much a Hyundai costs? Do he really know how much a Ford costs? No, he don't. Because number one, he's not buying it. Even if he riding in it, he ain't buying it. I've been watching Trump for forever. I used to almost idolize that man back in the day. And I remember when he said he don't pay for nothing nowhere he go. He said he tried to pay. He don't understand people. They refuse to make him pay. He gets stuff free all the time. The poor people should be getting it, but he'll take it. And so, they're not going to suffer at the end of the day. It's the people that are. And so I feel like they just gaslighting people, making them think, oh,
people, okay, how are people, suffering when we talk about the taxes? Because all the stuff that you talk about, we're taxed on all of that. Well, wait a minute though.
With the taxes,
we're taxed on all of that stuff anyway. You still pay a tax for products. You still pay property tax. You still pay all those taxes, and you also, for majority of people, they have to pay federal and state taxes. So if they remove those taxes, then that's just less taxes that you have to pay.
Okay, as far as the federal, again, I feel like they're just shifting the tax to the products. That's what I'm trying to say by cooking the books. I'm sorry.
Well, some of
I still feel like you're going to pay a tax, like your car. I don't know where you're at. Do you have to pay every year on your car or registration?
No, I have to pay.
Well,
let me. I pay $25 for my stickers.
Yeah, it's called registration here in Florida. Every year, you have to pay they call it registration, right? But you can call it whatever you want to. It's a tax. Yeah, but let's call it registration. Why do I have to register my car every year? If you want to play that game, I get it. But let me register it the day I buy it at the dealer or from the person or whatever. Why every single year do I have to do that?
Right. But again, those things already exist. So you're paying that on top of paying taxes out of your check.
So, okay, so I'm miscommunicating then. The tariffs is the tax, is what I'm trying to say. Because if all of a sudden my Tylenol go from $2, to $10.
A tariff is not a tax to an individual, though. A tariff is a tax to the company.
To the country.
Yes, to the company, but as the company, correct. But as the company, you don't think they're going to pass that price on to you or me?
They do, but again, look, you going to work and having someone snatch your money before you even decide where you want to spend it is different than prices going up on products. Because as a consumer, I have a choice if I want to buy
whether you want to buy it.
And
But
right
they in
now,
bed together, Michi. I feel like the governments are in bed together. I don't think that they are terror warring each other. I don't think China is terror warring. We're fighting them. I think it's the governments versus the
no,
people. That's what I'm trying to say.
but if you right,
And
but
I,
if you but I,
and
you
I was just going to ask a quick question for the young lady. Every tax that you've mentioned has to be voted on. The people approve these. So if you don't want taxes, don't vote for them. Like rally again, or talk to your congress people, your state congress people, your state senators, but they just can't put a tax on you. Just like how Michi X said that the Mississippi legislation tried before Trump was in office, and it came back up and it passed again. These bills have to be passed. Taxes just, they put it in front of the people and tell you we want to improve schools or whatever they say, but people vote and agree to it. So even before you get to another country, why are Americans signing off on things that you don't want to pay?
Okay, let's talk about that because I'm dead. I'm looking to go to another country straight up. So the countries that I've been looking up, and I kid you not, you buy a house, guess what? That's your house. You buy land, that's your land. You don't pay every year, or you lose your house if you just so happen to have a bad couple of years and somebody can get a tax lien or something and come and get it up. No, they don't have those things. They don't have credit scores. You want to go to another country and you want an apartment, you want a house, just show them the money, baby.
But
That's
you're
all they need.
But the
So
thing is, you're comparing another country to America. Like that's apples to oranges. The way that stuff is done here is the way stuff is done here. So if we're talking about eliminating taxes, it's still a certain amount of taxes. And again, a tariff is different because that product, again, if the cost of the product is just pushed to the consumer and they raise the price and everybody buys it, then why are other countries, why do they have a problem with getting a tariff?
They don't have the problem. They don't have the problem. Michi, they don't have the problem. This is an act and a show for us, for the people. That's my opinion. Now, I don't have to be right. That's my opinion.
To begin with, you said that you're near, that you've been in Florida for years. So every time your state and local individuals put tax bills in front of, and not you per se, but you as a collective, why do you agree to them? Because taxes must be agreed upon.
Okay. Are you done? Because I don't want to cut you off. Because I got a little bit of a long answer. I don't believe that listen, if you look at the state of the country right now, I really don't think that we have a vote or a choice on that. Because when I look at people in real life at the grocery store and they be mad as heck at them groceries, or when we walking around, we at the restaurant and stuff, and people be like, oh my God, I got 2 and 3 jobs and I don't know what to do. And I don't think we're really voting for those taxes. Now, you can say we are, and that's your opinion, and I'm cool with that. But my opinion is we don't have a say-so in that. They make us think we have a say-so. They gaslight us and say, oh yeah, you have an opinion, but we don't have an opinion.
Well, and it's not me. I don't think that a vote, like the bills are presented and you go to the polls and you vote yeah or nay. That has nothing to do with me. Like that's just what it is. Now, if it's some trickery there, it has nothing to do with me. But bills are presented to the people. Taxes are presented to the individuals in the form of a bill, and any tax that you are paying, not you yourself, but the people voted for it and approved it. That's just how America works. So
let me explain in our neighborhood what's going on right now in Jacksonville, Florida, and then you tell me how it works. So we have a Black neighborhood, and it's this one in this neighborhood is called Brentwood. All right, they are building a morgue where children play. Now we have been to the city council here about this recently within the last week and a half, saying we don't want this morgue here. Why would you replace the park here in this Black neighborhood, showing Black children death all around them? Not only that, they're building a prison, a private prison in the same area That's worth billions. We are fighting this. So that's my question to you right now is, by the fact of us saying something and speaking up on it, kind of like, I just don't think I mean, maybe we'll win. Maybe we'll win. But what's funny about it is here in Florida, they just passed a law as well. And y'all feel how y'all want to feel about it. I feel, I'm just going to tell you what it is. Child labor law has just passed where kids can now work, if 14 years of age, can work overnight. Not only that, on school nights, which was not the law at first. But they said to replace the immigrants, they need children to fit. Now, this is what they're telling us. This is what Gov DeSantis them is telling to us. Okay. All right. We don't want that. So this is what I'm trying to say to you. I hear you, and I know you have nothing to do with this. That's why I'm not, saying nothing about you. Because maybe if you did, the world would probably be a whole lot better. And that's the point that I'm trying to get out here. We're not choosing the taxes. We're not choosing any of these things because I don't think that it's really that difficult or that hard to let everybody win in America, just like it's not that difficult or hard to make everybody win in other countries by oppressing them. You see what I'm saying? But we do know we have a certain system around here that holds certain people down first. We're the project, right? That's why we live in the projects. We're the project. And once they perfect it real good, they roll the baby mamas out to the white community. You see what I'm saying? First, we start with, that's not my baby daddy. Let's start that in the black community first. Then we'll see Jerry Springer when it gets to the white community. The white folks talk about, that's my baby daddy, right? We're the project. They work on us first. So what I'm trying to say is, we don't want these things. And you can look this up, this information up, because we're fighting it right now. Just like Michi is trying to help the gentleman here in Florida right now who defended himself so he don't want to die from the cop. And you see how, according to what Michi just said, because I didn't follow I wasn't in the court, but she's closely tied to it. You think that even the jury people wanted to help him, but based off how they got this worded, they couldn't even help him get off? I'm just saying, I don't think, and this is my personal opinion, and I'm not saying I can't be corrected. I'm not saying that I'm right. I just don't think that we the people really want all this extra stuff. That's all. I'm gonna say this. I don't. For sure.
Can't speak to the legal matters that you said, but when it comes to taxes, even for zoning, it's always voted on. One thing I will say, and I tell my clients this all the time, America did a lot of things wrong, but the U.S. tax code is available to everyone. If you do not avail yourself to that and take advantage of it, because the U.S. tax code avails itself to us all. Learn it. Get a business, leverage it. Michi teaches classes all day, every day on entrepreneurship and all of that. If you don't want to pay the taxes you have, I can't help you.
And I understand that from a business perspective. I understand that but the thing is that taxes isn't even legal. And IRS isn't even a part of America. Taxes are not even legal. So why are we even paying taxes in the first place? You can look all this up.
Well, no,
I'm talking to tax agents from IRS. My mama worked with IRS. She retired from there. It's not even legal. And so if we want to talk about the Constitution and legalities and all of that, I'm just saying, I just feel, and I could be wrong. I'm not saying, these are my opinions. These are my thoughts.
That you're wrong. Is that I think that that we're talking about what is, right? It doesn't matter if you want to tell me that taxes are illegal and all that paperwork. The bottom line is in America, we pay taxes, or even how you think these other countries' systems are fair and ours aren't. We're talking about what our system is, and that's the way that it is. And when we talk about these taxes, I still don't understand the point in all that you said. When you say we don't want these things, what are we talking about that we don't want? Because I thought we were talking about income taxes being cut so that people did not have to pay federal or pay state taxes, and at some point that being eliminated to put more money in people's pockets for the work that they do. So do we not want that? Like,
I want that.
Right, I do too. And again, I feel like even though tariffs do bring up the cost, as I was saying earlier, these are just the facts. If tariffs make a company pay more, and then they put the cost over to the consumer, and the consumer has to pay more, if that's all it does, how come these other countries frown on having a tariff? Well, I'm going to tell you why they frown on it. Because what happens is they're not the only country that produces some of these things. So as businesses, because I'm in business, and what happens is if it costs me too much, then I'm going to look for somewhere else to get it. That's one of the points. So, or what can happen is you can buy the product, you can put the higher price on it and put it out to the public. But this is the difference between a tax in your check and a tax on a product. You take my money out of my check, I don't have a choice in that before I get it. As a consumer, I have a choice of whether or not I want to purchase this product. And sometimes when the price of a product goes up too much, it actually bankrupts companies because people just say, fuck it, I won't buy that product anymore, because you actually have a choice in the matter. So right now, let's talk about the actual tariffs, the facts. Tariffs are on steel. So, okay, do you think a motherfucker gotta build some steel right now? This is affecting multi-million-dollar companies. You need some products, some construction to build a house. Why are you building anything right now? The housing market is getting ready to actually crash. Why don't you just fucking wait and buy up a home really cheap, because the prices are too high right now any goddamn way. So you can decide to say, I'm not going to buy a house right now because of the price of the tariffs and the products that we need. Blue jeans are being taxed. Go buy your jeans from somewhere else. All the blue jeans don't come from one place in the goddamn world. Orange juice from Canada. Nigga, we got orange juice from Florida. So who gives a fuck? It's not the only place with orange juice. So at the end of the day, when you look at some of the things that are being taxed, even when it comes to cars, 25% tariff on new cars. So don't buy a new fucking car. Who in this economy got that kind of money to buy a new car? If you do, then you should shut the fuck up. You're not struggling. Because if not, nigga, go find you a 2015. Go find you a 2012 in this motherfucker. That's what the rest of us driving. And guess what? Those cars are already here and they're not taxed at 25% tariff. So again, this is the difference between taxes coming out your check. They take it from you and you have no choice in the matter. When it comes to paying taxes on products as a consumer, I get to decide if I want this product or I don't. And sometimes people decide just not to buy, which will actually put companies out of business. And that means then they're not buying from these other countries for the product, or that business can decide to stop getting their product from that country. They can discontinue a product. Companies have discontinued products because it costs just too much to provide them, or they will go find another manufacturer for that product. So that does put these countries at odds because they actually can lose business. So that's the bigger picture of tariffs. And again, with the tariffs, I do not think that the ultimate goal is for us to just be paying a bunch of taxes on tariffs for forever. If you pay attention, the tariffs that Trump has been implementing, we've already had several companies come forward and say, I'm going to build a manufacturing company in America now, because we don't want to pay the tariffs. So we will make our cars there. We will build our equipment there. We will come and do things out of America. So what happens is next he's getting ready to put a tariff on the pharmaceutical companies from out of the country. He's saying that everything that we need should be supplied in our country. So once everything is manufactured here, guess what happens? Those tariffs go away. We don't pay that. So now we are getting American-made products in America. So the tariffs are no longer there for us. But that also gives us the ability to then sell products and more goods to other countries, which is going to bring in more income to run the infrastructure of the country, which is why they can cut out an income tax. Now, that's the cycle of what we're talking about here. It's not going to happen overnight, but this is the process that we see that's starting to happen. So in that vein, I don't have a problem with any of that. And I don't think that any of that plays into, I mean, you said a whole lot, but all of that stuff didn't have to necessarily do with taxes and stuff like that. And so from that perspective, what we see happening, I don't disagree with any of that stuff. I don't think that it's a bad idea at all.
Okay, and I hear you, but here's the thing. the pain. So for example, I think Honda is supposed to be coming over here, as a matter of fact. I think start in 2028. I think they're supposed to be coming over here to start building because of what you're speaking of right now, so that they can actually manufacture their cars here. And that's beautiful. That's great. That's wonderful. My question is, what are we going to do until 2028? So what I think is going on, and again,
No,
these
no,
are
but
my
what you don't
opinions.
understand.
I
Wait a minute,
think
wait a minute,
what's going on
hold
is
on, wait a
they're
minute,
going to,
wait before you
oh,
keep going.
go ahead.
Hold on. I want to address what you said before you keep going, because you say a lot, and I want to make that point. You said, what are
Yes,
we
ma'am.
going to do until then? Understand that the 25% tariffs on cars are if you buy like foreign cars. So motherfuckers buying foreign cars ain't hurt if you spending $100,000, $200,000 on a car. So we talking about the average American. What you're going to do until that point is buy a car that's not brand new, that doesn't have to be exported from another country, that's already on the car lot, that's here, that's an older model, which is what most average Americans are buying. Most average Americans are not out there buying a 2025 car they're driving around in, and they're not buying cars that are coming in from other countries. So do you get that? Until then, they can drive the cars that are here.
I
And buy
get that, but what I
local.
also get is that they're
Buy
saying that on
local.
an April.
Buy local. Find
Can
your
I?
local farmers. It's no tariffs there.
No, we're talking about
Find
the car. No, we're talking about the
and
cars.
I
As
heard
far
that
as the
part. I'm
car,
just saying, you asked it, what do you do? The car's one thing, but for eggs,
but I want to address that because that's how a
okay.
conversation goes. She asked me a question about the cars, and so I want to speak on that. If that's okay, is that okay, Michi?
Mm-hmm, go ahead.
Okay, so as far as the cars, yes, I understand. But he said next month, that's when he's going to be putting the tax on the parts to these cars. Now, foreign cars are not just Lamborghinis. Toyota's baby is a foreign car, unless I'm, tripping. Hondas, and I know plenty of, regular folks with regular incomes that have Toyotas, which is a good car. I mean, a very good car. But he said he said that that's going to start a month after the tariffs on brand new cars. Yeah, we ain't gonna have no money for no brand new cars, baby. The depression gonna be on and popping. So I mean, even
We're
for
not in a depression. Stop saying that, though. Who told you that we're in a depression? We're not even in a recession.
we're not in it yet.
And
But
who
if
said
you
we're
don't see
getting
the
there?
writing on the
So
wall,
who
come
told you
on.
that? The news? Who told you that? The news? Because the truth of the
No,
matter
God told me that in 2021. He told me it was going to be the Depression 3.0.
And
He
you didn't
told me what
prepare?
was going to happen. I'm not going to get into all that because y'all don't believe in Jesus and stuff. But the fact of the matter is that I've been seeing ever since the recession started, when all these small businesses closed, when
we're not in
I
a
don't want to say the
recession.
word on your channel, but when the cough around the world happened, a bunch of small businesses collapsed and closed and died then. And it's been a slow domino effect of companies closing, dying.
Actually,
They
it
employ
wasn't
people.
small businesses, it was major businesses too. And if you understand the trajectory of where America is going, that is actually the push to go online. Most of these businesses, even the major companies that are closing, even today, Macy's is closing all of their stores in a couple of months. Everybody keeps closing. Malls are closing. That is not because
Right.
that's not because of a recession. That is because COVID was the thing to push us into the
And it affected their
projection
bottom line.
of
Big lots of
the
them.
new way
Yeah.
of our economy. Our new
But
economy is
but people
online.
been struggling, Michi, since then. People have been struggling after them PPP loans.
Niggas was not
After
struggling
people
during
have been
COVID. No, they weren't.
struggling. I don't
They
know
were
if you
at
know.
home, not paying no rent, getting PPP loans, and getting a fucking
Yeah, they was
check
living good.
from the government, unemployment for contractors and
Real
everything else.
estate was booming.
Nobody was hurting during the pandemic. That's not true.
No, I said after that. I'm saying now, right? People are struggling after the money left, after they got all of that and spent it, and they stimulated the company. I mean, I talk to people every day, like regular people every day. I have my own life. I've seen bills go up, everything from electric to water to, I mean, just going to the store to gas. I mean, just things like that. Seeing
So where are
people
those things going up? I would like to say that
babysitting
my
bills is
water
going up.
bill, I just want to say that my water bill is still $80. My electric bill
And
is
I'm
still
glad that's for you, but that's not everybody,
and my
Michi.
gas and we actually polled everybody because this is a fact. If you actually go and look, that the cost of living and inflation, the inflation has actually come down a couple of points. In the last time that everything was deemed in check, things have actually come down based on where it was. Now it is still high, but it's still several points less than where it was. And we took a poll the last time I was in here. Maybe we need to take another one for y'all. But my gas is $2.89 up the street. Gas
But
is
that's your gas, and I don't think
and
that's right
everybody
because
everywhere said
Americans.
their gas is
You
going
even
up.
talk about how it's homeless. You even talk about on your channel how it's more homeless Americans and stuff, mainly the Black community.
And a
I mean,
lot of
that
those
didn't happen.
people is because they don't have anywhere to stay because all these goddamn immigrants. There were stories of people who their landlords were raising the price of the rent like $500, $1,000 the next time they had.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
That
So
was,
you
let
see
me
what I'm
finish
saying?
my
That's what I'm
sentence.
saying. People
So to
struggling.
do that, but that wasn't inflation. That was them fucking with the market because all of these immigrants were getting all of this money and they knew they could pay a higher fee. So they were putting the tenants out by raising their rent and saying, if you can't pay this, you got to leave because they knew there was some fucking immigrant that could afford to pay that. But they're leaving now.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is when you put it all together, the immigrants leaving, children having to work overnight, new prisons being built,
Show me
the
when you
income
start
tax.
working
When you put
overnight.
it all together, I see a
Okay, then when I
depression. Now,
see
I
it,
didn't see it when God told me
no
that, and I was like,
big
Lord, are
person
you
deserves
serious?
to
I
be
can't.
working overnight.
America, God, no. China and Russia gonna actually come and clap America up. All the stuff he was telling me, but now I can see all these things happening because that's how prophecy works. But so it's a lot of ugly things that's going to happen. But as far as these things is concerned with the income tax, I'm just saying I feel like they're gaslighting us. I mean, trust me, I pay taxes and I feel like I pay people's salary for taxes with my business. So trust me, I don't want to pay no taxes, Michi. I'm not fighting for taxes. Please don't get
Well,
that twisted.
let
Please,
me tell
I
y'all.
literally I pay people's salary for taxes.
Let me
So
tell y'all.
don't make it seem like I'm just trying to say I'm not on the side of yay, we should. No, I don't want no taxes. But I see when you cooking books and how you shaking stuff up and turning stuff in, you trying to tell me one thing, but I know it's another. I see you, I have discernment. I see what you're doing. Y'all in bed with each other and y'all playing us and y'all doing it so that we don't rebel and uprise against you. So you got to play this little funky dance. That's all I'm saying.
Hold on, though. Jay wanted to say something, but I just want to say, when you say that, you saying a whole lot of stuff that is not talking about the facts of what we're talking about. Again, we brought this up about them eliminating income taxes, and you still have not explained why that's a problem. You just seem to want to have a problem with everything, but you haven't explained why it's a problem that they're eliminating income taxes. You have not, in all you said, you have not effectively stated that. But wait a minute, because Jay been trying to get in for a minute. I want to let King Jay say what he wanted to say. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay.
Well, no, I mean, listen, I understand the sister's point, what I mean, in regards to that. But, Michi knows me and we're part of the same tribe and everything like that. And, to get around taxes, there's a lot of ways to get around taxes. I mean, you're talking about property taxes where you put your land and your property in a allodial title. Then you ain't got to worry about property taxes. That's one way. Income taxes, huh? Oh,
I said, or make it a church.
make it a
Or
make it
bury
a pro-
your
make it a
love, or bury your
no make
loved
it a
one on your
Do
land.
like Trump and get money back. You ain't got to make it a
no.
church. You can just do
Yeah,
like Trump and do real estate real good. Put your crypto, turn your crypto, your IRA, all of that 401 into real estate,
well, there's
the capital gains. I get it.
You're missing a
there's
point. No, what he's saying is that there are ways to not have to pay
there's
taxes.
ways to get
No,
around
I
it.
get that,
Yes.
but that's for people who's knowledgeable. That's not for our. That's not for
But
the greater masses.
No, no, but
yes,
listen, listen to me, listen to me. If you're not knowledgeable, it's either two reasons why. You don't want to become knowledgeable, you want to be stuck in your genre or your mentor where you at, or you just choose not to be. I mean, I have a YouTube channel. Michi has a YouTube channel, obviously. We talk about this type of stuff all the time. Now, I don't know if Michi really talks about this more so on her channel. I'm not trying to step on your toes, and Michi, I apologize if I am, but we're just talking about the subject. Like, if
You can do a 508. A 501c3 is where you're in bed with the state. A 508, you're a foreign, and you don't have to pay taxes that way. That's another way. I mean, you can get a trust. I've been operating a business for 15 years. I don't pay income tax. You know why? You know why you don't pay income tax? Because I don't generate any income. Because I'm a private business trust. Taxes is on the public side, not the private side. That's the difference. That's how the government is making money. Remember, the government is only supposed to be protecting our borders and protecting our liberty. But they got into the tax game because everybody kept going to them saying, "Hey, government, can you help me? Can you help me?" And they said, "Fuck it, sure, okay. Well, in order for us to help you, we're gonna tax you." That's the name of the game. So it's all a game that they're playing. Our job is to figure out the game and adjust. That's all it is. They put the tools for us. You just gotta
People don't
leverage the
know the
tools.
game like that.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. This
I
is
had
all
to
over
read a lot
YouTube.
of books to understand the game like that.
So apply it.
Yes,
I
that's
do.
not my point.
Listen. Hold on. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm sorry.
And I'm sorry.
Yeah, I understand how trust and LLCs and DBAs and how you're lesser taxed and how I get all of that. For now, that works. It won't later, but for now, it works. But the thing is that I don't care about just me. I care for other people. So that might be my issue, that I care for other people. But y'all carry on.
You got to reach one and teach one.
Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you know all of this, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
yes, and you think that? Yes, I do know all of this. I don't talk to people every day about love and hip hop, but a lot of people do not want to learn, take the time out to understand, to learn, to know these things. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of people want to work for money. I'm not even gonna front you. I tell people to start businesses all day, every day, and no matter how they see how good that businesses can be, they still program that mind programming. They got to get a check every 2 weeks. So if I can just break that part, you see what I'm saying? But it's hard once you've been programmed. You got to work hard and all of that. You see what I'm saying?
What you're doing. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but let me tell you what you're doing. You're internalizing that. Like you just finished saying, people want to go work. You know what? I want world peace. Is that gonna happen? More than likely not, because you got people out here who crave war. Like that's their spirit. You know what I mean? That's just who they are. So I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I get it, but you can't worry about them. You got to worry about the ones who really want it. If they don't want the information, then you know what? Bye. Deuces. Do what you got to do. But me and mine, I'm going to take care of mine, and then I'm going to help the ones who want it. That's all. You can't want it for the community if the whole community don't want it. Only for those who really want the knowledge and the understanding and all that. So I hear what you're saying, and I
try to tell people to go and flip a house, go and buy the neighborhood back, gentrify your own neighborhood, things like that. And people is not hearing that, but yet they want to complain. But here's the thing about it is that at the end of the day, it's going to be on the whole community, and that's what I'm trying to say. And so, with that being said, it starts at the top with the government. The top. It starts with them because they're the ones who implement these laws, and it don't have to be as hard and difficult as they try to make it or whatnot. And like I say, the beginning of this was all about the income taxes or whatever. And I'm down with no income tax. And I agree with Michi. It's a bigger picture. And I think that's where I kind of lost. Well, I ain't going to say I lost you, Michi, but I bring in different parts because it's more than, it's a puzzle. And it's not just the taxes. It's the fact that the Fed is firing everybody right now. It's going to affect the Social Security. It's going to affect them. It's going to affect businesses because if these people cannot go to the hospital, nurses ain't going to have a job. Doctors ain't, because people can't go to no hospital, not in America. You can't go to a hospital with no insurance.
It's not.
You know what I'm saying?
Cost me, or that you're looking at a bigger picture. I think that we're having one conversation, and you brought a whole elephant in the room, and you just
right. But
no, you keep changing the conversation if that's not what we're talking about. And and a lot of things you keep bringing up sound like you watch the news a lot to me, and you're just repeating.
I don't watch no news. I don't watch no. I couldn't tell you nothing about news.
Security is being affected.
I'm sorry.
So whose Social Security is being affected?
Okay, all I know is what Trump and what Elon and what those guys is doing. Now, I don't know because I don't watch TV.
Okay,
So
well,
I get stuff mostly offline.
wherever you got that information from, that's what I'm saying. So you're just regurgitating that. And we've already had this conversation. We were talking about taxes. If we're going to go into something else, then we'll go into the other conversation that you're talking about. But I just told you, no, nurses ain't finna have jobs, neither is doctors. Because AI
Robots going to take over that. Yeah.
nobody's going to have a
Right,
job.
correct.
So, no,
Correct,
so the
correct.
government,
We're going into the B system. I understand that
the
part.
government understands that. So while everybody is in a tizzy like you saying, oh my God, they're taking away all of the jobs, they're shutting down the Department of Education. For everybody, let me explain something about the Department of Education. Do you know the Department of Education only provides 10% of the funds that go to schools? Majority of their funds come from the state. So why would that affect the school like that? And you also know that the only other thing that they do oversee is student loans, right? But do you know they're not closing that down? They're actually just sending that to another department to handle so they don't have to pay for that extra department. So nobody said that it's going away. And then people say, well, they're cutting down the Department of Justice and the kids ain't gonna get their school lunch. Well, the Department of Education doesn't take care of school lunches. Actually, the farmers programs takes care of
Department of Agriculture.
So at the end of the day, it's like we all say these things, but nobody knows the roots of where all this stuff is coming from. The Department of Education is going away because it's not needed, but eventually schooling is going away. All of these things are changing. What the government is doing is they are ushering us into the new system of things. Nobody is going to have a job. And you know what? If they remove all income taxes, the question is, well, so that means you get to keep all your money? Yeah, because you know what you can't tax? You can't tax a check. If any that comes from the government, if you get welfare, they don't tax that check. If you get Social Security, disability, or benefits, they don't tax that check. And so if you get a universal income, and your test run was when they gave us COVID checks and stipends all through COVID to see if we would accept them. So when you get a universal income, the money's coming from the government, so you won't be paying any taxes anyway. So while we think that they're setting us up to not pay taxes, they're actually adjusting the government so that they can survive without us paying taxes, because with universal income, nobody will be paying taxes. If that makes sense, they're really setting themselves up to go into the new system of doing things. It's not about you, because you're not going to be broke, but you're not going to have a job either. AI is coming to take everybody's job. Everybody. Mm-hmm. From the waitress to the police officer to the delivery driver to the motherfucking gas station pumping your gas to the goddamn teachers that teach your kids to the doctors to the nurses to the surgeons. Name it. They're going to be building buildings. They won't even be doing construction. That's why I don't need no fucking Mexicans on the construction site, because AI finna build all of the goddamn buildings. They'll be designing the blueprint. They don't need human beings to do any of this shit anymore. So then they're going to come in. Did you get a revelation of this? And instead of a recession, what's going to happen is there's about to be another thing that's going to happen that's going to depopulate. If you get what I'm saying, there's going to be a mass number of people that are going to leave this earth. And then what is left, they are going to settle in with things like universal income. So
okay, I think we're in agreement, but maybe we're just using different words or terminology. I don't know, because maybe I just don't know how to talk, and that's I'm learning.
It's okay. It's okay. Like, you know what? I have no problem. I have no problem when someone is not in the known or not knowledgeable on certain things, and they want to become knowledgeable. This is healthy dialogue for me. I'm okay with that. Mm-hmm. It's just, I have a problem with people who talk, don't do no research, don't do nothing, but always got something to say, but they done heard something from something and they just regurgitate information. But if they really did if they did some research and they really want to understand the knowledge of someone who's a little bit more knowledgeable in certain areas, then I'm okay with that. And that sounds like what you are. Like you're hitting on a lot of stuff. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you're jumping all over the place. I ain't gonna lie to you, but you're hitting on a lot of stuff. But you really want to know what's going on, and you really want to know, is what's going on with this, and why are we getting taxed on this? Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. the government is the government. Like, I don't rely on Trump. I like Trump. I like what he's doing. Don't get me wrong, but I don't rely on Trump to make my money. Like, what world should you rely on the government to take care of you? Like, I never, my parents even raised me that way. Like, listen, I don't care if Kamala was in office right now. It ain't gonna stop me from getting my money. I damn sure know it ain't gonna stop me from getting hers. You know what I'm saying? We only can stop ourselves. So I have no problem with you doing. You're asking questions and you just want to
Yeah,
know.
but I'm not
That's
saying
fine.
rely on the government. I think that's the most riskiest thing to ever do. That's why I
Yeah,
don't trust
please.
politicians. I don't trust none of them.
Yeah.
I don't. If you think you can run a whole country, but you can't run your own household, you got 17 wives. I don't think you can. I don't think you. But politicians think.
It's two sides
I
of the
don't trust
same bird.
politicians.
You know?
I
Yeah,
just
two
don't
sides of the
trust
same bird.
politicians. They got a certain record. I'm just saying. But all I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is this, and this what do we do between now and the new system? That's all I'm saying. What do we do between and I'm not saying that to ask you, oh, what's the solution? No, but I want people to really think about it so they can prepare
So what's
on
happening?
what they
Prepare yourself.
between this pain period that's gonna be going on in AI.
When you say that, what is
Mm.
happening right now between now and then that we need to figure out? What's happening right now? Because as I said, gas is not ridiculous out of this world. I go to the
For you.
store. What do you mean?
For you.
What do you mean?
For you, for Trump. Yes, you're right.
We can take a poll.
It depends on where you at, though.
It's a fact. Damn it, gas has gone down. It's a fact.
Gas has gone down. Yes. Now I used to live in California, so yeah.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
That's not something I made up.
Maybe y'all owned y'all homes. Maybe y'all no longer y'all know how to get around with the but it's bigger than just you. It's a masses of people.
Again,
I don't know. I talk to people every day on a daily basis,
and I'm asking you,
and people are struggling real hard.
But we know that some people are struggling. But I think she's asking what's your solution.
I want her. No. I want her to tell me a time when motherfuckers ain't been struggling. There's always been ghettos, baby.
They always
live paycheck to paycheck. We don't always struggle getting some gas to get to work. There's always been that group of people. So tell me a time when we wasn't struggling.
Wait, I didn't say that because we're always the project. They call us that we live in the projects, right? I grew up in the projects. We're always the project. So I ain't saying that, but white people know what it's like to be a nigga now. That is true. So you should know once white people know what it's like to be a nigga, time's about to get tough.
You are speaking.
I always tell them, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club now.
You are speaking as though we are in a time right now that is any different than any other time we've been.
The poor will always be among us.
The poor will, but it's everybody gonna be poor. That's what I'm saying. But I'm not mad at it. Look, I'm not mad at it. It's not, because I know. See, God told me it was going to happen a few years ago, so he told me to start preparing for it. So I'm not mad at it, but I know how it's going to affect people, and it's not going to be good. And the people that do have, they won't. Because number one, the people that do think they have, it's going to be gone overnight like that. And then the other people that don't have is coming for the people that do have. It's just going to be, just like I was saying today, they always put stuff on black people in the news, which I don't watch the news, so I don't know. But I'm gonna trust y'all. Y'all know what y'all saying when they talking about whatever the news. I'm gonna trust y'all watching whatever. And the reason why they doing that because they've been promising us a civil war for at least 10 to 12 years now. And I couldn't see it back then, but I can see it now. I can see. Oh, okay. I see how. I can see it now. The chaos is coming. It's coming. You know what I'm saying? It's coming. Michi, I don't know if you did your show on the segregation yet, and I don't know the whole story because I don't watch the news. So I don't know how true it is with Trump saying that was going to be segregation.
What it said is true, but again, y'all misinterpret like everything else. Do y'all niggas not know that it's about wording that is in contractors that work to build buildings for the federal government? Why do everybody make it seem like now all of a sudden they about to have segregated buildings? That's not what the fuck it says.
That's why I'm that okay. So
Segregation
did
is
you do
not
a show
coming
on
back.
that?
People should read shit. That's what they should do.
That
Because
that's
everybody's
the
running
problem.
around saying we about to be
Yes,
segregated.
that's why I said
Do
Okay,
nobody
so
does any
what is the
research and don't do
situation?
no
Because
reading.
again, I don't watch the news.
Y'all
The news
kicking
is
these
the
immigrants
the
out.
news
What
is
is the true wording? I know Michi is like a lawyer. She be into that lawyer stuff.
No,
We
it's
we
just
need to
that
do an
first
no.
of
American.
all,
We
I
just
just
read.
want to say this. I haven't gone all into it, but I have enough common sense that I listen to words. So let me tell you what I've already ascertained from the situation. First of all, this segregation is wording. It has not removed what the federal law is against discriminating against people or segregation. But wording has been removed, and this wording that has been removed about segregation has to do with contractors and building only federal buildings. It's not about houses or when they're building anything else. It's about federal buildings that are being built. So I would like to know how many federal buildings are going up when they're closing down federal buildings every single day, and all of our city halls and capitals are already built. So at the end of the day, I haven't gone in to look at the wording, but off the rip, I know that when people are online saying we're about to be segregated, that means we can't go to certain restaurants no more. That's not what the fuck I heard. What I heard is that this has to do with contractors that build buildings and that build federal buildings, and that's it. And so at the
I
end of the
heard
day,
that,
I don't
but I
want to
also heard it was
segregate.
segregation of bathrooms with the trans people.
It's
But see, this the thing. I didn't go and check. But I said I know Michi probably
this
did a show on it.
this
But they
doesn't
said also it was segregation of the bathroom. So now
this
that trans people don't go into the girl or into the women's bathroom, so they
this
segregate in the
apply.
bathroom.
Watch the news.
This segregation thing does not apply to any existing building or business that is already standing as we speak right now at all.
Okay, so now let me explain just based off of that, right? And I still have not looked into it, and you say you ain't looked deep into it, but based off of that, people now I have seen this. I have seen. I have seen people being denied even medical services based off the color of their skin. This is a whole nother topic. Just to let y'all know, is it okay if I go into it, Michi, real quick?
But if you finna say people have been denied, they've been denied. Why?
Yeah. What I'm saying is, I've seen a black doctor, female doctor, refuse a white man after this segregation thing. Say, I'm not going to give you services. I've seen a white male doctor refuse a black man. So what I'm trying to say is this: people have said they bringing their ropes out, and this is what I'm trying to say. People is interpreting things the way they want to interpret
Now you're
things.
lying because the segregation bill.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Now they could have been wrong for what they doing,
Let me finish.
Ma'am,
2 weeks ago. So
but I
Oh
was still
Lord.
talking, Michi. I understand it's your platform, but you ain't let me explain the whole thing. And I mean, for you, you should let me explain so you can have a rebuttal.
no, she just interject. That's it.
do with services or hospitals or denying people shit. I cannot believe that black folks are going around saying this dumb shit. Nobody is denying anybody's service. There was no bill that was written up that allows people to segregate against people in
Not at all.
2025. Y'all gonna stop telling that damn lie. And that went into
No, I
effect
can send you.
like 2
Listen,
weeks
I can
ago.
send you the video. No, I can
where
send you
you
the video. Hey, I can send you the videos. I can send you the video if you're
Is this a
open
clip?
to it.
Is
If
this
you're
like
not
on
open to
TikTok
it,
or
Michi,
something?
then fine. But I don't mind sending you the videos because
Is
I
Is
it
this
on
wanted to see you do a show on it.
whatever video you have is not a video where somebody is denying somebody medical service based on their race due to the segregation rule that was just put into place. Because again, that has nothing to do with what you're talking about. What was
No, it
implemented has
doesn't.
nothing to do with what you're talking
So
about.
I can't even
So,
present it to you for to
no,
examine
I'm
it.
saying you can send it to me, but if it's on Instagram, I'm sure that there is an aspect to that video that is being left out.
I was just about to say, is it a clip? Because if you going off a 30-second, 45
Like
second
George
clip,
Floyd, it's an aspect of the video being left out. And so what did they do first before like that kind of aspect?
well, there's a lot of videos out there. I mean, listen, like I said earlier, I'm a content creator myself. I have editors. I can make something look one way to present it to the public than what it really is. But I'm not
So
saying you
you
shouldn't
can
be.
lie instead of tell the truth. What are you saying? I'm just trying to understand.
Things will
What
be
I'm
manipulated.
gonna tell
Yes,
you is you shouldn't believe everything you motherfuckers
that's
see on social media.
boom. That's
I
what I'm
agree.
trying to get to.
I agree. I agree. That's why I was waiting for you
All
to
right.
do a video on it
But what
because,
I'm
I
telling
see you
you
not
is,
doing a lot of
what I'm,
videos on a lot of these
what
things that's
I'm
being
telling
passed. I'm like,
you,
why she not doing
I'm
videos
telling
on this stuff?
you right now that the law that went into effect has nothing to do with what you just said. There is no
Mm-mm.
real segregation. And you mean to tell me there are actually motherfuckers? Because I don't be on social media, right? I don't know the last time I picked up my phone. I just recently started posting on Instagram again after not posting shit for like 4-5 months in a row. That's how long I don't need to post nothing. Y'all see, I ain't even been here live in over 2 weeks. So I'm not a real big social media person, contrary to what you people might believe. Okay. So what I'm gonna tell you though is that what people are running around doing? Y'all really running around here posting videos telling people that a segregation law was passed and now people are denying folks medical services based on their race. That is
But I
straight up
thought she
fucking
said
lie.
she saw it. I thought you said I saw it.
No,
If
she
your
saw
eyes
the
saw it,
video online that somebody
I
posted.
did. Yes,
We don't
I've
know
seen
where. We
I've
don't know
seen
where
several, and I
anybody.
just gave you a couple examples. I ain't tell you
Now let me
everything.
ask you in
Did
the
the
video.
person or not
In the
experience
video,
it themselves?
let me ask
Well, if
you.
we don't trust those videos, why should the court trust videos of us getting shot down? And I mean, I don't understand. Come on, make it make sense.
Because what I'm making it make sense to you is I'm asking you on this video, you saw the full interaction and you saw the person tell them as a doctor, I refuse you services because you're white. That's what they said.
No,
Or
they didn't say
somebody
because
being
no,
told that
no, no,
you're
no, 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 because they not that dumb. They know they on
Oh, but
camera.
if it's
They
the law,
not
they should
dumb.
be able to say it openly.
They
You
don't
said
want to lose their whole practice, their whole business. People have cults and they'll come for people and all of that.
No. Wait a minute. Because you just said that they did this since the segregation law has been passed. So if it's based
Correct.
on the law and it's legal, why would they need to hide the fact of what they're doing?
Because it's legal
Can
now.
I say it without you cutting
Again,
me off?
if
Because
they're
I
Yeah,
don't
that's
not,
a
want to
good
have to
point.
talk over you. It's just really, I feel
if
like we're
they're not,
debating.
wait a minute, but you know what it is you don't let anybody finish their thought. You actually do a lot of over talking because what I'm trying to say to you is that if these people have not explicitly in this video, this is what I mean by getting clips online. If we don't know the full picture, you don't know why they're really denying that person service if they have not admitted, I'm denying you service because you're white. I'm denying you
Yes,
service because you're black. If they didn't explicitly say that and that's not the situation, you don't really know why they're
you
denying them
got to get the
service.
whole
Before that
context.
video started
Yeah.
rolling, that person might have been in the waiting room acting an ass and they asked them to leave their facility and they refused to serve them now, but you didn't see that part of the clip at the beginning. That's what I'm trying to say. If this person didn't explicitly say that, you're assuming that's why they didn't serve them. And if you're telling me this is based on a law, then why would they need to hide the fact if it's legal?
That's why I said you cannot get a 30-second or 45-second clip because it does not give the full context of what really happened. It's easy to go at. Let me use an example with you, okay? Say me and you are arguing, right? And we out in a restaurant somewhere, and you just start swinging on me. All right, nothing's recording at this time. You swinging on me, and then out of nowhere, someone brings out their camera, and they see me just smack you in the face. Oh my God, he hit her. But they didn't get the whole context. She was wailing on me for like the first 10 minutes and I was holding myself back. Now you record and all you see me is deck you. You see what I'm saying? And you can't, you got to get the full context of everything before you just assume that's what it
Now,
was.
can y'all get the full content of what I'm saying? Because that's not what I'm saying. Y'all
Okay,
won't
well go
hear
ahead,
me
go ahead.
out.
Okay,
Because I
go ahead.
agree with both of once again, I agree with both of you. You don't know the full context. That's not the point I was making. The point I was making is once this was said about segregation, whatever it is, again, I don't really know. I ain't check it out. Okay. But that's when people started using that as an excuse to, as the words of some people say, have their ropes pulled out and ready to do some things with a tree, deny services, etc. Even though that's not exactly what was said. So people are interpreting things the way they want to internalize it and take it the way they want to take it. Kind of like how the Nazis, and I know y'all at least saw this in Ohio, how the black people is literally standing outside with their guns because the Nazi people out there in coming to their neighborhood, trying them, stepping to them, and the police got to be outside to make sure nothing happened between the two. Ever since things were said, and that's what I'm trying to say. People will interpret things the way they want to take it. See, you're over talking me. I listen to y'all, and then y'all. Okay, go ahead.
That happened before the segregation thing. That's all.
No, I'm using that as an example, Michi. I'm using that as an example.
I think Sergeant took their meds and they back.
I mean, if you don't want me on the panel, I can go. That's not a problem. I thought you wanted people to come up here and give their opinion, not your opinion.
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to you, Michi. You said people can come up here and give their opinion on things.
When did I say
But
that?
I don't never go on people's opinion. If I'm gonna say something that's gonna offend them or hurt, whatever, take from their narrative, I don't never go on their panel. I thought you were open to people having their own opinion.
Said that I was.
Man, we're listening to you. What are you talking about? We're listening to you.
Okay, well, she just now said I'm Sergeant something, and that was really offensive, insulting, because I would never cuss you out like that. I would never dog you out like that, Michi. So that was a little insulting.
That wasn't Michi.
That wasn't Michi, first of all.
Okay, well, whoever that was very insulting, and so let me apologize to Michi. Let me apologize to no, because I'm not a proud person. I apologize to you, Michi. I thought you said that. I'm not looking at the thing, and I can't tell who's talking. But I'm not that person. I do respect Michi. I do respect her platform. Okay.
Okay, so let me say this. Let me say this real quick before you go. Okay, and I say this very respectfully. Whenever you're communicating, you have to talk and then you have to listen. Now, what I mean by that is you do talk, you tend to keep on talking, but at some point you got to make your point, and then you have to let somebody else talk and listen to their point. You can't keep going on and on and on and on and on, and then you didn't talk for 20 minutes, and then when somebody tries to get in like double dutch, then it's like, okay, well, you're being rude, but you didn't talk for 20 minutes. You got to let somebody talk, just like how you're listening right now. You got to let somebody speak. Then when they finish articulating their point, then you come and then you say what you got. But we all listen, there's a panel of, I don't know, 7 people on here right now. So everybody's trying to talk. And I think even some people haven't even said nothing. They want to say something, they just been quiet. So go ahead and finish your point or whatever you got to say. And then whenever anybody else needs to articulate themselves, then you got to sit back and listen to that. I'm not trying to get on you, sweetheart. I promise you. It's just
oh no, you don't sound like that. No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm good, I guess.
Claudette, you wanted to say something?
Not yet. Hi, Michi. Happy belated birthday, sis.
Thank you. You said not yet. Well, what you waiting on? Shit.
No. well, let me say this. It seemed like to me, when it comes to Trump, right? It's like whatever he say, whatever he does, it seems like, and I'm not speaking about the sister that just got finished talking. I'm just generally saying this. It seems like people just twist things around for their own narrative. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? Like, no, see, Trump did this, and then he said that. Like, no. I gotta really start listening and just.
I think that it's a lot of propaganda. And I think what happens is that they'll take little clips. They've done this before. That's what they did last time. They'll take clips of what's said. They'll give half pieces of information. What I have noticed, because I went to go look up like the information on the segregation really quickly. My next job, that's why I haven't spoke on it yet, is to go and actually look up, what was signed in the bill and read the information about it. But what I find really interesting is that if you just go look up the news about it, right? In the news, there's no news channels actually reporting the facts of it and what it's really about. They just keep saying, segregation bill and to be removed, from construction of federal buildings. Boom, they give you this one line. And then they never go into the details and just be clear and simply say to you, well, this is for this and for that, So they play on these words, and then people watch the news. This is the majority of human beings, Americans. They watch the news. People still think that news is legitimate sources, and they take what they say for face value. So what people will do is they will just run with what's being said on the news. I have, watched a lot of people, even with the segregation thing on Instagram and TikTok. It seems like I've seen a whole lot of, videos, them making jokes, talking about we're going to be segregated now and we can't go to this restaurant or that restaurant. I don't care. Like, that's what a lot of people really think that it means. And and just from me listening to the words, I said, oh, this has to do with federal buildings that are being built by contractors that they bid on the jobs. And so I got that much from listening, but people don't even listen. And so I think that the propaganda of it all, they do. And I think that also, remember we talked about cognitive dissonance earlier. So I think a lot of people have been so conditioned to hate Trump. I don't love Trump nor hate Trump. I just take whatever's going on for face value and analyze it. Most people can't do that because they've been conditioned to hate Trump. They've been told he's racist, but on these panels, you see many times I ask people to tell me, what has he done that says he's racist? And they always go back to the Central Park and the ad that he took out. They go back to, he wouldn't let black folks. And that pisses me off because he didn't say black folks weren't allowed in his building. He said he did not want Section 8 or low income people. So then are you fucking saying only black people are on Section 8? Because he never said black people. That's not what he said, right? And so again, whenever I ask people, that's what they bring up. So people have been so conditioned to hate Trump that no matter what he does, they don't look at what it is for face value. They don't analyze if it's something that's going to affect them or hurt them. They just know Trump has done it, so they got to find a way to hate that shit. So even if you tell them, well, actually what they just did is not a bad thing, and you explain it, then they somehow want to attack you, call you a MAGA motherfucker, or tell you that you cooning or some shit like that because they don't want to listen to reasoning. Whether you like Trump or you don't like Trump, just like whether you like Biden or you don't, just look at the facts of what's happening. And again, people don't know how to do that. So I agree with you. It doesn't matter what Trump tomorrow could turn around and give every American a $5,000 check, and it'd be niggas saying, oh, it's a setup for that. He think we some suckers. Nigga gonna give us $5,000. They owe us way more than that. They'll go into why the fuck he won't give us reparations. Oh, you gonna give us this little check, but you won't give us reparations.
Why they cashing it?
Racist. No matter what he do, they gonna find a way to make it be some bullshit.
Exactly.
Selective outrage.
Yeah. And they use trigger words. The fact that on some executive orders, they'll say the full order, but on ones that they want you to instantly think of the time of segregation, they give this one a nickname. You really do have to make sure you understand what all of the facts that's happening, because we are being played, but a lot of it is playing ourselves when we don't do the proper research. And once we have the research, make proper plans accordingly. There's no reason why. And Michi, I appreciate what you said about letting people know AI is taking over jobs, but I disagree with the fact that it's suddenly. It's been happening for years. The same with like real estate. 20 years ago, you could see some of the things phasing out of real estate, how they were weeding real estate agents out, how they were weeding certain commissions out. And then when the laws finally passed, everybody said, suddenly. It's not suddenly. This stuff has been on the horizon for 50 years. I grew up in Detroit. Well, you from Detroit too. Even like when the stuff happened with the big three and people, they start shutting plants down, that had been an issue for 20 years in advance. It's not suddenly. I think people just procrastinate. They want to do the things that have made money 10 years ago, 20 years ago, when the writing is on the wall, the music is fading out, the fat lady singing. If we got messages in 2021, it is 2025. Why isn't your storage stocked up? Why isn't your, why aren't you communing with family or putting some things in place so that we can win? Playtime is out for us to keep saying, oh, they hit us all of a sudden. It usually isn't all of a sudden. The writing has been on the wall for a while.
1,000%.
Look at the chat though. Look at y'all feelings be so hurt. Let me drop the link for y'all one more time tonight. What you won't do is click the link. There go the link for you. It says, but people don't call him out when he's wrong also. That's where, again, you're in your fucking emotions, because we have actually on this platform talked about a couple of things we don't agree that he does. That's your dispute for all the shit he's doing. You shouldn't be mad at. Like, who the fuck said that everything that he does is something that we agree with? But the thing is, you know what? I'm going to turn that around on you. Nobody calls him out when he's wrong also. How about you never fucking give any credit when he's doing some shit that ain't problematic? You niggas don't.
Selective hearing. Yep.
You niggas who don't like Trump never fucking assess the shit he's doing when it's something that ain't a problem. You can never fix your lips to even say that. Crazy part is on this platform, we talked about him minding his own white business and staying out of Africa's motherfucking business. Some of the shit that he's doing that he's not supposed to do. We talked about him trying to give motherfucking immunity to police officers, that we thought that was some bullshit. So we have definitely talked about the things that we don't like that he does. But the crazy thing is, Frank Nitty, you've been here a long time. And in your fucking emotions, you was here, nigga, when I said those things. But it's funny how you forgot. See, even when a person does call him out on his bullshit, you seem to not address that. You and your fake ass narratives. Get out y'all fucking emotions. God damn. This nigga is your president, nigga. I don't give a fuck if you like it or if you don't. Why don't you just start to deal with it? And why don't you learn to be an adult, and instead of being emotional, when he does some shit, look at the facts, weigh out what's going on, and if it is something necessary that you should be concerned about, be concerned about it. But stop trying to be upset with your fake ass outrage just because it's fucking Trump. Do we need to go over every fucking thing that Biden administration did?
Come on now.
Did you have any fucking
Don't do
outrage
that.
about any of that
That was
shit?
hell. Don't do that
Was
shit.
you niggas outraged about any of the shit that fucking the Biden administration did to us? No. You niggas wasn't online in nobody chat talking shit then. You niggas wasn't online.
They got amnesia when it comes to
You niggas
that.
was not on TikTok making these fucking videos. But do you know all of the fucked up shit the Biden administration did to the American people and black people? Do you know? Do you even fucking know? So that's why you niggas is selective. Y'all angry because it's Trump. You niggas had none of the teeth for fucking Biden, nor Kamala. So please just fucking stop with the bullshit.
Yeah, let's not even get into the history of the Democrats. I mean, I ain't trying to go there, but like you said,
nobody want to have that fucking conversation.
You don't want that conversation. You know what I mean? So, you don't want to do that.
Yo, check this out. I don't know why you just singled me out like that. I wasn't talking about the chat. I wouldn't be in the chat if I wasn't supporting the chat. I'd have been on the panel plenty of time. I wasn't talking about you, so I don't know why you felt it. That I was, you know what I'm saying?
No, but people don't call him out when he's wrong also. So who are people? When you're listening to platforms, we call him out on this platform and we think he's wrong.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about the chat.
No, but that's your comment based off what I just said about people always in their emotions. And when he's doing something right, all they want to do is make it wrong. They don't even want to admit when he's doing something that's not problematic. And this is your response.
That wasn't my response to that.
So what was this a response to?
That was several. This is an old comment.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because I went back, because when I started talking about it, I looked at the comments when I started talking about it, and people said because it's fake news. I was looking through all of them, and I addressed yours because I haven't got to the rest of the people, right? Because other people in here saying the same stuff. Y'all proving my point. As soon as anybody brings up anything,
ain't nobody in their emotions about nothing though. You know what I'm saying? That's real.
You want to clarify your comment?
People got to be neutral, right? I'm not, you know what I'm saying?
You're not neutral at all.
People got to talk. Call him out on the things that he's not doing. He's not doing everything is not good that he's doing. You see what I'm saying? But I agree.
Okay, so brother,
I agree with that.
So brother, let's do this.
But I mean, there's certain things. I'm not going to agree on everything, like as I should. But I'm just saying, a lot of people don't call him out when he's certain things that he's doing.
What should he be called out on? What he's
I was
doing?
just about to ask that. So
saying that. Why would I? Why is that got to be? Towards this chat or towards
because you can't make a comment like people don't call him out when he's
wrong. You
can tell me where he's wrong.
You have to be able to substantiate your argument. If you're going to make an argument, you have to be substantiated. So go ahead. What are we not calling him out on?
I'm not talking about didn't I just say I wasn't talking about this chat? I wasn't talking about this chat. I'm just saying, I was saying in general, people don't call him out on certain things. You know what I'm saying? That they don't agree with either, though. That's
okay. So Frank, let me ask you a question, because you saying this and those comments, y'all are having a conversation in the chat. Once again, y'all tried to do this to me earlier today. Not necessarily you. Y'all act like I can't read comments. Like, I'm looking at the conversation y'all having. That was definitely based off the conversation that got started about people having selective outrage when it comes to Trump and being mad over stuff, even when it's not something they should be mad about. So that's when y'all started having this conversation. So we're not going to act like that comment wasn't pertaining to what I said. So my thing is, you've been on this platform. You have been up on the panels before. You watched the shows. So we did not have shows discussing some of the stuff that he was doing. We didn't talk about the immunity to police. We thought that was bullshit, or how he tried to placate and bring the little black boy up in our face, and the fact that we know that black folks deal with police brutality. So you want to talk about immunity for police, and then you want to bring a little nigga boy in front of us and be like, look, he wants to be a police officer. We didn't have that conversation.
That was a couple of weeks ago.
Why I'm like,
didn't we have that conversation?
Exactly. So I'm like,
so we did call him out, did we not?
Exactly. That's why I'm like, what is she talking about?
That's why I'm like, what are you talking about? Because I would think that you wouldn't say this in the comment section based off what I just said as you guys are having your conversation, because you said people don't call him out when he's wrong also. But you're admitting that on this platform, we have called him out when we think he's doing some bullshit.
Exactly. So I'm like, that's my argument. I'm like, what is
this is not a true comment, because you have heard you've heard me call him out when I don't agree with something.
Exactly. But I called him out on here. I said things that I agree with that he did. So that's why I'm just like, what is she? I don't know. But I mean, I guess you took it out of context or whatever. But I guess
I didn't take it out of context.
Like it could be taken out of context.
You're supposed to stand in what you say, bro. Just stand.
I'm standing on what I'm saying.
I wasn't talking about this chat. You're not.
I am. I'm not talking about you or the chat.
So if you're a person that calls him out, if you're someone that calls him out when he does wrong, and you're on a platform that has called him out when he's done wrong, why would that be the comment that you would put in the comment section? Because you are personally a person that has called him out when he's wrong, and you have watched me call him out when he's wrong. So why would that be the comment that you would put in the comment section? I want you to stand on it, because you're trying to move around it and you full of shit right now, bro.
I'm not trying to move around nothing.
Are you saying that you're saying this in a general aspect? You want to talk about no one specifically on
saying it in a general aspect. I was just saying that in general.
All right. Well, I guess. I mean, you can say it in general. Okay, that's cool.
No, but I said that from the start.
I think that's not true. All day long on social media, all we see is people talk shit about everything Trump is doing. That's all we see everywhere.
Who doesn't call Trump out? That
I'm saying when he's wrong on certain things that or certain policies, that's not. You see what I'm saying? It's just
every policy.
I hear a lot of complaints about Trump
online. They've made it racist. They act like it's about black people.
That's propaganda. I'm talking about things that he's actually doing that's not going to hurt. I'm talking about things he's doing that's not going to actually help the country. People.
Well, I can tell you this:
information and disinformation too. It's a lot of fear mongering.
Somebody said Truth Tell said it is all of this fear mongering. Y'all scared of Donald Trump. Y'all talk about everybody else that like him must like the white man. Y'all like that nigga because y'all give him so much power. Y'all act like this nigga about to change the world as long as he's the president. I think y'all be giving him too much goddamn power. Truth Tell says, what about them removing our black heroes and erasing black history? Is that not hate? I want to understand where it might not be. What black heroes? Again, they told us that MLK was our hero. Nigga, he not my hero. So what black heroes they removed? Tell me if they are fucking.
I can tell you what they're talking about on that, Michi. I didn't know this show was going to be about Trump, but I can tell you what they're speaking about. If you're not familiar, what he took away from the women and the blacks that was on the that fought the war. You don't know about that, Michi? How he erased the
know about it.
websites and everything of how they contributed because of DEI. It was just because of DEI though.
Again, so y'all gonna try to
Do,
make it seem like
Yeah,
DEI
but
black
do,
people.
do, do y'all know what DEI is about?
Wait,
DEI
no,
is not even
no, this
about
is
black people.
no, wait, hold on. I'm just explaining her what the person in the chat is saying because she's saying what MLK. No, it has nothing to do
No,
with
I
MLK.
didn't say that. No, watch this. Check this out. Right now, we're about to take a poll. Don't a nigga in this motherfucking chat touch Google. Name the heroes he took down. Name these niggas for me, because don't none of y'all know them. This is the point that I'm making. There are heroes.
Yes, people mamas, people brothers, people daddies who fought in
Do
Vietnam,
you
like
know
my
them?
daddy fought in Vietnam.
Do you
Yeah,
know them?
they have been
Do you
erased.
know them? I know niggas fought in Vietnam, lost their
My daddy,
my
daddy was in Vietnam.
goddamn Crenshaw, right? So let's
My daddy, I had a father in my home. He was black. He fought in Vietnam.
Was he up
Where
there
were
on the
they
website?
removed from?
Was he on the
And
website?
if you fight for this country being black, you show enough a hero.
Y'all missing my point.
Okay, but
missing my point.
Okay, what's your point,
Name-
Michi?
I told you the point. Name the fucking heroes, because none of y'all know the names. Y'all don't know
Sylvester Hartley. That was my daddy name. That's right. That was my daddy name, Sylvester Hartley.
Okay, but sweetheart,
Because it's not Martin Luther King. It's regular people.
okay, but sweetheart, listen to me. And this is where Michi's coming from.
See, and again,
Where
hold on, because again, I got cut the fuck off and let it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Michi.
Not you, Jay. She cut me
Oh,
off.
okay.
Again. This is what you do. I'm making my point to you. You said if Michi don't know what they talking about. I didn't say I didn't know what they was talking about. Once again, somebody said, "What about them removing our black heroes and erasing Black history?" I'm going to tell you from a psychological perspective, your wording, truth tales, came completely from the news. The reason you didn't name it and you didn't say, what about them removing such and such Brown and JT Walker and MX this and do all that? You didn't name not one motherfucker. That wording you got from the news, because the news says they were removing our black heroes and erasing our black history. You don't even know who the fuck those people are. That
they got it from Jasmine Crockett. That's who they got it from.
About that shit. Once again, this government,
the military.
Let me finish. This government is always trying to tell us who we should honor, who are our heroes. They never fucking ask us. They just fucking tell us. And once again, you know that there are plenty of people that fought in Vietnam, just as you named your daddy. So at the end of the day, what is so special about those people's names that fought in the war? We don't care. At one point, when we talk about Vietnam, you was a sellout nigga if you was in the Vietnam, because what the fuck is you, as oppressed as we is, out there fighting for this fucking crack ass country the way it treated us back in that day and that time. So let's be clear about that. So if every nigga that fought, what made these few Negroes that was up there special? We don't know their name. They not nobody to us. So we gonna stop playing these games. So what black history are they removing, and what black heroes did they remove? If a person can't be specific with me, you are just regurgitating what you heard on the news.
Well, Sister
X. Father, is that regurgitation? Because it affected my father.
Your father was not up there and they didn't remove his name, girl. Stop playing with me.
Okay. Well, you explain to me. You explain to me, because he was in Vietnam.
But that's where I'm getting to. What did you using your father
websites and the information that they had up of black military, just like right now, they're saying that black military men basically don't need to be in there. I mean, because of DEI or whatever, right? But yeah, they took it away not only from blacks, but also from women and also from Hispanics as well. And they say they're about to hit the LBGT. I'm not sure how true the LBGT part is, but as far as blacks, Hispanics, and women, yeah, they totally erased our stuff, and they're about to put back up the stuff that Black Lives Matters tore down. Which, I mean, they should have General Lee and all that up there. I agree. Keep all your white stuff up, but they're about to go and build that back up. But they took down the people that fought in wars for America and died, like at the cemetery, at Arlington Cemetery. They erased that.
You keep saying that. Do you know how many people fought and died in these wars and their name is not up there? So what made the few that were up there special? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, okay. Well, it's not special. I mean, if y'all say it ain't special, it ain't
I'm just
special.
saying,
No,
you don't
no,
even know who
Well,
these
if
people
y'all say
are.
it ain't special, it ain't special. I'll leave it alone.
You don't
My
even know
bad.
who these.
I just
No,
was
but
clarifying
you're
what the
missing.
person that you
You're
said in
missing.
the chat.
You're missing my point. You're missing my point. And what I'm saying once again is when you brought up everything, when we talk about DEI, you see how first y'all brought up the black people, like, oh my God, they're dismissing us because we're niggers and they hate us. When the real truth is he was sweeping the DEI. And when you started talking, you had to admit that he dealt with the LGBTQ, he dealt with the Hispanic people, he dealt with the white women.
Right. Wait. I ain't admit the LG because I'm not sure about the LGBTQ. I'm not sure about that.
If you
yeah, DEI is
understand
not
what
for
DEI
yeah,
is, you will
yes.
know that the number one recipient of DEI is white women.
White women.
The
Thank
second
you.
is Hispanic.
Correct.
The third is Asians. Then it's
They took white women
LGBT.
off
Then
too.
it's
They took white women
disability.
off.
Then it's veterans. And then it's black people. We are last on the list. So if he's coming through with a DEI,
Well, you ain't on the list no more. You ain't never been in there, so you ain't got to worry about
you never
it.
really
Yeah,
were on
niggas
the
ain't
list.
been
You
no
never
more. It's
were
erased.
on the
It won't be
list.
in nobody's history
You
books.
never were on the list. And I bet if you look, he did not remove
Oh
just black
gosh.
veterans, he removed them all. I bet if you go look, because they are a part of DEI. Niggas always want to make something like we're just targeted as though it's just us. Stop.
The
And
bigger
that's
issue,
what I was
the
Michi, I
bigger
don't know why
issue
you're
is
getting so upset. It's not that deep or that
We're just
serious.
talking. We're just
wow.
talking.
ridiculous stuff.
No,
We're
she's
talking.
hollering. Her blood
You're not
pressure, I know, is
because
going
no,
up.
because you keep over
You
talking
people
me.
over talking to Mike.
You're not letting me finish my fucking thought. And then when I do, you completely ignore what I said and go say some shit to the left instead of addressing what I've actually said here. Y'all gone now. Y'all gone now. How many of you know that the veterans you're talking about were probably taken down because they were vets, because vets are a part of DEI right before disabled.
Well, let's not say probably. Let's first have the
It wasn't
facts.
because they were black, but if you don't understand DEI, you're gonna play this race card with me, aren't you?
No, I'm not, because unlike y'all think I'm a Trump hater, like I said, I idolize. Let me explain what idolize mean. Love a person so much, almost more than God. Yeah. So I just call for what I see.
You don't know
No matter who you is.
but you don't know what you're talking about. Remember, I was addressing this comment right here, and you decided to step in and educate me, but you don't know what you even talking about. Why you trying to educate me? You said if you don't know, Michi, let me tell you about what
Yeah, because you said I don't know what y'all talking about.
I didn't. I said, what y'all talking about? What black heroes? I was making a point that y'all cannot name who these people are. But before I could finish my thought, you jumped in. That's why you didn't understand what I was saying. My point is that once again, they are telling us who our heroes are. And I'm going to say this one last time, and maybe y'all can hear me. When he's removing DEI, veterans are on that list. So if black vets were removed from that list or that website you're talking about, I guarantee you it wasn't just black vets, it was all of them, because veterans are under the list of DEI. Right after that comes disabled, and then come niggas, we last. So I'm sure they weren't removed because they were black. They were removed because they were veterans. And that's all a part of removing DEI.
The bigger issue is, why is it as blacks, or for put like so-called blacks, because we're not really black. I don't want to get into all that, but
so basically you're saying you
why
take
is
the
it?
good with the
Why
bad.
is it? Excuse me. Why is it that we're relying on white people to honor our heroes, and we should do it ourselves? Also, your title that you had, Sister X, I believe that the blockchain is going to put the Federal Reserve on steroids, even if they get rid of taxes, or so-called get rid of the taxes. The blockchain is going to be totally different, and you won't have to file for it. They just go there and take it. So that's why I think the way they're going with it.
But nobody's going to have a job, so there'll be no taxes to pay because nobody's going to have a job.
No, some people will, but I do understand the AI and the robots and the CBDCs.
When people see that, I don't think that people understand the level that AI is at. And what I'm telling you is that from the fast food restaurant all the way up to a doctor doing surgery on you and diagnosing you for an ailment, and everything in between, AI is replacing all of that.
That is absolutely true, and they could have done that at least 25 years ago.
That's
But
what I'm doing it now.
the thing is, you're absolutely correct. The thing is called UBI, Universal Basic Income, meaning the planet will probably be on welfare.
Yes.
The way they're going to switch this thing up is I would say it's kind of too late unless you got a lot of money to drop down and get what you need to get. But the way they're setting it up, you really don't have a chance. If you're just hearing about it and you don't even have 10,000 in your account to do a little something, party's over, really. They even got a video game right now. They're coming out. I believe it's in April the 2nd. You'll be able to play the video game and get literally paid because you'll use a certain token and switch it to the digital money that they're going to use for the world. So you're absolutely correct. There will be some form of tax, but I do believe they're going to trick the people with the words, "Oh, we got rid of the Federal Reserve," but at the same time, you've got this thing called blockchain that's going to take your money anyway.
Well, I think if they take money from you to be more on fines and things that you do, I think that you'll be fined for stuff that you do, and then they'll take money from your digital wallet because the government gave it to you. In order to get your universal income, you're going to have to accept digital.
Exactly.
And then kind of like, what do they call it? I forget what they call it. Like one of them countries already has it. But if you break rules or you do certain things, you'll just be fined, or you can risk the chance of not being able to use your card and it being cut off. So you can't use it in certain places. You know, I see that happening too. I see like, and not that to some extent there's good and bad in it all. But for example, let's say you are on the sex offenders registry, right? And you're not supposed to be within so many feet of schools or where children live. Your card will probably not work in any zone for gas, anything, right? Food or nothing for you to be in any of those areas. And if you try to swipe your card, it will probably give an alert and let them know that your ass is in an area you're not supposed to be in. We will be very much watched at that time, right?
Yeah, China's doing that right now.
Private at all. So it might be good to keep those people on the registry out of those neighborhoods, but at the same time, it can also be something bad too. That let's say there is a virus and you notice that with COVID, they're doing things different. You notice that when they talk about these kids catching the flu, they've been shutting down schools. Like that was not the norm before. Now, all of a sudden we shut down schools for 2 weeks because kids are sick. Like when the fuck did that start happening? In COVID. So let's say you get a diagnosis that you're sick from the doctor or you're supposed to be quarantined or something happens. Like in COVID, they told you to stay in the house. They could shut your card off so you can't go outside and do shit, because you're not supposed to go anywhere. So you can't be in this place. So we don't want you in this place. So we're going to make your card not work. You're not able to purchase anything or do anything. Or if you didn't update your information, or, you know, you don't update your driver's license, you don't update this and that. If you don't do certain things, I think it's going to keep you from being able to do stuff. Also, let's say there is a limit on products. They can also use that card to limit your amount of purchases. So you know how they'll say there's, you know, a shortage on eggs. They don't have to at the store have a sign up anymore, because based on your card, you can only swipe a dozen eggs, and we only allow you to do that twice a week. So if your card says you done bought these eggs, you ain't buying no more. So if they can do a lot of limits on you when now you're dealing with a digital wallet, and they can keep track of all of your, and they're giving you the money. So I think there comes a bigger problem with having a digital wallet given to you by the government.
Also, a carbon footprint, and most people are not going to be able to fly anyway. If they're flying, they're going to be in the metaverse with the goggles on their face. But as far as what you're saying, you're correct again, because they're going to have the wallet itself will have a ratio. So let's say they are prejudiced, let's say they are racist, and they don't want blacks in a certain area. They can program it where your wallet doesn't work, so you won't go there anyway. It's going to be very interesting. But for those that did not invest, there's going to be like a two-tier, if you will. So there'll be the UBI, and then there'll be the ones that have invested. You may have a sliver of opportunity to move around, but the way they're going to do things and how they're going to do it is total control. There's no getting around it.
Hi, Michi.
That's
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm not going to be out here long. I love the conversations and stuff. I do want to say this real quick. I just think I'm encouraging a lot of Black folks who like to make up stuff or come up with some type of scare tactics or conspiracy theories. There's a bunch of Black, very intelligent, open-minded folks that have their channel and they follow they follow like the executive orders, the stuff that Trump says, the stuff that Elon is doing. And then all you do, and then they also have like these independent news that show like the BS that's going on the Democratic Party. You got your Jasmine Crockett. I think she's letting Bernie Sanders tell her what to do, like the good Negro she's acting like. Bernie Sanders, to me, I think he's a fortified racist. These white liberals is pushing racism. They're using the race card all the time. So you get to finally see that shit. And then you can stop saying Trump ain't doing this, Trump ain't doing that. What you could do is look and see where the brothers and sisters who are actually watching this, explaining what it means, because it means you be explaining it when people don't listen because they want to argue her down like she don't know what she's talking about. So there's some men that knows this shit that can actually, and I mean, it's fun watching them too. I sit there and I watch and I learn a lot. And when I learn a lot and then I hear what y'all saying, y'all taking these scare tactics from these Democrats. There's a lot of stuff that I be hearing y'all say, I hear come out these Democrats' mouths. Stuff that people post up. And most of these dudes, most of these Democrats, they've been crooks. They've been crooking y'all for years. They've been stealing it from your taxpaying dollars for years. They cashing checks over people who's been dead 200 years and all that shit. And this was receipts showed on that. And people ignore that and still want to just say, let's go get Elon and stuff. And all you got to do is look at some real shit that's really going down. So you can say, oh, well, shit. Well, the whole time you've been duped and you've been lied on. And someone's finally exposing it and trying to tell you, but you too busy on that I hate Trump syndrome. So what you got to do, instead of just not liking a man because he exists, go and look at some of them YouTube channels where the brothers and some sisters is breaking shit down. It's fun. You get to see it. You get to learn like everybody else. Even the shit that they said about Nancy Pelosi starting that January 6th riot. She's also used e-trading on people's lives. You get to look at that and you get to learn about e-trading and all that shit. Like it's a whole bunch of stuff you can learn, and then you can stop coming over here with draining people's energy with full ignorance. And the last,
But why are they exposing it though? Why all of a sudden? And I'm not against it now. I'm not against it. But why are they exposing it with Elon? And the reason why they're doing it is so that can give you the reason why they're going to bring in that new system.
I'm not done. I like that he's catching crooks. Okay, he's catching all the crooks. That's why he's getting his Teslas all destroyed, because they're angry that we get to finally see and hear shit that most politicians never tell us. So why you're used to hearing feel good moment and people talking to you with this feel good life, and we just keep going about our lives and not worry about shit because we're being lied to, while we're getting our shit stolen, while people SSI being cut, while we're taking care of illegal immigrants. Fuck them damn migrants. Fuck them. They over here.
That's what I'm asking you.
Y'all gonna quit saying people SSI getting cut. I ain't seen a nigga from SSI with a short check yet.
Exactly.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you why are they allowing you to see it?
Sorry. I'm gonna answer you because I'm getting there. I'm glad that you said that.
I got a letter in the mail for increase. It's called the increase of living they give you every year.
Right, and I'm just saying what the demons been doing to y'all for years, and we said nothing. We didn't know nothing because we didn't know shit. But now that we're starting to know shit, then everybody's all up in arms. And the only ones that's supposed to be very angry is the DEI people, the Democrats, the ones angry because they're the ones being exposed. All of them.
But why are they doing it? That's what I'm asking you. Why are they doing it?
They've been doing this way before we were born. And
no, no, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, why are they allowing you to see this now? Why?
Why not?
Excuse me. We're not talking about the same people. We're talking about someone who just thinks that the country's been fucked over way too many times.
Right, they're allowing us to see it.
Yeah, they do have an agenda, but the information is still valid.
They're allowing us to see it because they want us to then get in an outrage so that we will think that as we're pushing in the other direction, that all of the changes that take place were our idea. That's all. They're letting us think that we're the ones controlling, and when things work, we now see the Democrats the way they are. We hate all of this stuff. So now they can tell you, even if people aren't, because a lot of people hate Trump, but they're going to make it seem like the masses are agreeing, pushing in this direction. It's all part of the game. And again, I told you, they like to play us and put us in a position where we think things are our idea. They fearmonger us into stuff. They use our emotions. They get us angry. They play race cards. They play financial things. And then it all comes down to us agreeing or pushing in a certain direction. And then they say, see, this is what you guys wanted, when it's really what they wanted to implement, but they just want us to believe that it was our idea. Sorry, brother, I muted your mic because it was some reverb, but
No problem.
that's why they're doing it.
But that's always happened, though. That's not even a new
That's
tactic.
been going on for years.
It's not, but you would be surprised how many people don't know that's a tactic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and so, but what I say is, and I'm glad Michi saying this, because you got to be prepared just in case too. You got to really be prepared for all of that stuff. But just the fact that we're learning and seeing things and hearing things a little bit better, like there's only 2 damn genders. Stop saying there's more than 1 gender. Stop it. You know what I'm saying? Shouldn't be no man playing in women's sports. F that. My daughter ain't playing with no dude. Okay, that ain't gonna work. Okay, because we don't have problems. And then the Department of Education, we finally had to do something about that, because the Department of Education for years been controlling the parents. They've been telling the parents how to raise their damn kids, and they haven't been teaching our babies how to read. San Francisco is the worst. Them kids can't read. My son read 2nd grade level. He's only in 1st grade, and I'm trying to get him to 4th grade level. I'm putting his ass in private school. I'm saying this. There's 13-year-olds who can't even pronounce the word wagon. So it's on them, because all they know is the stupid ass sex education that I feel like I'm against, because it was an agenda behind that the whole damn time. And now you got kids coming home talking about their cows and horses. And when the mama and daddy said, you're not a cow, you're not a horse, you're a human, then CPS come in, take the kids, and then charge the parents. So that's what your Department of Education was doing the whole goddamn time. Just want y'all to know that. All right. So, you finally get your power back, and you get to finally tell put your kids in the school like the Zayek Institute and stuff. You get to do whatever the hell you think is necessary to raise your babies correctly. So without the fear mongering and the conspiracy theory shit and the hoogly boogly, oh my God, something bad gonna happen. Let's focus on the fact that, okay, we got some power back. We are involved in something, that we can kind of feel fucking normal again. Because all this stuff we was forced on, all this shit that was forced on us, it's been very abusive, and finally get to breathe. I just encourage you to just look at all of the, look at all of the channels where they coming up with stuff, then find something after their statements, find what they say, because too many times we miss our blessings because we just too busy hating. Like Michi said, them $5,000 checks coming. If you get a $5,000 check that was owed to you, what have you, there's gonna be some folks that say, I threw it away. I don't like him. Okay, I'm taking that shit and I'm gonna actually get a website built.
Check, though.
So
I'm gonna take that shit and I'm gonna go on a cruise and not talk to nobody on the cruise. I'm gonna keep my hands on the and I'm gonna sip liquor and try not to get seasick for a whole week. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get the fuck out.
We gotta educate ourselves as Americans, because even like with the Department of Education, it didn't even. Some people feel like it's been there since the Constitution. Like it's all of 40 years old. Like it. So you can function without it. Like even the whole structure of Americans sending their kids to school, it was during the Industrial Revolution, because they needed more workers. The real power is, like I keep saying, understanding the tax code and business ownership. Keep working these jobs and don't have stocks or any other investment. Jobs will not get you financial freedom. Period, point blank. But you're holding on to beliefs and things that you don't even understand the why it was created or when it was created. Like Michi said, the Department of Education provides 10% of your local school budget. If your state can't come up with 10%, like isn't this the same school system that we said had the the pipeline, the prison, or all of these negative things? All of our children in Baltimore City, Detroit, Buffalo, on and on and on. You name all these cities where kids, like the young lady just said, San Francisco, across the nation, kids can't read, they can't write, they can't add, they can't complete tests, and you're holding on to something that you're saying is broken. That makes no sense. You complain about the educational system, but when somebody says we're going to dismantle it, now I do believe you should make sure that you have a proper plan in place. I do think that Trump, and not necessarily for this, I do think that his administration could do better with considering the ripple effect of things, but he's dismantling things that are not working for you.
They're only mad because it's Trump. Like, again, I thought as Black people, we hated the FBI, the CIA. We hate the way they do school. So why are we mad now because they're being torn down? I don't understand. It's because it's Trump.
Because it's Trump.
The great thing about it, that's unlawful. All those agencies unlawful.
Hello.
That's the great thing about it. All them agencies, they're not lawful like that. That's the great. I don't think a lot of us know about that. So
and because we don't know,
those are okay agencies, everything's okay, but everything is backwards in this society that they teach us.
I don't know why people is mad. Like, I'm like, yeah, tear that shit down. Like, I don't care whether you like Trump or not. Why, as Black people, can't you just at least be mad to see somebody whooping your enemy's ass? Like, at least enjoy the fight. Like, ooh, I don't like the nigga whoop, but you getting your ass whooped. Damn, did you see the way he punched that nigga in his jaw? I think he sleep on the ground. Somebody slap him and see if he about to wake up. Like, at the end of the day,
I like
I just think he's ushering everything to AI. Right? They just usher things to AI, like you were saying. We've been talking about this months ago. That's all it is. It's a soft. They got to do everything periodically. You know what I mean, little by little, to condition you, to make you, make it comfortable, and then,
because they know if they normalize it, Americans are ignorant for the most part. They don't push back. Americans give up their civil liberties, their civil rights all the time. And you'll even have people say, even on this platform, people will talk about what's illegal. Well, why are you allowing somebody to do something illegal to you? I don't understand that. Like, if you know that something is illegal, why are you allowing it, government or not, to be perpetuated on you? It makes no sense. Like,
if you don't know your rights, you have no rights.
Y'all think this education? Y'all think this is going to go AI? You think
I think everything is going to eventually go AI.
What's going to go AI?
Do you think this education, some of this Department of Education things about
education is already AI? I'm working on this video. I got to finish it. I didn't finish it, but I actually have clips for you that show kids right now in schools across America. They're being taught individually by AI systems on their computer. These schools have fired all the teachers, and they do have adults that work there, but they're not certified teachers. They don't have degrees. They're called like class monitors. They just sit and make sure the kids are okay. They're paid babysitters, but AI is teaching the children. And so what's going to happen is AI is teaching the children on the computer. I've been said this. Each individual child has their own individualized learning plan, because as it does its homework or does its lessons, the AI is reading where they're strong, where they're weak, and it's always adjusting the plan for that specific child. So every child has a different plan. It's not the same one anymore. And what's happening is, as kids get used to learning that way, I said this was going to happen, and it's here now. And so now that children are getting used to learning that way, the next part that will be coming will be the universal income, the not having of jobs. So then parents will be at home. So then they will close down all the schools, and they will just send the children home, and they will be learning from home on that laptop that's actually teaching them in the classroom right now. So they're just making this shift slowly. The children are learning on a computer. They don't have teachers anymore. And that's going to be an easy transition for them to then go home and take that computer, which is their teacher, with them, right? And so they're setting the kids up to get them ready. And people will say, well, how do the parents do it? Eventually, parents are not going to have jobs. We're going to see, I think, a very major shift in the next 4 years. When Trump leaves the White House, there will be such a vast difference of what you see today. You know how I joke and I say, damn, Trump only been in the office like 5 minutes. And literally he has. It hasn't even been 6 months, right? But it feels like he's been the president for fucking ever because this nigga is doing something every goddamn day. Every time we see him, he is signing fucking executive orders. You know what I'm saying? Like a nigga brushed their teeth every day. And so
Yeah, we
he
him a vampire.
he is doing a rush of all kind of stuff. By the time he gets done in 4 years, oh my God, the change that you are going to see, all of the things that will be gone, all of the new things that will have come about, we're going to see some major change. I know we keep saying, well, these things are going to happen later. No, they here. And when Trump gets out of the office, there will be a major difference. Whoever takes over that office, they will be stepping their feet into administration of what will be the new world order. We will already be in that process. In the next 4 years, many people will lose their jobs. AI will be taking over. It's not about waiting for it. It's ready. Amazon is ready. I'm waiting for any day now for Amazon. They've already laid off at plenty of Amazon plant workers because it's automated in the inside. And that's coming to every Amazon factory. Once that is taken care of, I am waiting for any moment now for me to order some shit from Amazon and watch a big ass drone come down and drop that shit at my door and fly the fuck off. Because
They do it in Pennsylvania. They already did a dry run with that.
Amazon already got the okay to do it back in COVID. They just haven't implemented it yet.
Yeah. And even with the education in DC and Baltimore, like twice a month, the kids stay home and they work from the computer already. So slowly but surely. So if they're already doing that now, like you said, in 4 years, if they're doing twice a month this year, next year they'll do 4 times a month. Then the next year after that, they'll do a whole week. And then at the end of that administration, you know, like we figured it out and they can stay if they don't implement it sooner. But little by little, they are preparing.
The real push is when you hear universal income. When people start getting universal income, that's when it's really over because now you're at home and AI has taken over so fully that they're going to start to give out this universal income.
But the writing is on the wall. So you've heard these conversations. So playtime is over. And if you is with that woe is me and, you know, like, and you're not actively making plans, move out the way for those of us who will. Like just go lay down and wait for your universal check or the 5,000.
Now this is the great thing is that that universal basic income will be given to everybody. So even though I be making money online all day, I'm still finna get my check.
I didn't know.
Girl, well, see, this is the thing. They already tested the pilot program right after COVID. In many states, they have some going on right now. They started testing them in all kinds of states. And so the universal basic income pilot programs, they're already out there. That's what I'm telling y'all. Y'all could go look it up. Y'all look, where my people who've been following me for a minute, y'all know I did videos about them. Now I had to delete all that shit off my video, off my page to get my channel monetized. But they're over on MX Network. But I talked about this with the universal income. I showed y'all the articles about them. But in many states, they were giving what they call universal or a basic income. And they were pilot programs. And it doesn't matter what you make. They were handing this out to everybody. So remember, universal income, basic income will not be based on if you make it or qualify, if you low income or high income. Every single person will get this money, no matter what. This is what everybody will get. So it's not based on you being low income. And all of the pilot programs, they picked random people. It wasn't about them being low income. There were some people who were already making good money and they were giving them an extra $1,000 a month just to see. Some people were low income, some people weren't. So they randomly picked people in the pilot program. And they said the goal was to see if they had this extra money, if it would help increase their life, to not have as much stress, to live a little better, to afford more food, if it brought down their stress and their cost of living and allowed them to live healthier lives mentally, physically, and all of that. And so, universal income, it's called universal for a reason. So we'll all get it, even for those of us that have businesses online, because that's where all economy is going. I am going to plug myself in my boot camp right now, but I'm telling y'all some real shit. If you don't get in that motherfucker, I don't really care, because I'm about to tell you right now. I told my students in our mentorship group last night, like, Online is the way that shit is going to be done. Whether it's a side hustle you have, you're making some kind of money online, or you have a business online. Other than that, you just gonna be sitting at home getting a basic universal income or running around hanging out with robots all day. I don't know what the fuck you're gonna do with all of your time. I'll be in the house, I'm gonna just stay in the motherfucking house. So, but at the end of the day, that is the new economy, online. So if you don't learn how that works, I tell my students all the time for my mentorship group, you're at the beginning. And I know people be like the beginning, but there will come a time when online is nothing but the norm. Everybody will do transactions. So when everybody's at home, this is what I said to them. Check this out. So when universal income hits, it's going to be just like COVID. So let me remind you of COVID. If you were a business owner during COVID, let's have that conversation, right? So what happened was during COVID, people were in the house. Did y'all notice that more people were watching YouTube and people's channels were going up? Content creators are making a lot more money. Well, also, they were spending money. They were getting classes, courses. They were buying stuff. They were having shit delivered. They were doing all kinds of, because couldn't nobody leave their goddamn house. And they also wanted to interact with other people. So people were being a part of groups, even if it was just social groups online. They were doing online sipping paints. They was doing all kind of shit because they had to do it over their computer, right? So this is what people got used to. They had extra money because they were getting the unemployment, even for contractors. They was getting the checks. They were getting the PPP loans. They were getting all of this shit, right? And they had they didn't have to pay their goddamn rent. So people had a lot of extra money. So there were people who were in business during COVID. They made a lot of money. There were influencers who made a lot of money. Soon as COVID was over, what the fuck happened? Have y'all watched how some of these major channels, even on my channel, views have dropped? People don't get watched as much as they did. So if they were depending on that and they were depending on being an influencer so that they could get their money from that, that all went away for them. It didn't go away completely, but they had to adjust. This is the after COVID effect, right? People went back out to work. Folks ain't got all day to watch your motherfucking videos. They're not just sitting in the goddamn house. People are working for their money again. So they're being more, picky about what they'll spend it on, what they'll actually buy. Now, for me, I had a big uptake during COVID, but then afterwards I got back to normal business because I was making money before COVID, right? But there were a lot of people who actually got their come up during COVID. And when COVID was over, they don't know how to handle the come down because that's not what they normally do, right? So this is the thing. When everybody goes back in their house, they have a universal basic income. People will have plenty of money on hand. They will have time on their hands. And what's going to happen is you are going to see that same effect. People are going to do everything online. So even if you have a YouTube channel, like the faceless YouTube channel, I just asked y'all to go and watch, even if it ain't your face. If you have something you are selling online in the TikTok shop, on Amazon, or wherever the fuck you want to put it, a service, a digital product, or anything else, those things are going to be how people shop. That's how we'll get all of our clothes, how we'll get all of our services. That is the new norms. Malls are closing down every single day. All kind of shit is closing down every day. So people will be at home. People will have no job, and people will have a lot of disposable income that they didn't have to go to work for. And everything they do, from interacting with people to services to products to anything else, is going to be online. And if you had any fucking sense, you would learn how to be one of those people that they are coming to either watch your YouTube channel, or they are coming to get your motherfucking products, or come and get services from you, because that is the new economy. That's where everything will be. All of the major businesses will be making money off of their AI. You will still spend your money at restaurants. You will still spend your money at different places that you do now, gas stations, all that kind of stuff. But you're going to be met with robots. So the $1 million companies will have their businesses automated. So in that automation, they're going to still make their money. But for the average man and woman, your fucking position to do anything, if you want to do anything to make some more income, is going to be online. So I suggest that everybody, like the gold rush, you better get in, learn how online works. It is a lot of money online to be made. It really the fuck is. It's millions of ways to make money online. It's not just fucking drop shipping. It's not being a social media influencer. It's a million more ways that some of y'all have never even thought of or ever even heard of what this shit is called. And this is the norm in the way people are going to do shit. And so that's going to be the norm. Everybody will be sitting at home getting services, classes, courses, products. It's all going to come offline. And I'm going to be sitting back, and other people who have shit online, and we're going to reap the benefits. We really are. All of our YouTube channels, all of the money-making platforms we have, and all of the things that we sell products to people. They're going to be ordering our shit. So I suggest you get in the game.
It's
Another
going to
thing that
be
a
the
lot of
greatest transfer of wealth on the planet Earth.
And I'm
And
gonna
they're
be a
gonna
rich girl.
repeg
Absolutely.
they're gonna
but
repeg the gold and they're gonna tie the gold back to money. So if you're not invested, maybe you should join me. Not maybe, join me, Shax, because you're screwed.
but no,
Please,
one
thank you for
another
your
thing
honesty.
people don't really consider either. One of the major things that is kind of going under the radar is like new cities like Tolosa, where they are building cities from scratch, and only and whole new cities are in the works. They're supposed to launch around 2030. They're taking the best and brightest, so the engineers, the best, and they're only for Tolosa. I'm on their waiting list. They're only taking, you have to be master's degree or higher, and they're only taking the best and brightest 75,000 people. It's a waiting list. And if you get in, you're not coming back out. In my mind, when I first heard of that about 6 years ago, I was like, yo, hold on, what? They about to build cities that only a specific people can get in. In my mind, I was thinking like nuclear war or something. Like, but that's another thing that I think really goes in line with what you're saying about. So if everyone is, for the most part, losing their jobs, the best and brightest can apply to go to these new cities where no one can get in. They will take their 75,000 in these cities, and once they have them because they want to build a whole organic new city. They're not refurnishing any of the old cities. They don't even want the equipment.
Well, that's why
It's called smart cities.
Yes, well,
this is
even
why all
beyond
these
that,
fires are taking place too. I don't know if y'all have noticed, because I need to do a video about
California.
that too. There are fires everywhere. Do y'all not know that there was fires in New York? Oklahoma had some motherfucking fires. Was it South Carolina caught on fire? Like everywhere is catching on fire. I don't know if
because
y'all
they're
noticed,
preparing
but I
to
have
build
videos
new
and
cities.
news coverage of about 7 places aside from after California's fires that have just been catching on fire. All of these so-called fires, and it's not like a fire at a person's house. It always seems to be a bunch of land, and it's a so-called fire where there really aren't these fires, and it's burning up tons of acres of land and houses, which is removing that shit so they can come in. If you want to build on land, you want to have an empty slate to start on, right? So that they can build these smart cities and things like that. Shit is changing, y'all. It's changing, and it's changing fast. And I need y'all to get the fuck out of being in denial so that you understand where we're going, so that you can be prepared for where we're going. Okay.
And
Go watch The Fifth Element. That's your new life.
Yeah.
Demolition Man. Demolition Man.
Fast is relative. Like I said, I was on a panel over 6 years ago where they talked about this. They had in New York City, they launched the whole city, outlined what they were doing, how it was going to be laid out. You could put your name on a list to find out more information. So, like I said, fast, slow, that's relative. It's whether you're in the loop or you're outside of the loop. And that's what it boils down to. And if you're on platforms like this, shame on you if you're still outside of the loop, or you're hearing something that you could position your life better and you're just refusing to do so.
Because I want you to know will go up. So understand that in the cost of living going up, everybody will have a universal basic income. But being that we're not paying taxes and stuff, right, that there will be a higher cost of living. So even though you have this universal basic income, there will become a new norm, meaning everybody will be able to live to a certain standard. Then there will be people that are above that universal basic income that will live at a higher standard. Everybody got the universal basic income. Everybody's going to be equalized, right? So it's like, even if you had corporate jobs or people had all these great jobs, these niggas is losing all of their jobs. Everybody, the doctor is losing their job. So even this universal basic income that may seem really great to some people may not be that great to people who made much more. So what I'm saying is, if we all have the same amount of money, everybody is going to be neutralized to live in the same type of a manner. The only people that are going to be able to live above that basic level of living now will be those that, aside from their basic income, actually have investments or have a way to make other money other than what the universal income is. I want y'all to think about that. If everybody has the same amount of money, even the doctor, because he lost his fucking job, you're all equal.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's living the same now. So like he said, there will be a transfer of wealth. And for those that understand how to make above and beyond that universal income and have found their way into this new digital realm, we're going to be the ones that then live above those with the universal income. We'll live like the doctors and them do today. And they'll live like regular people because
Isn't that wonderful though? That's a beautiful thing. I think it's very amazing that this is happening in our lifetime, because the way they're going to do it with the smart cities, I tell you, Misha, what you're pumping out on the channel is very extremely vital. And what the sister said next to you, she's absolutely correct. They have been doing this and preparing this for a very long time. The transfer of wealth is already happening. People don't notice it. The way they're dealing with the gold and the natural resources. And this is why I'm looking at Africa very heavily, because I'm watching Abraham Toure, and I'm very curious to see how they set up that new system, because they've already got Ripple over there, and they're going to be doing something with their monetary, how they're going to move money there with the phones and whatnot. But what's really coming, man, the reason why they slowing it down, it's a catch-22, because England, they start theirs, I believe, in July the 3rd. But over here, the reason why they have to do it in slow stages, there's more guns than there are citizens. So they have to do things a little bit different here. But it's coming. There's no flipping getting around it. There's no getting around it. It's a very wonderful time if you invested and saw what you saw.
Michi, I have a quick question, then I'll drop down. When you said about the AI education, you know, how the kids will not be talking to real teachers, it'll be just AI teachers. I was in the beginning, I started seeing that, but I started seeing that they were doing that for kids with autism, like those who couldn't speak, or you know, and it was easier for them and the parents. It was commercials back and forth. And during this time, my son started K-12, and that's in home. That's homeschooling too. But the thing is, right now we're still using humans. You know, they monitor the teacher, what she teaches. I watch what she says and things like that. And I become the coach, the teacher coach for my son. So I said, okay, but those commercials keeps popping up, and it says, well, you know, when you know my son or my daughter, you know, they couldn't keep up with the class, therefore, you know, and they have this, you know, disability, and this is what helped my son becomes better or my daughter becomes better. And they show these actual robots, and I'm trying to say, right, they're gonna start off with the kids with disability, and then they're gonna just do all the other kids, or are they doing it to all the kids now, no matter what their situation is?
Yeah, the schools that I've seen them do it in, they've started off in charter schools, in doing it. But yeah, it's for every student in the classroom, and each student gets their computer. And again, they open it up. There's like an avatar, I'm sure, that looks human, like the ones you see on Instagram or whatever, looks like a real person and talks to them. But they take a series of like tests in every subject, or they give them, you know, activities to do. And the computer is actually, the AI system is actually reading their responses and then building a specialized plan just for that child based on their knowledge. And as they do more stuff, the plan adjusts every day with the work they're doing to adjust to the level they need to be on. If they realize they're high over here, they give them more challenging stuff. They need more work, they'll bring them down over here in their reading until they bring them up to par. So no child will have the same lesson plan at all. So it's individualized, and it's for every kid, every kid.
Sister X, I have a question for you. On your channel, I don't know if you discussed it yet, but you probably have. But I got a question. The melanin that they're killing us for, or whatever, they're actually using it in the computers. Have you been dropping that down and talking about that?
Say that again.
The melanin that they're deleting us for. I don't want to use the K word again.
No, no, I haven't had that conversation. I mean, I brought it up before, but not the conversation too much in depth. But they take every bit of people, especially our beings, from organs to the melanin to the adrenochrome. That's the kind of stuff that I probably talk about on MX Network, because then when you get into stuff like that, that's when they say, I don't know, I wouldn't know if it's misinformation, but when you get to talking to things like that too deep, they act like they don't like that stuff over here. We have
Okay, because I was asking that because I know they're doing something with the computer with the melanin, and they're really trying to tap into, for lack of a better term, melanated people consciousness. I don't want to get all spacey with you or whatever, but Elon, as you know what he's doing with the brain, they're actually guinea pigging a lot of blacks, and we're very unaware of it. I guess they do it in the third world countries, but some of us are so dumb we'll volunteer for it. But there's something insane coming, as you would say, Sister X. It's here, but unfortunately, we're so. I believe one of the people up here have already pointed it out. We're so distracted with these childish arguments that we're not seeing the bigger picture. So, very interesting what's coming. Well, as you would say, here.
Yeah, yeah, it's here. You know what I'm saying? It's like you might be in your bedroom and it's at the front door. It still got to come in and get up the stairs and come down the hallway, but that shit here.
But it's here.
It's here.
Okay.
It's here. Little
This is a record for me. This is the first time in my life I did a work day on a podcast.
I know, right?
I can't
8 hours. We done spent an 8-hour shift in this mug. Like we at work. You know, it's always interesting. The little goddess. I want to keep saying little Debbie with my greedy ass. But little goddess, she went down. If you want to come back up, you can. It needs to reconnect your microphone. I don't know why it keeps staticking. But yeah, it's funny when I do these Saturdays. I always say I'll be here as long as the people keep me here. I thought at one point, you know, we was laughing at Sergeant Dobie, the conversation was kind of down. Nobody had an opinion. I kind of thought we was about to be out of here, but then hold on, where'd she go? Casey came in here and homegirl turned it up, and look, we did a whole other goddamn 3 hours. So
oh no, she rejuvenated it.
She got me here. Yeah, you got to cut because I was ready to say, okay, everybody, y'all have a good night. Anybody got something they want to say? Y'all heard me say that. So it just always depends. But yeah, they always keep me mostly to the sun come up. But you know, I enjoy the Saturdays. I look forward to it. You know, we do this once a week, and the panels are always different. We get some of the same people, but you know, we get different people.
Oh, this was beautiful. This was my first time, but the next Saturday I join, I'm not gonna make an 8 o'clock appointment with my trainer because I'm looking at the clock yo, I'm about to go through it.
You is, but you'll sleep real good after you get that workout.
I know. Yeah. Well, I love you all. Even for those that we may have had a difference in opinion, I truly am just passionate because I see what is happening, and I do not want my people to lose only because we refuse to be proactive, like period. So I really just want us to, things are not perfect, but it's still lots of things that we can do to put ourselves in position so that when all hell breaks loose, you have some level of autonomy for your own self, for your family, for your legacy. And that's my main thing. So yeah, so all love here. Hopefully it's been valuable, a value add, hopefully.
Yes, I think so. Well, thank you for coming up, and let me get little guys back. But that's where we're gonna go. I want to address this comment here, and then I'm gonna give everybody their last words, and we will end it from there. Nisi Poo Po thing. Popu, you must be lost. Y'all be coming out here trying to get loud with people, girl. I know it's 5:42 in the morning, but I still always got some Detroit in my back pocket, so I can get loud with anybody any time of night or day. You can wake me up on my sleep, and if it's the right reason, I'll be ready to fight. So let me tell you something, okay? She says, you're on, first of all, you're on, and it's not it's your, like you are, okay? So let's spell that right, baby girl. If you're gonna come for me, spell right, because I might be a little ghetto, but I do know how to write, okay? You're on a platform now. Now is your time to call him out on some of the wrong that he is doing. I, for one, and I'm still waiting. So that is not a proper sentence. So next time, properly do that shit. I'm assuming that you are behind because people watch the YouTube video and they are not caught all the way up, because I do have that mode on where you can rewind it and go back. So I don't know if you're back or you're forward, but we already went over this. I think I clearly talked about the fact that I brought up the stuff that he's going to do, and y'all kill me. You're on your platform now. You should call him out and say what he's doing wrong. Girl, you don't run shit around here. You do not run shit around here. Girl, I would change the picture on my motherfucking page to Donald Trump motherfucking orange ass face. You don't run shit around here. If you're listening to that conversation, then you obviously heard me say that I have addressed things. And when they come up, I will address them. I don't run to go find something to address to appease you niggas. So obviously you're one of those black folks, Niecy Poo, and I don't expect you to address me right now, because based on your comment, you're a little slow in the chat. You're going to get caught up and you're going to see this and be like, oh, damn, I wish you was real live time though, listening to this, so you could click the link and bring your dumb ass up here. I'm gonna need you to work on those sentences though, for you ever try and tell me how to do anything on my goddamn platform. Okay. So if you want to hear me point out the wrongs that Trump do, you can go watch my other lives. Like I told the dude that you listening to me talk to right now, Mr. Frank, and when I brought up the fact that we've had these conversations, and if you listen a little longer, I actually did address the two problems I had. Other than that, I need you to, write better when you talk to me. Don't try and come and roast and be stupid. Okay. Be more educated. Write a sentence right. At least do that for me, sweetie, or click the link and say it with your mouth, because saying it with your hands is not working too well for you. You cannot.
Grammarly.
Yeah. You could have put that shit in Chat GPT real quick and they would have made the sentence real right for you, okay? And you can get your free subscription over there, okay? So go somewhere with that bullshit. You on your platform now. I am on my platform now. I sure am. And I'm not finna name a goddamn thing, because we done having a conversation tonight. So I just, you come back another time. And yeah, I don't tap dance for nobody. You better ask somebody about me over here. You can give me a super chat and I'll still cuss your ass out, because I'm not a sellout. You can't pay me to change my opinion of how the fuck I feel. Either you accept it or you don't. So anyway, you have your feelings hurt about Trump, Niecy Poo. My feelings is not hurt, okay? At all. So with that said, when you get caught up, you're going to be like, damn, she talking about me. That's right. You put that comment in the chat. You wanted some attention, baby girl. You got it. You got some attention for 6 o'clock in the morning, got here. All right. So have a good night. I do want to give you one other suggestion other than your grammar. Change your hair color. You're like all one color. I'm just saying. It's the one thing that stood out to me, okay? I know you want me to tell you what's wrong with Trump, but I want to tell you what's wrong with you right now. You all one color. Your hair should not be the same color as your skin. Okay, go a little darker. Don't go lighter, goddamn it. Do not go fucking blonde. Because you 2 minutes from blonde. Don't do that to yourself, sis. But you all one color. I'm gonna need you to change the caramel you got going on and give me a little contrast, because you're doing too much and you can't spell. Now, have a good night though, Niecy Poo. All right.
I wasn't ready.
She wasn't ready, girl. You even know who goddamn platform you on, Niecy. I ain't never seen your face. You must be doing right here. Hopefully you come back after you get what you was looking for. All right, y'all.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna get out of here.
Okay.
What I'm gonna say is there's a gentleman that passed away maybe a year or two ago. Name was Brother Panic. He said something I thought was profound. He said, studying the hieroglyphics or whatever, none of it said we. It said know thyself. Now, I'm not saying that you don't help your community, if you will, but first as an individual, get yourself upright and get yourself together, because it's you alone. And yes, you may have children, you may have family, you may be in whatever. But at the end of the day, if all of us would be our own example, good example, as a matter of fact, things would be a lot more easier. But I'm talking about a utopia that's very hard to happen. But anyway, I appreciate you having me up here. You take care, all of you.
Thank you for coming up and hanging out with us again.
I'm out too. Y'all have a good day.
I know, right? I'm going to bed, but I gotta
love y'all.
Love you too. Have a good night, day, like you said. All right, little goddess. We want to call you little Debbie. My fat ass probably just wants some cupcakes or something. Go ahead. Oh damn! Why your microphone keeps it's fixed?
Is it still messing up? I'm sorry.
Okay, no, we can hear you now. Okay, now it's working. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say real quick, I've been putting on the links in the chat. I can't see them because I had to get out again. But like I put on the one about the universal income. There's 30 cities. There's a link. I don't know if you want to copy. I can't put them in the regular chat. I don't know if you want to copy those links in the private chat and put them in the front. I put the universal income one, the smart city one, and there was a third one I put in there. They were like right on top of each other, so you can just quickly grab them and put them in the front chat, so that people can actually look at it themselves as well. So
thank you.
You're welcome. I try to do that. I can't post in the front. I try to keep up with what we're saying and put the comments and stuff so that people can see what was going on. And I was gonna read to you about the whole thing with the White House had said, fact check, President Trump will always protect Social Security and Medicare. The Trump administration will not cut Social Security, Medicare, or Medicare benefits. President Trump himself has said it over and over and over again. That's on the White House page.
Okay.
So
everybody, I put that link in there, that first link that y'all see, that is a link if y'all want to read it about there being 30 pilot programs for universal basic income. So I told y'all this is not just me talking or guessing. They're doing pilot programs everywhere. So 30 places.
That's it. The AI one is in there for the examples. That's in there for the charter that links in there as well. So like those are the 3 links I think that we were just talking about. Those are all there if you want to copy them.
And let me see. Copy the link address. Last time I tried to do this, they told me I couldn't put it in here. We'll see if they do it this time. This one is about smart cities. And then we got one more for y'all. Shout out to her for doing this, showing how in charter schools the AI is replacing the teachers. So y'all see I ain't lying.
Yeah. And just want to say, love you, Michi. Thank you very much for having these platforms. It's great to be able to interact and talk to people and, share ideas and, how people are feeling and get that, temperature of what's going on and, the mental state is of some people, but I appreciate everything that you do. But again, I keep sending you emails. I know you're on the email. I mean, it's a big list, but I'm just letting you know that I do send emails to you all the time. So,
okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We go next one.
Yep.
All right. Let me see. Frank, you want to say something before you get up out of here?
Yo.
Frank was mad at me earlier.
No, we straight.
We cool now, Frank.
We good. But yeah, man, like I said, thanks again for letting me get back on the platform, man. It's always a pleasure, man. Like I said, to see how you can take that to content, you know what I'm saying? It was a journalizing statement, you know what I'm saying? So I feel you. And but yeah, man, like I said, what Carl Schwab would say, own nothing and be happy. This is basically what Rex 84, King Alfred, Agenda 2030. A lot of this stuff has been in the works for a minute. I mean, y'all notice they took away the Georgia Guidestones for a reason. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
To keep us in some kind of, you see what I'm saying? To keep us with the propaganda narratives of the media. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of this stuff, like I said, like y'all was even saying in Uncover, a lot of this stuff is propaganda, man. It's fear mongering. I noticed when Trump gets in there, it's a certain kind of fear mongering, and when the Democrats is in there, it's a certain kind of propaganda, fear mongering. So on both sides, do the research and actually reading is actually really beneficial and stuff. And like you were saying, you can't really take stuff for the face value. A lot of stuff on the internet anyway. You see what I'm saying? These people and these politicians are basically ushering this stuff in. They know about this stuff. You see what I'm saying? They're gonna give their kickbacks to their donors and their lobbyists and their bankers and stuff like that. In the meanwhile, we'll get a little something on the back end, but it's for them. It's basically to end a lot of this stuff and end a lot of these jobs in certain these sectors, to bring in the AI and to bring in the universal basic income. in the digital wallet. This stuff has been. I mean, it's funny because we was talking about this stuff 10 years ago, and you was called a conspiracy theories, and you was called a nut and a quack and a whack job. You see what I'm saying? So we gotta just just basically like do what's in our best interest for our people and for us for right now, man. No matter who's in there, and it's kind of weird. Look at this from this aspect. A lot of these politicians, Democrats or whatever, especially the Democrats, these people, no matter who's in there, they should still be offering them some kind of policy for us so-called black people. I don't care what nobody say. No matter who's in there, you got to push some kind of policy for your people. And you notice the CBC and the Congressional Black Caucus and these groups are not doing that for a reason. So that goes to show they want to complain and want to talk, smack or whatever the case is about what's not happening. And you notice they're not really complaining for us when Trump's not in there. They don't complain for black issues. They complain for these foreigners and these other people's issues. That's
I just want them to be mad about the right stuff. I heard it was a protest coming, a bunch of white people, they protesting on the 6th or the 5th of April or some shit, talking about everybody need to be out there. I will not be there. Hell no. These white folks might burn this bitch down though. You saw what they did on the January 6th. They might get together. I'm sit at home and watch the shit. They might get to burn the shit down. You don't never know, y'all. So April 6th might start civil war. If it is, do not knock on my door for no ammo or no food, because I've been telling y'all niggas to get ready. But the white folks said they are protesting across this nation on April the 6th, I think they said. So, it might go down. We'll see.
But like I said, it could be a distraction. You see what I'm saying? When I see the economic numbers after, then I'll you see when I see numbers and not from these fake stats, but when I see actual numbers and when I look around and see that things are changing around nearby me, then I'll see that it's real. You see what I'm saying? But we got to be keep our eyes on the prize, Michi. Salute once again. You see what I'm saying? Keep your foot on the next. Keep the information flowing.
All right. Thank you for coming up, Frank. Enjoy your day. I would say good night, but it's daytime. Let me see. All right. All right, Casey, you still there?
Absolutely. If you ain't kicked me off, I'm gonna be
here.
here.
Fell asleep on us. Well, leave us with some words. What you want to
No. Look, the chat, y'all can't tear me down like that. Michi, I got a heart like you. Girl, I got a heart like you. I'm a Leo. What you talking about? You talking about the fire? I said that's what we bring, baby.
You're a Leo like my baby. I got a baby. My baby Shania is a Leo.
So you already know. No. I really enjoy these conversations, and I know we black folks, we get passionate at times, child. That's all. But I appreciate you letting me be on the panel again. So thank you.
Well, thank you for coming. You woke us up. We was finna leave. You saved the day. We was here 3 more hours because of you. So regardless of the back and forth, you saved the show, girl, because it was about to be over. Because Sergeant Doty just came in. We was all tired. She was boring, boo. I was tweaking on everybody 10 minutes before that.
Oh God, and I got to catch the beginning too, because I really wanted to see what you had to say about the other stuff. So I got to catch the replay and all. That's what I came for. But I was like, dang. Okay, but anyways, I'm glad I was up here. I do want to say this, since you mentioned this about the April, I think it's April the 5th. And I find it's funny, the protest supposed to be April the 5th because that's 4 or 5, and Trump is number 45 and he's 47. But we're not going to get into that, and the fact that April the 5th is supposed to be the TikTok ban, because your audience is going to say I'm crazy, I'm conspiracy, crazy Christian. So I'm going to leave that alone. But what I do want to say is, y'all, Jesus is coming back soon, whether you believe or not. And these are the things that's been prophesied in the Bible. This is the B system that we all been talking about, the smart city. This is the B system being built. So get right or get left. And trust me, you don't want to be here when them smart cities go up. I'm just saying. So whether you believe or don't, I'm just putting that out there. I don't pressure nobody. I just like to spread the gospel of good truth. And just saying we in the times right now, I just like to put that out there. Look, open your heart to it if you feel led to do so. If not, hey, I ain't mad at you, boo. But thank you so much, Michi. And yeah, let's keep preparing people for, if we have to be here for the tribulation, to endure into the end.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Well, I'm ready. I just need to find me some land. I guess I ain't that ready. I'm ready as I can be.
And you know, I pray for you all the time, Michi, because I know you say you tired of it, but you
I was
is a preacher at heart, and I really wish you come back to the church. And I don't mean no church building. I'm talking about how what you do now, but preaching the real word. You know what I'm saying?
back to Jesus, but I mean, if you got a good church, I will come to church on a Sunday if you got a good choir. There ain't nothing
Oh
wrong
no,
with
I don't need see. I don't see. I see the thing about the church, and I ain't trying to get deep. Is Jesus ain't even believe in the church? He told them things up. When they had church, it was in people's houses. The people got together and did it themselves. Once you got that big mega, now it's an organization. It's no longer no spirit there. You see what I'm saying? It's about the people in the heart and the spirit. So I don't do no church like that because they do everything the world do.
Well, look, if y'all got a rocking ass choir, I'll go to church. But after the choir sing, I'm leaving. I'm not staying.
See that?
I'm
See,
for the service,
no,
and I am not
no.
staying for them to lock the door on me. Talk about give me your money.
I know. I saw that. I saw it. I said, see, there you go right there. There you go. But yeah, it's sad. It's a sad state. And that's what give us a bad name because of them. But the real disciples, the true Christians, is and I don't even like to call us Christians because I don't believe, but the true followers of Christ, the ones that's keeping it real in the buck and that's doing what it do, that's what it is. It's not about these buildings and these pedophiles and all that. It's not about that. But the snakes are there to do what it do. But it's all good. Because we will rise, baby. The true ones. So you have a beautiful and a wonderful and a blessed day. And everybody else, thank you so much for on the panel dealing with me, talking around them out. I can't help it. That's me. But Michi, you take care and I'll see you on the next video.
All right. Enjoy your week.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, Marvina, you still with us? Marvina went to sleep over there. Yeah, I don't think Marvina with us. She done fell asleep. If our microphone was on, we would hear her breathing real heavy. She in the bed under the covers. Marvina, you left us. All right. Good night, Marvina. Thank you for coming up. We love Marvina. I want to tell y'all she down with the ADOS. And she always be telling me what's going on with ADOS. So shout out to Marvina. I'm gonna give her this shout out while she over there sleeping. We'll check in. I was gonna have her give y'all some updates on ADOS and what they doing and when we can follow them, but I'll get that from her in the text and I'll bring it to y'all later. All right. So let me get Marvina out of here so she can go ahead and go to sleep and her thumbnail could go to sleep too. It's just me and you, King J.
Yeah.
What last words you want to leave us with in these topics?
Oh man. Always grateful to come on the panel, man. It's my second time being on here, and it seemed like every time I decide to come on, we get some craziness. That lady really took it to the next level. I'm talking about the one that was just bitch this, bitch that, and I was like, what the hell is she on crack? What's going on? But
That she come, that's our intermission show every Saturday. She's the intermission.
Oh wow. Well, yeah, she's definitely entertainment. But anyway, just want y'all to, stay diligent, man, stay alert. Get you a lot of gold if you can, because gold is a hedge against inflation, and anytime gold is up, crypto is down, and vice versa. So if you know how the markets move and how the economy is, that's how it goes. But definitely get you some gold. Join you a tribe. Give what you
Join our tribe, but not if you
yeah,
crazy.
man. Yeah. Malachi Empire. So I'm one of the chiefs there. And we're doing big things, man. It's a lot I won't go too much into it right now, but definitely be part of the tribe because that would, you'll learn a lot of stuff. We go into the straw man name and trust and all kinds of stuff, man. Just general topics of what goes on in today's times and things like that, what it really means deep down to the surface. Like I said before, you got to do your due diligence, man. You got to do your research and understand and overstand what's going on. Because if you don't, you're gonna be just like one of these sheep out here, man, that just follow and don't do no research. Don't if you don't ask no questions. You just
mask, and that's it. Just follow. Like, don't ask no questions. Like, you can't be like that. So, with all that being said, man, love you, Michi. I don't know if you, well, you don't know, but today is actually my birthday, so I'll kind of
It
get right in with it.
is.
Yeah, March
Well,
30th is
happy
my birthday.
birthday.
I
You
turn
an
41.
Aries. You an Aries
I am.
too.
I'm
You in
I'm a March
general.
I'm a March Aries. Yeah, yeah. So it's all good, man. But
Well, happy
yeah.
birthday.
Oh no, it's all good. It's all good, man. It's all good. So, yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. No, but just wanted to, if you don't mind, I'll plug myself a little bit. Um,
Absolutely. They asked you, could you share your channel? I don't have a link with me right now. You could put it in the chat.
let me see. Can I?
What's the name of the channel? I could go grab it.
Is what like Drink Champs, but it's Wealth Champs podcast, just
That's
like
what.
that.
Okay, yeah.
Wealth Champs podcast. Yeah. So, you'll see a few familiar faces over there. I don't want to start a whole nother conversation, but I did an interview with Dr.
Yeah.
Umar, so you'll see that one. You'll see Yada Awakening. He's a little midget that goes around talking, with the Apple of Eve product, and
I watched your video. You did an interview with General.
yeah, General,
I
yeah,
definitely
yeah,
watched that video.
General.
I think I shared it. I did.
Yeah, we got part two coming, so we actually working on that right now. I'm talking with him, so. But yeah, that's what I got going on, and just trying to.
Hey, go to YouTube, y'all. Y'all go check out my brother King J. Y'all go
There you go.
subscribe to
Yeah,
his channel.
that's all good. I appreciate the love, man. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I usually let me see 3 o'clock. I usually get up around like 4 or 5, so I'll probably go oversleep a little bit today because I've been up this whole time
Yeah,
working.
probably.
Yeah, no, that's all good. I usually be going to the gym around 4 or 5 o'clock, but I'm gonna oversleep today. It's my birthday. I'm probably
It's your
gonna chill out.
birthday.
Yeah, yeah. No, but I appreciate you, man. This was a great show. Entertaining it's entertaining. Even got one of your rants going off, so that was really good, man. It's always fun when you
I
going off
know.
with people like
I
that.
cussed everybody out tonight. I mean, I do be cussing people out, but I didn't know I was gonna cuss y'all like that. Y'all, they pissed me off though.
Like, hey, listen, some people need it, man. Some people you try to be
It just
diplomatic with their ass, and they won't listen. It's like, okay, well,
They
you
just
must
be
want to
saying
see,
stupid
yeah,
stuff. And you know what? It gets on my nerves. And certain topics I can take it. But when we talk about certain things, I just don't think that stuff is funny. Sometimes I get tired of the unseriousness of our community. It really offends me when it is Black men that be acting the way they be acting. It make me sad because as a Black woman, I be wanting to see them as the leaders that they're supposed to be, right? I don't want to say the leaders of the community because I feel like as women, we lead some things too. But as the leaders they supposed to be, I want to feel secure and protected around Black men. But when they think certain topics are laughing matters or joking matters, or they want to always bring everything to belittle a woman, like, well, why you in a relationship? Where your niggas at? Oh, you sound like a feminist. You did. Like, I'm so tired of those conversations online. I really
yeah,
am. I hate this generation when it comes to dating, how they talk about relationships. I'm from the old school. All these niggas seem like they on crack when it comes to relationships. And I wish they would just get it together. It is very ignorant to me. And it's not reality. It's that shit they say online. But if you get offline and you see couples and you get into relationships, none of that shit works like anybody is fucking talking about. So that
no,
shit
it don't.
irritates me. And I would like to see our community have some more sympathy for our children, boys or girls. I don't ever think that it's a joking matter about certain things, And we wonder why our communities are the way they are. Our children are our future. And if we don't feel the fact to defend them, or we think shit like we was talking about tonight is funny when it's affecting these children, like, that's sad. And it says a lot about our community. Like, where the fuck we gonna get it? This how we treat the kids. So
Yeah,
yeah, so some
100%.
shit strikes a nerve with me. Some shit I'll let roll off my back. Some shit I just can't.
No, and some things need to be attacked head on, and that's one of those situations. Like you said, it's sad in our community. I'm a leader, man. I'm a leader of my household and all and everything, and I just don't. We're the temperature setters in our household. We're the temperature setters in our community. So if we want our women to be hot, we're gonna turn that bitch up. If we want our women to be cold, turn it all the way down. But if we want it to be just right, then we got to treat it like that, man. And if we don't do that, if we don't learn to do that, or we don't get back to that,
we're gonna be extinct, man. You know what I mean? Because we're gonna take out ourselves just from the idiotic ways that we do shit. So, forget the white man, but we gonna take out ourselves. So we got to stop with that, man. It just I mean, don't get me wrong. Women have their issues too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, but
Absolutely, they do.
at the same time, my grandfather was a leader. He served in the Navy. My dad was the leader, and this shit, reach one, teach one. Train up a child the way it should go, and when they get older, it won't depart. That's biblical. So, it just, I don't know. It's just sad in this generation, man. But we gotta get off social media, get back to the old school ways of doing things. Get back to our cookouts, get back to our family reunions, and let's try to get back to where we're doing at least some type of community work and community activities together. Because right now, the way this world is going, like I said, if we do not do that, we are going to be extinct because we're going to kill off ourselves by the way we're acting, and we're training ourselves. So. Well, Mitra, I love you, man. Keep going, and I'll be back on. It'll probably be a few weeks though, but I'll be back on, man.
Okay.
When I see certain topics, when I see certain topics,
in the meetings, I see you Monday or Wednesday or Friday, one of them, if not all of them.
oh, of course, that me all day, but. When I see certain topics, and I just so happened I was scrolling through, and then I'll get off after this. I was scrolling through YouTube, and you guys were, I went on your channel, and you guys were talking about the Bible. I was like, oh, I gotta get in on this, man. So that's why I was like, all right, let me get in on this real quick.
When I saw you click on, I was like, oh, okay. I thought Jay was gonna come. We've had our own interesting conversations in our Wednesdays.
Oh yes.
So when I see you, I was like, oh, okay. I'm glad he got in on this conversation.
No, it's all good. All right, Meech. Well, I appreciate you, Queen. Keep doing your thing as always.
All right. You enjoy the rest of your day. All right.
You too. Talk soon.
Petro, it is late, but it is not that late. I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up in my comment section, okay? With your 1970 prison photo. Update that shit, my nigga. You don't want to talk about nobody generation because you look like you was in the generation before me. How you hate somebody else's generation? Because I can look around at them and hate their ass if I want to. They on my nerves. Because I can, okay? And you can't be asking questions about generations with a picture like this from 1970, okay? You know how niggas go to jail and they take their pictures. If this, you crop this, but if you take the whole picture, it's two other niggas in this picture with you, and one of them is doing the jail squat. Don't play with me, Pedro. Petro, go to bed. It's bedtime. It's your bedtime, okay? They locked you down, and if you don't stop, I'm gonna tell them you got a cell phone. Go to bed, y'all. I get silly when I'm sleepy or when I'm hungry. I don't get hungry though, so I don't cuss people out when I'm tired or I'm hungry. I get silly. So I mean, don't y'all want a silly person versus an angry person when those things happen? Somebody said 1 more hour. Hell to the no. I'm going to bed, y'all. All right, y'all. I'm out of here. Thank you, everybody, for tuned in. Y'all been, oh my God, 8 hours. We worked the whole goddamn full shipping this mug. Shout out to everybody that gave on the Cash App. I believe I didn't miss nobody. Shout out to everybody that gave on MX Network, and shout out to everybody who gave in the super chat tonight. Thank you. So I'm going to bed, y'all. For everybody who's going to come to the marketing class tomorrow at 7 o'clock. I might be back here tomorrow on a live, but I might not be. It just depends on how long my class is over on MX Network. But if you have a paid subscription, you can always meet me over there. We're going to have a good class about marketing. Okay. So again, if you got a YouTube channel, you got services, you got products or whatever, we're going to talk about how you get people to notice your shit, how you get some visibility on your channel, some subscribers, how you get your stuff sold right and get your stuff done. So we're going to talk about all of that from A to Z, from free to paid. And nothing that we talk about paid is going to be more than $500, even being on TV or the radio. Okay. And I'm going to show you all the websites and everything else. It will be just like the style that we're doing now, y'all. So you can ask questions. You'll be in the chat and all of that good stuff. All right. So again, go over to MX Network. If you have a subscription, it's in the Money Talk section. Go ahead and hit your reminder. so that you can be in the class live to ask questions. But if you do miss it, you can always go back and watch it. All right. So y'all have a good night. I'm going to bed now. Good morning. It's 6:13, but it's good night for me because I'm going to bed. Bye, y'all. See y'all later.